Kept on trying to hit me with the boomerang.
Yeah, we did it. I did it. Even using the meta card system, I'm still fucking last.
There you go.
Man, are you okay?
You know what? You should use the Yoshi bike.
Yo, and you're gonna have to look at your
You know
hands
what?
right
Fuck
now.
you, I'm doing
You need
it.
to sober up. Look at your hands. Yeah, look at your hands.
Are you good?
He's dead on stream.
Man died from a heart attack, bro.
Blink in your eye.
I'm gonna feel bad.
His avatar's like looking back like, what have I been doing with my life?
More drink.
You okay, Ann?
No more drinks, and we're cutting it.
Yo, did somebody screenshot that? I need that. We need that as an email.
Don't do it, man. You want to stop. You don't want to do it. Don't go. Don't go. Don't do it. If you go down that path, you're gonna die. Okay, he stopped. Oh no. It happens. Whew. He actually made it down alive. Let's go. Also incredibly scary.
Make sure to get the TNT barrel into that base and fill.
He teleported up there.
Yeah, this detects if you have a really small penis. Let me check here.
No, well,
It's not working on me. That must be the ghost, dude. Must be a short dick ghost. Get out of here! Get away from me!
Okay, sorry. I'm back. I had to use the washroom. Did I win, son? We're about to fight the last boss. The last boss? Sounded like Cobra. Last boss. Mr. Smith. Happy birthday, Mr. Smith.
I wonder how many White Claws Andre would have been able to drink. You got like meme stories of him drinking just a massive amount because he was fucking huge. So of course he was able to drink a lot, right? That's why Guitar Punk Master makes me sad, because he could probably beat this game, but he can't drink. He takes like one sip of fucking pineapple juice and he's like, oh shit, a white girl wasted. It's ridiculous.
When the imposter is sus. Bom bom.
Little known fact that cities are larger than the country they're inside of. This totally checks out. Portugal is located on the Iberian Peninsula, along with Spain and Andorra. Yeah.
Oh.
It's not surrounded by water on all sides.
I actually was trying.
Portugal
I was
is a man, is an
I was actually trying to pick South America. My phone was being weird, so it accidentally gave me the right answer.
Coming up, Fresh Prince of Capitol Hill.
Boom.
Flames.
Beans.
Flames. You looking to get hammered, Flames?
Oh yeah, surely.
Okay.
Whoa! The face.
Alta de la tercera, Linson García pone frente a Soler. El Pentágono, batazo de Soler. La pelota. La pelota. Fuera del estadio.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Alright, you glue-chugging, slow-go asphalt eaters. I'm only a handful of plats away from 100%ing this game, and by extension, the entire Sly Cooper series of games on the Sony PlayStation family of consoles as originally published by Sucker Punch. I am chock full of delicious, flavorful, robust turkey breast and cantaloupe juice. And I am ready to go. Dingus would hire mercenaries to recover his platinums? What the fuck, a handful? Most games are lucky to have one. I meant trophies. I said plats. I meant you're right. There is only... This is how you know I don't play Sony games anymore. I'm over here thinking there are multiple platinum trophies. In reality, what I mean is I am hunting for a handful of trophies to get my singular plat. This is proof that I am a Nintendo dork. I'm a Nintendee. We don't have Chivos where I come from. We didn't have we didn't have fucking Chivos on the PlayStation games I played growing up. But I've relitigated my childhood time and time again, and you guys don't want to hear about it for the dozenth time, you guys. But big ups, hello, fellow swollen _ dinguses, dingers, dongers, and swollen _ ones arriving in the now. Welcome to another chill dingus stream, and big ups to you, Rue, and the dingers, dongers, and swollen _ ones sure to be arriving in the immediate and far-flung future. So last time I hit this up on Saturday, I was mainly focusing on getting all the Sly masks, and I actually managed to do it right before we cut off for anime night. We're gonna use the Royal Wii. I have everything else in the game 100%. I am only missing the fucking bullshit trophies. I usually don't consider trophies, you know, as part of 100%ing a game. Because, you know, from my autistic perspective, the trophies aren't actually counted by most games towards their completion rate. They're like an optional side thing that's only counted by the console's UI, or rather its OS. However, Thieves in Time is an outlier, and it does count its trophies in-game towards 100%. So even though it says 100% on the left there for like game complete, if I go to the loading screen, right there on the right, 75% trophies, I am actually not technically 100%. If I gather the remaining 25% of trophies, I will acquire the secret ending and we will learn what is happening to this franchise and why there hasn't been a game in 12 years. Outlier? That's just... What was that word? Oh, fuck. You gave me the word on Saturday. I always jump to say malapropism, the thing that infects Tigger from Winnie the Pooh, where he mispronounces everything. Yeah, that word. That word I'm gonna mispronounce right now, actually. Okay, I got my turkey breasts here all slathered in gravy. Tall glass of cantaloupe juice as well. And I got these tasks here that I know I gotta do. Alright, I got everything together. The trophies, I could just like go to the home menu and check on the trophies, but it'd be kind of awkward for me to constantly go back and forth between the home menu and the game. So I just kind of wrote them up here, so I know what I gotta look for. Bizel. There you go, that's it. I got a miasma of Bizel when it comes to pronouncing words that I've only ever seen. Or words that I've not encountered at all. Okay, so one of the trophies is use the compass many times to navigate. This means just hitting... You won't believe this. This means hitting L3 500 times. And I'm not even sure if it counts if I'm not replaying a job. Big ups Discord merchant, Corono, Iggle Wiggle, and everybody else coming in. It's also Estrava's birthday. He's not... He said the stream to celebrate it would be on Saturday. He's not doing anything particularly celebratory today, but I thought I would show some congratulations in the title there. Congratulations on it being the day of your birth, individual. He's a sly speedrunning god. I gotta pay my respects. I gotta pay my dues. Whenever I drop in that chat, he's doing some high-level, expert, professional tech. Was over here talking about his escapades with the Sly franchise. He had said that he went to Games Done Quick to do, like, commentary and shit. I don't watch Games Done Quick anymore, because I personally believe it's been compromised. But that's still cool. That's still an achievement. And perhaps he went to do commentary prior to their compromisation. Of course, I also got videos. You already know what it is. The Muppet has flooded the sub box yet again. I think we got 3 videos from the secondary channel, and we have a main channel video. I've not seen more than a couple of seconds of one of them, so I can't fucking wait. But honestly, you look at an Arlo video, you look at the title, you can already kind of formulate what the video is in your head without even having watched a second of it, especially if you've seen me watch an Arlo video. Or if you watched an Arlo video on your own, but, you know, I can't imagine why anyone would go out of their way to watch it, given how he seems to, given the reception he seems to receive here. I don't think most people would go out of their way to watch Arlo without a filter. Is that mean? I'm just like reading the room and then like parroting the read that I'm getting. I got the read and I just parroted it back. I don't think there are any big Arlo fans in the Dingus audience. There might even be more Synthetic Man fans in the Dingus audience than there are Arlo fans. It peaked with Chibi. It did peak with Chibi. I remember the last time that they had used the old setup, wherever they were filming or doing the event from prior to that big fucking convention center they now use. It's not a convention center, it's a hotel, isn't it? But the former place where they would host the event from. I remember watching them way back then. The last year in particular to use the old setup, they did some real good speedruns for like Crash Team Racing and shit. That was also one of the ones where you had the Ocarina of Time run with that female speedrunner who was crying and knitting something, and then demanded the speedrunner stop the speedrun in order to listen to her spin her tales about her grandmother who had cancer, which is indeed a very sad story, big if true, but I'm not sure if it's appropriate to, you know, try to commandeer the event to make it about yourself. However emotional your feelings may be, I don't think that's an appropriate way to go about such an event. Try to make it about you. Like such events, see, that would be for the regular Games Done Quick, which raises money for cancer, rather than the summer one, which does it for Doctors Without Borders. So, you know, it's for the Prevent Cancer Foundation, the main event. So that's like preventing cancer for everybody, not just preventing cancer for your dead grandmother, who's like gone and departed from this earthly realm. Therefore, technically, she no longer has cancer because she's dead. She's already 6 feet under. She lost the fight, lost the bout to cancer even. So maybe, you know, you like tell that story, but maybe not during a run, maybe in between runs. Maybe when they do those cringe segments where they show off the merch and shit, maybe that's where we pedal you up on stage, and then you can speak your speech, you can speak your spiel and talk about your grandmother. But this was a person in the audience. They weren't even relevant to the run in particular, if I recall. They were just in a vaguely Link themed, because it was Ocarina of Time, a vaguely Link themed outfit, like with some greenery here and there, but like aside from that, they were not doing commentary. They had no relevance to the run, but they tried to commandeer it and make it about themselves, so it was very unfortunate. And then they did like I don't know if it was the same event. I think this one was Summer Games Done Quick, but it was still with the old setup. So it was Worcester, who I looked up recently, back when I was playing Pokemon Stadium, just to see which rental Pokemon were good, because he had some good rental-only Pokemon Stadium runs. But he was doing Pokemon Fire Red, and someone had sent someone sent money in requesting that Worcester say the N-word, hard R, and he would donate, you know, an amount of money, like more money. And he did say the N-word during Summer Games Done Quick, the hard R and all. The clip is up and it's out there. I don't recall if he actually sent more money in. It's like when Beaver Bother tells DSP to do something in a game and he'll donate like 20 bucks or something. Except Beaver Bother never pays up because he's a fucking loser. Carlo's a positive creator. He is! He's such a nice guy, you guys, but he used to be not so nice. What happened? How did he get so toxified? Alright, so somehow I never went around to checking the map in every area. I don't think I learned how to do that. Like, I gotta learn how to check the map. I didn't think to check the map until the Western world. Not that you really need it. It's not like I got lost. The game does have a mini-map by default, but I turned it off because I don't really feel like a mini-map is very Sly Cooper-y. I don't feel like it's like, what the fuck am I saying? I do gotta slam some enemies with Murray, though. I gotta bomb some pockets with Bentley. If it was based Caveman DCF, he would have told the person, I would really prefer you to be quiet. He would say that. But let's be honest, guys. Who was in the wrong in that situation? Hey Dingus, currently in Japan, and I just hit Nintendo Shibuya, and they had Famicom Club Detective, wait, Famicom Detective Club? Merchandise? What? Or you just mean like basic Famicom, like just for, like the system itself? But you say Famicom Club, I'm thinking Famicom Detective Club. Famicom Detective Club merchandise? At Nintendo Shibuya? Well, it is Japan, so we can't rule anything out. That's kind of awesome. I didn't think that IP would have any merchandise associated with it. Oh, that's cool. I wish Shift would go to SGDQ. I need to see it crash out. I don't think Shift would be invited to SGDQ or any GDQ. In fact, he seems like the type of creator that would get preemptively banned. Because I know they do that. They preemptively ban people. Big ups Golem. Bagman hats and shirts? Oh, for the Smiling Man. Like, you can actually buy the bag? You can buy the bag. You can make your own Smiling Man mask. What am I saying? But, okay. Okay, do they have, like, you're saying a hat. Could I put on, do they have, like, an official fucking paper bag I can wear as a mask? Or is it just like a stupid baseball cap with Smiling Man's face on it? Alright, I gotta slam some guards. Only banned until 2021? He got unbanned? Guys, he's doing better. Not toxic anymore, you guys. Oh, okay. I thought for the big guards, I at least had to knock them out first. Sometimes I get tripped up with how subtle the gameplay differences are in this one compared to the previous two games. Well, Slide 2 and Slide 3. You know, we're not counting 1 because 1's a different kind of game. But in Slide 2 and Slide 3, I'm pretty sure Murray had to knock out every kind of guard before he would be allowed to pick him up. But in Slide 4, like, you just fucking hit circle and they just fucking go into his hands, no question asked. I'm also not too keen on them removing Murray's ability to do the uppercut. He had a really cool uppercut ability. And they kind of changed it just to give him charged attacks, which, I don't know. Remembering back to when I was playing through the game's story, I don't think I did Murray's charged shit. I don't think I relied on it. So it's like, why did you change it in the first place? It wasn't paper, but yes, also had a Capcom store next to it. Dude, that's cool. Not, definitely to be expected, but cool nonetheless. You know, it's fucking Shibuya. I imagine every fucking game company has a store there. I know every Nintendo store's got exclusive merch, so I got the Nintendo Today app because of course I do. And recently they've done a series, daily series, showing off merchandise from the San Francisco store. They're doing this obviously because none of their fans would ever want to go to San Francisco in person, even for exclusive Nintendo merchandise. So they're doing this little series where every day they show off the exclusive merchandise that's over there. And that's both cool, unique, robust, flavorful, and interesting, and tangy. But it does, okay, I like the idea, but it's also like, okay, if you want this particular merchandise, you have to go to San Francisco. Or if you want something from the New York store that's only at the New York store, alright, be prepared to go to Rochester. You want something from the Shibuya store? I guess you're going to Japan. A lot of stuff that you can't just order online. Even though they have an online store, at the same time, what would be the point of the in-person stores if you could just order the exclusive merchandise online? So, okay, I get it. It's a good idea in theory, but if I want this fucking water bottle with Tom Nook's face on it, you're telling me I gotta book a flight to Japan? DSP could go to the Capcom store with Cat. Yeah, it's part of the honeymoon. That's their post-retirement thing. That's what they got going on. That's when they take their honeymoon. You know, they're in their golden years. Bill's in his 70s. Finally, the carpal tunnel settles in. He can no longer play video games. He can finally stop pretending to give a fuck about Call of Duty every single year. And give us the content we want and the content we deserve. The post-streaming career, honeymoon, trip with Kat to Japan, and guess what? He's gonna live stream it. That'll be his last hoorah. This is the last hoorah, baby. He's gonna do the honeymoon IRL streams in Japan. And you're probably thinking, Dingus, you're fucking insane and you're being schizophrenic and you're just talking to hear yourself talk. DSP would never in any timeline ever do something of that nature, but riddle me this. 70 years old, DSP's like, what the fuck? It's the last thing I'm ever gonna do on the internet. I have nothing to lose. I got everything to gain. Fuck it. Let's fucking do it. Let's go to Japan and we're gonna film it. And Darziak's coming with us. they will have forgiven Darziak by that time. So Darziak will be back in the dead camp and he'll be filming. He'll be the one filming Phil and Kat as they go around to like ramen shops and shit. So here you are in Shibuya. Thing is, you're fucking insane. You're just talking to hear yourself talk. If you really think about it, Bish. That's true. This allows me, this right here, this thing we got going on here, this allows me to talk for hours on end to, like, I don't want to say no one, but this allows me to vocalize the thoughts that are usually in my head that I would otherwise not vocalize because it's like you'd be talking to no one, you fucking psychopath. But now, even though, like, I'm not talking to anyone physically, I can talk out loud because you guys are here, and it will make sense because you're here and you can respond back to me. But even though there's not a person here in person to hear me talk out loud, it's not as crazy because I still get to get a response from you guys. Normally, I would think these thoughts, Discord merchant, and I would just like walk around and I would just keep it to myself, keep it in my head. I wouldn't go like downtown, walking down the streets, strut my stuff like Murray here with no pants on, and I would just go up to the first black person I see and I'd be like, hey, what if Dark Side of Phil went to Japan? Huh? Huh? And they would look at me with their scraggly gray beard and big old bugging eyes and they'd be like, what you talking about, bish? Bish? And then I get scared because they'd be yelling at me at that point and I wouldn't know how to react. Yeah, it's a sounding board to exercise with demons. I get to hear myself talk and then it actually helps me. It helps. This is like venting my inner thoughts, my inner demons. This prevents me from going crazy, actually. DSP will never leave the Snort Fort. Not without a GoFundMe, he won't. No, not a GoFundMe. Give, Send, Go, because Kat's Christian, apparently. Remember the PvP leaks? Kat is Christian, so we gotta do the Give, Send, Go fundraising marathon extravaganza for DSP's last big hoorah, the Japan honeymoon. Then they end up raising enough money to get the big honeymoon suite at one of their big hotels. Imagine, okay, if they don't hit the goal in this hypothetical, Kat and DSP get like one of those pod hotels. And Kat barely fits into it. You know those fucking pod hotels they have in Japan? It's only meant for like the salarymen who have to report back. They get off work and then they get off super late. They work overtime and then they gotta go back to work within like 5 hours. So they don't have time to go back home. So they just go to the pod hotel and they sleep for 5 hours and then get out, then clock back in. They go to one of those hotels. Hotels you're not even meant to stay in for long into the night. They go to the pod hotel because that's all they can afford. And again, Kat can barely fit into it. And by this point, Phil himself has kind of earned back a lot of that chub he had back in the day, a long, long time ago. So he has trouble like fitting in as well. Like he can fit in, but it won't be fully comfortable. Speaking of Japan, that's where I am right now in the game. Oh, whoa! It all ties back in. So that Kat was religious. I don't remember him saying she was. Are you insinuating, Corono, that Kat is a Muslim extremist? Now you must be, you're being more uncharitable than me right now. I'm over here, I'm like, well, Kat is white, so it's probably highly likely that she would be Christian. But you're over here thinking, okay, Kat is fat and white, so this must mean she's more likely to be a Muslim like Chantal. But herein lies your folly. You managed to have forgotten the fact that Kat is not Canadian. So she has a 10% less chance of being a fat white Muslim. All the fat ladies praising Allah right now. I don't think Chantal is praising Allah after what happened with her running back to Canada. So Seru's like the Chantal lore god on this. I don't know much about her. I'm only bringing her up for the sake of a funny aside. But I heard Chantal had to flee back to Canada because of something. She broke the law and now she has to face the consequences. So she fled Kuwait back to Canada, and her abusive ex, or no, not ex, because they're still together. Her abusive current, we're gonna call him current because he's the current guy. The current can't come with her because his passport does not allow him to. Hey Coggers, we're talking about Chantal fleeing Kuwait to go back to Canada, and her boyfriend couldn't come with her. Josh talked about this too, and he looked at he compared their passports through this website. This website had this database of like countries they would be able to go to. So you can like select some passports. So let's say, you know, I'm an American, obviously. I'm legal. I'm not illegal, even though I'm Hispanic. I'm totally legal, guys. And you're French, right? So you got a French passport. You can go to this website and you can enter in both passports and then pull up a chart and then compare the passports together, and you'll be able to determine what countries we'd be able to go to together. So if I wanted to go somewhere with like Seru, I would put in an American passport for me, Canadian passport for Seru, and then we would be able to see what countries we'd be able to go to together. You'd be surprised. There are a lot of places that Spaniards can go to that Americans can't go to. So Josh entered in both Chantal and her boyfriend's passports, and there were like only two or three countries in the world that their passports have in common. One of them is Malaysia. so I'm over here thinking, well, I mean, why didn't they just flee to Malaysia? She tried to do a fundraiser for the cat she picked up off the street, and doing both were against Kuwait. That's it. It was something to do with a cat. I remembered it was something to do with a cat. So she tried to raise money for the cat she picked up off the street. Dude, if Mersh ever went to Kuwait, they would fucking execute him. You know how many stray cats he picks up off the street? Hey, Cardinals. Yeah, I'm a pure-blooded, almighty, God-fearing American. Hey, Snow. I'm trying to platinum Sly 4 over here. As part of my legacy, my 2-month legacy of 100%ing every Sly game. After I do this, we can finally start Jack and Daxter. I know, everyone's thinking, where's the nostalgia games at? You promised Sly, you promised Sly would be done, and we would be on Jack and Daxter. Jack and Daxter's coming, dude. He's coming hard. Maybe Thursday or Friday. Because Wiggler Wednesday is tomorrow. You're so American that you're native. Well, give me some of your Native American indigenous benefits. Give me your gazillions of casino dollars. Hey Asher, I forgot we don't just play Mario Kart. What do you mean? No, wait a minute. You were here for some Xenoblade streams. I don't want to hear any lip. Hey, what's up, Astro? Trying to platinum Sly 4 over here. The best Sly Cooper game, clearly. I don't even hate it. Jack and Daxter are coming hard. I don't even, like, you're just putting the image in my head, even though I said that shit first. Daxter with that funny-ass dingus voice he has, I don't want to hear... I don't want to imagine none of that. I can't unless you want to live in Oklahoma. Whoa, buddy. Well, where I'm from, in this lovely country, if you want to do anything in regards to gambling, you gotta go to like a reservation. You gotta go to the sacred Indian burial grounds, or it's illegal, and they put a gun to your head. Or you could just travel state lines and go to the couple dozens of casinos that are conveniently located past the border. Hey, big up Sashro. But the thing with Xenoblade is that that's just like me chilling around doing the side quests while we're watching videos and shit. Unless it's a story chapter. I do mute the videos for story shit. Murray's fucking dead. Why can't Murray swim? He's a hippo. No, wait a minute. He did swim in the medieval chapter. Why was he only swimming for just that chapter? Oh, wait. Speaking of which, I just reminded myself. Yeah, I turned on the camo paraglider. Murray has an outfit. What is Murray's outfit? Oh. He's Sam Fisher. What does Sam Fisher have to do with Sly Cooper? Wait! Oh, I already got... I realized the answer as I said that. As I posited that question, I realized what they had in common. Well, I mean, Sam Fisher's not a funny animal guy. Didn't you unlock everything in Mario Kart World? Yes, so off stream I unlocked Peepa, who was the final unlockable character. I took so long trying to get him because he's only available to unlock on one route in the open world. So you basically gotta do that one. You could grind it. You could grind it and cheese the unlock. But you have to do that one route, hope someone else that isn't you gets the Kamek item, and then they use it on you, and then you still have an RNG chance of not turning into Peepa. But I got lucky during an online match off stream, and I unlocked them that way. So I got all the characters, all the costumes, did Grand Prix and Knockout 100%, 3 stars for both regular mode and mirror mode. So all that's left is I want to do time trials, the Nintendo developer time trials, which I did that in Mario Kart 8 when I was just starting out with the streaming. And then free roam. A lot of the free roam shit will just be like me doing a restream of like Casino or Phil or watching shit. My tribe stopped being as involved in the gambling scene after the previous year of our tribe. Got us mixed in with some people not doing legal things when it comes to gambling. Ah, sheesh. That's pretty dark. Though it is a casino, I have to imagine a lot of that has a nefarious underbelly of dirty and fishy dealings. God damn it, I was trying to sneak. This is why Sam doesn't get games anymore. Also because Ubisoft sucks. I am doing this right? I know I gotta do like a gazillion of these. I'm pretty sure... Wait, Murray doesn't have a section for himself? Murray, you're so cucked, man. Yeah, I'm ready to be sued by Dave. I'm ready to face the consequences. And yeah, we can put on Arlo. So we got 4 videos to watch, so get excited, get hyped. I know, I was shocked he flooded the sub box something real fierce. 3 of these are secondary channel videos, and 1 of them is a main channel video. And then I have another video from Debin, who is the brother of Synthetic Man. So not a Synthetic Man video, but a Synthetic Man's brother video. Yeah, it's about the time, D-Scythe. In his defense, he had good intentions and wanted to help the tribe be able to offer more services for its members, but also involve very illegal tactics without the casino would have been set up. Yeah, it's like the plot of a movie, right? You do bad things, but you have good intentions. Alright, so Arlo is doing... what is he doing? Third-party games might not be selling well on Switch 2! No! How could this be happening, you guys?
The word going round is that third-party games are not selling particularly well on the Switch 2. And I don't have solid numbers for you. I mean, I don't think anybody has actual, like, real, just, like, direct sales numbers of any individual game. It's more like attached rates and percentages and whatnot. I'm gonna let you research all that on your own if you want. And it's all, I mean, you know, then you got like boxed versus digital. I don't know. It's messy. I'm not touching that.
He's just gonna like speak conjecture. He's not gonna give you the hard numbers.
I have no doubt at all that these games aren't selling like super duper well, especially.
All Nintendo needs to do is just offer more card sizes. More card sizes, less game key cards. But then if they did that, what was the whole purpose of doing game key cards in the first place?
Next to, you know, Mario Kart. Like, this is a Nintendo system. First party Nintendo software has always been and will always be the absolute biggest winner. And like, you got a launch game like Mario Kart. Come on. Come on. This ain't even just any old launch game. This is Mario Kart. This is basically the best launch.
I think it's both on Nintendo for not offering more card sizes and doing the thing in the first place with game key cards, and then it's also on publishers for being too greedy to pony up for the 64 gigabyte card. So like if that's your circumstances, like, okay, basically the third-party publishers are saying that they don't care about their player base enough. They just think their player base will lap up the shit with the game key cards, so they just settle for it. Like, you're telling me Sega and Square Enix and Capcom and Konami, all these big publishers, Warner Brothers, you're telling me they would really, really miss a significant chunk of profit if they just put the fucking games on a 64 gigabyte card, just so the whole game can be on the card. I remember Nintendo published Octopath Traveler on Switch 1 as a first-party title. Remember Octopath Traveler, the RPG that Phil didn't play, but he was so hyped and excited about? But they had published it as a first-party published title, you know, licensed first-party published title, you know, with Square Enix's green light and shit. And when Nintendo published it, it was a full game entirely on the cart. But this deal was only temporary. When the deal expired and Square Enix became the default publisher, they republished the game by themselves without Nintendo's assistance. But when Square Enix handled the publishing, they turned it into a, you know, you need internet to download the rest of the game situation. On Switch 1, meaning it came with a code in the box that was one-time use, meaning you could not resell it.
Game they could have possibly offered. So yeah, none of them are selling Mario Kart numbers. I think I am hesitant to believe the idea that the publishers are upset about this. You know, that like they're performing dramatically below expectations, because
he might be right. It would actually be the shareholders who would be upset about it.
Here's the thing. I feel like it's possible that the only reason we're having this conversation, or rather, the only reason this conversation is kind of colored in this sort of way, is because we basically have one source claiming that there is a publisher that is not happy. The game business has said that some anonymous third-party publisher has said that their game is performing.
He doesn't have the data, so how would he know? He's basically parroting an article that came out last week saying an anonymous third-party publisher, someone associated with someone anonymous associated with a third-party publisher on Switch 2, said their games were performing very poorly. But that anonymous person provided no source, no hard numbers. So Arlo is just regurgitating that video, that article to us for a 10-minute video.
Performing below our lowest expectations, and those are very, very darning words. Performing below our lowest expectations. You take the broad range, the highest we can expect, and the lowest, and it's even lowest than the low. Oof. That is pretty bad, and that is a really juicy little sensational thing to really grab onto and stick in all of the headlines and the video titles and whatnot. And I'm not saying that the game business is lying or anything. It's just that, like, yeah, we have
no, game journals always lie, actually.
That an anonymous source, some anonymous publisher said this. So I'd rather take it more like a rumor, you know, like what?
Yeah, it is. The source is my unc who works at Capcom.
We'll talk about when a guy says that a guy said a thing, you know, that's fine. It's just, yeah, I want to push back a little bit against the idea that like all of the publishers are all panicking and scrambling and they're all like super disappointed and third-party games are selling super duper poorly on the Switch 2. Because this is all complicated stuff. There are so many factors here, and we do know that the best-selling third-party game was Cyberpunk 2077. And so,
oh wow, the best third-party game, best-selling third-party game on Switch 2 was Cyberpunk. Huh? Wow, I wonder what advantage Cyberpunk had on Switch 2 versus every other third-party game that released day one on the console.
you know, you get a lot of people saying like, oh, that's because that's like the only third-party game where the whole entire game is actually on the card. That's
wrong. We're literally already wrong. Rune Factory, Guardians of Ozma, entire game is on the card. Wrong. Hitting it with the boss man.
What's cool about that game is it's not a game key card. All the rest are game key cards. And like, I definitely don't doubt that like there are some.
It's an anime game. That's why he don't know.
People for whom that was a thing, and that's why they were more likely to purchase it. That
game key card thing.
That probably is true to an extent, but I don't know. It feels a little bit like an oversimplification, and it seems that analyst Daniel Ahmad agrees with me. He says that doesn't really tell.
So okay. So, to sum that up, let me replay that. He's saying the game key card is a factor, but it's not the only factor or the biggest factor.
And like, I definitely don't doubt that like there are some people for whom that was a thing, and that's why they were more likely to purchase it. That probably is true to an extent, but I don't know. It feels a little bit like an oversimplification. And it seems that analyst Daniel Ahmad agrees with me. He says that doesn't really tell the whole story, and he points out that this launch, the Switch 2's launch, pretty much mirrors the Switch 1 launch. Obviously, there are differences, but like it's relatively comparable. And the Switch 1 had a really great launch, but third parties didn't really do particularly well unless they were like notable exclusives, you know, like it wasn't just like everything sold great because it was on Switch, and now we're seeing that everything doesn't necessarily sell great just because it's on Switch 2. Even if Cyberpunk was a game key card release, even if they didn't fit it all on the card, I'm still basically sure it would have been the #1 seller because it's just the most notable title. It's just like,
I think the Daniel Ahmed guy he's that dude on Twitter who just dick sucks Sony all the time, right? I recognize him by not just the name, but his avatar.
Biggest third-party game, the most impressive to see
it's
running
like he's
on the
ZX
Switch, and it had a bunch of
huge.
DLC
That's his like
didn't even
handle
come
or something.
to the other like last-gen systems. So like, I don't know. It was a very notable release for a lot of reasons. And like I said, there are a lot of reasons why.
When Switch 2 came out, when Nintendo came out saying 3.5 million Switch 2s sold within the first 4 days, Daniel was quick to reply saying it doesn't count because PS5 had disadvantage of COVID, whereas Switch 2 didn't have any disadvantages as a result of a pandemic, and they also were prepared because they had learned from the PS5's shortages, so they didn't have like a chip shortage or anything. He basically tried to debunk it and say no, it doesn't count because they weren't held back by a pandemic. What do you mean? What do you mean, Daniel?
These games might not perform super well. Yeah, #1 probably is just because like we've got Mario Kart. It's Mario Kart, and we do know that 80% of the people who bought Switch 2s at launch got the Mario Kart bundle. I mean,
where are you getting those numbers?
They all
80%.
sold out, so I guess
80?
that means that 80% of the Switch 2s were bundles, which is really cool. It means that Nintendo actually provided a lot. I know a lot of people were a little bit worried. They're like, yeah, you know.
Here's what I think it is. Wait, before he says what he thinks it is, here's what I think it is that you buy a Switch 2 and it already costs so much to begin with, and you get Mario Kart, you either get it with the bundle, or you get the regular and you just buy it separate because the bundles are sold out. Either way, you have Mario Kart, and like that's already, you're already paying a lot as is. I don't think it's like people don't want the third-party releases. It's more like, okay, well, I already have one fucking game. It's probably going to tide me over until, you know, I desire another game. It's like just say, it's like you're asking, okay, well, why all the game? Why did all the games not sell well? But I think most people at launch are fine with like 1 or 2 games. They're not going to buy out the whole catalog, right? I'm sure the game key card is a big factor in it. But if you really think about it, okay, you're ponying up that much, and you're gonna get Mario Kart, and you know it's gonna last you a minute. It's an evergreen game. You can pick it up, play it whenever the fuck you want, go online and shit. You can do the cups and all that. It's gonna last you a while. It's gonna tide you over until the next big Nintendo release. And I think most people are kind of just like, if you're like in the moment buying a Switch 2, you're already spending that much money. Is another $80 release for like a backup game, a secondary game, is that something you would consider in that moment? Or is that not something you would wait? Okay, yeah, I'll come back to like Target, GameStop, or whatever in a couple weeks, and I'll pick up my second game. I think I'm satisfied with what I have picked up today. Hey, Malcolm X, where are you coming during the Hall Arlo segments? Dude, he hadn't uploaded the video for days, and then we get 4 dropped on us today. I love it. Hey, Enzawin. Arlo is telling us right now why third-party games on the Switch 2 are allegedly failing with no source whatsoever, besides an article where some guy says, my uncle works at Nintendo and all the third-party games flopped. Literally all of them. Except for Cyberpunk. Japanese copy of Persona 2 EP for 100,000 yen. Big ups. Retro games in Japan. Not they're not as Joe-ish as retro games over here. I've seen videos where you got retro stores up there in Shibuya. You can just walk in. They got like all the good shit just like right there, right? They're not like behind glass or anything. You just pick it up. You can pick it up and handle it. And yeah, it's just, I don't know. The retro market is just a different. They don't look at it the same way as we do. They didn't have that shit ruined by like heritage auctions and grading companies and shit. Ow.
You save money when you buy the bundle, but like, what if there aren't that many bundles? Well, it seems that
Super
4
Potato.
out of 5 Switch 2s
That's
came
where
with
you
the
got
bundle,
it. Cat's
so
a
that's
Super
cool.
Potato.
And then, so yeah, 80% of people got Mario Kart through the bundle, but that
Cat's a Super Potato and Phil can't make mashed potatoes.
That is only the bundle. That does not count people who wanted to buy the game physically or just otherwise wanted to purchase it separately.
Yeah, you don't gotta spend 300 on a Game Boy Color.
I'm sure the number is
Shock
a
of
lot
shocks.
higher than that. It's not going to be 100. I mean, personally, it's hard to imagine
Need one more treasure.
a person who's going to buy a Switch 2 at launch and not also Mario Kart. I guess you got Tears of the Kingdom.
There are people who don't care about Mario Kart. I know it's wild. It's wild to think that, but there are people who like Nintendo but don't like Mario Kart. Arlo being one of them, but he somehow, for some reason, bought Mario Kart anyway because he's a mark. He's a mark.
Anybody who didn't buy a Switch 1, who just never got around to playing Tears of the Kingdom, yeah, there
Like
you go.
me.
Okay, pick up a Switch 2, play Tears of the Kingdom.
I did pick up the Zelda games.
Switch
I'll get to
2
them
edition. I
eventually.
suppose that makes sense. But for the most part, most people got Mario Kart. So that's one reason not to buy other.
Yeah, I'm a filthy 3DS babby, so I got nostalgia for Mario Kart 7 as well. Shame that nobody talks about it nowadays, from what I see in discussion circles. Like, the 7 is just like the awkward stepchild now. But when it was hot, it was hot. I met a lot of cool people through 3DS Online with Mario Kart 7. Back when I would have, you know, the QR codes you would scan for Mii characters? I would scan, like, you know, random characters from, like, movies or TV shows, and I would get, like, the Mii for them, and then I would race in lobbies as that character. I was a dumb teenager. I thought it was pretty fun. I was, like, Wreck-It Ralph. I was the guy from Tangled, and I was Turbo. I was Turbo from Wreck-It Ralph.
Other software. I didn't buy any other software. I just got Mario Kart and Welcome Tour because, like, okay, most of.
Oh yeah, Arlo did buy the $10 tech demo. He has a video on that as well.
Other software. I just got Mario Kart and Welcome Tour because, like, okay, most of these other games are just ports of older games. Like, these are ports of games that already exist.
Ew, ports? Gross. I don't want to play ports of third-party games I've already played. I would rather play the tech demo that I have to spend $10 on. Ugh. This is coming from me. Like, I'm the guy. I didn't even buy the tech demo. Sheesh.
That by itself is going to dramatically shrink the number of interested people. And then you've got the fact that the Switch 2 is backwards compatible, so people are not as desperate to get their hands on software to play on.
Who charges for a demo?
We've all got backlogs. We've all got.
Do they start pulling that shit right after Reggie leaves the company? Makes you think? Reggie was the one who fought for Wii Sports to be bundled for free with the Wii.
Millions of
the Japanese suits were like, no, why you doing? Ah, ding dong die. Why? And Reggie was like, if it's not fun, why bother?
Games that we still need to play. So like it never seemed likely that any of these games were gonna do super duper well, especially because like, I don't know, it's the beginning of the generation. You know, I know most sales come at the beginning, but I don't know, some of this stuff could have legs, but like the install base is super low right now. There's only like 4 million Switch 2s out in the wild. It's just not a very big install base, right? So I guess I'm just saying it's like, it's hard to know if the publishers actually are disappointed considering all of this.
Slam 100
or
enemies.
If that idea really is just coming from the he said kind of thing.
Still got a pickpocket
I don't
though.
know. It kind of feels like it never seemed like they were going to sell super well. And if we can look,
Modern Nintendo would charge for face raiders. I remember playing that after having, scanned by my cousin Dingus's face in. It was pretty fun.
These games and say, yeah, like it'll probably sell okay, but it's not going to sell like absolute crazy. It's not going to sell Mario Kart numbers. If we can say that, then like, I don't know. It's hard for me to believe that the publishers are like just flabbergasted. They're just flibberjambled right now. They couldn't have possibly seen this coming. Like, I don't know. I think they probably know better than that. They'd probably want to set some relatively realistic expectations. I don't know. It is possible that they expected more just because, like, there's a lot more hype this time. There's a lot of hype surrounding the Switch launch, but now, oh man, it's the Switch 2. It's the next generation. It's just such a huge deal. It's this big, huge event. Maybe they thought that was just gonna drive those early sales. But see, if anything though, like, you could just go the other way and just be like, yeah, but like, even back on the Switch, people were so excited to play games on this handheld. Like, that was a new thing for the Switch. People would double dip, like no questions asked. They would double dip. I was way more likely to double dip back then because like, oh, I could play this game that I love, except.
Nah, I don't think the Switch invented the concept, but I kind of agree with what he's putting down here.
Handheld, like, oh my gosh, that's amazing, but like that novelty has largely worn off. So now I'm looking at these games, even games that I like, and I'm just looking at the Switch 2 version. I'm like, I mean, yeah, it'd be kind of okay, but like, I don't know, I'm not crazy about the idea. Like, we've all been handheld gaming for a long time now. Is it possible that the companies just didn't really anticipate that kind of drop in the novelty of handheld play? They really did expect us to really want to be able to play Sonic or Civilization or Hitman or any of these other things. Like, they think we were just going to be out of our minds excited to play on Switch 2? I don't know. I really don't know. We can't possibly know what they are all feeling, except for potentially one is disappointed, very disappointed. I don't know. And,
if it's true, I wonder who the publisher was. Probably
really
Square Enix.
Be true. I don't know. Because there are.
Square Enix is kind of infamous for always setting high expectations for their games, and then conceding when none of their games reach those high expectations.
So many factors at play here. Maybe there's something that I'm not seeing. Maybe it is true that these games are not selling as well.
Whoa, thank you, UNFW1. There it is, the ivory chopsticks. Thank you, UNFW1. 35 months at tier 1 for 36 months. And he says, hi, Dingus. And I say, hello, UNFW1. I'm gonna platinum Sly Cooper Thieves in time tonight. I'm gonna do it. 100% this game. And by extension, having 100%ed the entire Sly Cooper series. I will put it down forever and then cry at night about how we don't get any more Sly Cooper games. In the meantime, Arlo is telling us about third-party games flopping on the Switch 2, allegedly, according to some guy's uncle who works at this anonymous publisher.
Well, as everybody really expected they might. I don't know what kinds of actual, like, numbers to expect. Is it like... It can't be millions. Is it hundreds of thousands? Is it tens of thousands? Like, I really have no idea. So I don't know. Maybe it's true. Maybe it is true that, like, yeah, everybody reasonably expected them to sell more, and they're just selling below that.
The big ups on the re-up.
I really don't know. I'm trying to keep an open mind, and I'm trying not to see it as like.
Does Activision have games on Switch 2 right now? I don't think they. I don't think they do.
I don't know. Maybe we will see pushback.
Maybe like backwards compatible shit, but
I'm a little bit hesitant, but whatever.
I know they got Tony Hawk coming out. I don't know if that has a Switch 2 version. I think it's just the Switch version, but it'll play on Switch 2. COD on Switch. I think they had an agreement in place for COD to come to Switch, but nothing came of that, right? And even if it's on the way, it ain't out right now, I don't think. Okay, so Tony Hawk is the first one then. Yeah, so it's not Activision. I think it's... if this is even true, and I don't think it is, I think Arlo's just like, he was thirsting for videos. I think it's Square Enix.
There's a lot of stuff to consider. Really, I think that you probably get more purchases of third-party software between the major Nintendo releases. Like Mario Kart really did just kind of eclipse everything. So I don't know, maybe some of these games will have legs between now and the release of DK Bonanza, or after that, or something. Ultimately, we're not really going to know how third-party games are going to do on Switch 2 until we, you know, until we get a bigger picture to look at, until the thing has been out for a while. And we get a clearer picture. Should I be marketing my own videos more? I feel like I probably should.
Only Square Enix game I recall that they released was the Bravely Default remake. Yeah, that was the big one though. That was like the second big title, and I'm only saying this because it is Switch 2 exclusive. I thought they had like it was a multi-platform release on Switch 2 and PC, but it is only on Switch 2. So it would be understandable if they had some higher expectations for it.
This is no vacation, Murray.
Dude, we got what is Billy's secret costume? He's a pig.
We're here because these caves.
I gotta do one of these hacking levels without leveling up for a trophy.
Unfortunately, judging from this
$40 when it was a game key card. It was very generous of Square Enix. $40 because it's a 3DS game. They could have got away for like $70 because they're Square Enix. That's almost out of character. He's a pig. He eats slop. I think all of the game key cards undersell. They probably will. Like, there's a non-zero amount of people that will not pick up the game key card games because they're game key cards, even though they're games that they would have otherwise picked up if they weren't game key cards. And it's just one of those people. And there are a lot of people out there like Anne. But Arlo's saying that that is an argument, but he thinks that's not the only argument. I think it's that, and most people who picked up the Switch 2 will probably just be okay with Mario Kart. Like, just think about it. If you pick up a brand new system, think back to when you picked up a system recently, a brand new. How many games did you pick up with it? I think most people, it's just human nature. Most people would just be okay with one or two. You didn't buy out the whole library of games that were available that day, right? And the Switch 2 is backwards compatible. So you still have your Switch 1 games at home that probably play better on Switch 2. Most of them, at least. Play better, look better. You can re-experience the game for the first time, or you can re-experience the game that you've already beaten, or play a Switch 1 game that you skipped out or missed out on for the very first time. Cyberpunk allegedly sold well, has the full game on the cards. What does Arlo say to that? He did concede that Cyberpunk sold well, but he said it was the only one that sold well.
If you want to hear...
Don't you have to pay for Switch 1 backwards compat? No. So some games got free updates without you having to pay, like Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and then some of them are paid. The paid ones typically also include additional content, like Kirby, that'll be out in August, the Zelda ones, which have the Zelda app thing, or Mario Party, which is going to add like 3 new modes. But the free updates improve the visuals and the frames per second, but they don't introduce content.
More about what third-party games I would like to see on the Switch 2, go check out the video that will be on the end card of this video, if I remember to put it there.
He did not remember to put it there. No! Arlo, your shill failed!
I'll try really hard to remember. Has it popped up? Is it the third-party ports one?
It did not pop up.
Or is it still the
Ah, there it is.
Oh, no, wait. I've been putting that on every end card. Oh, yeah, okay, never mind. Yeah, it's definitely going to be there. So I just auto put it in because that was like one of the most recent videos. So if you want to hear more about what I want to play on Switch 2, click the thing. It's right in front of you. If you want, no pressure.
Man, Phil might be better at advertising his other channel shit than Arlo. Let's hear about him talking about the Welcome Tour game. So this is relevant. He just brought it up in this video. So Arlo, yes, Arlo did. He did in fact put the $10 down for the tech demo.
This video was brought to you by Squarespace. I've got a riddle.
And it's a main channel video. The Muppet is on screen. Yes!
For you. What
I'm
has
so
black
fucking
and white
hyped.
stripes, inhabits the African savanna, and can make building your website super easy? The
What? African tribal music?
answer is Squarespace. Plus a zebra. Whatever kind of website you want. Business page, blog, portfolio, storefront, content library. Squarespace's intuitive builder makes it all
Mashl's a good show. Don't listen to Ann. He's just a hater.
incredibly simple. You don't need to have any experience whatsoever, no coding knowledge or anything like that. My website is a simple blog, so I just paste in my text, tweak and format and embed pictures and stuff, schedule everything to automatically publish and even generate social media posts, and I'm done. It really couldn't be simpler. If you've got more complex needs, Squarespace offers lots of powerful extensions.
Does he have trouble getting in the shower? Why is he recommending shower stools?
To automatically publish and even generate social media posts.
Why is he recommending shower stools? He's old!
And I'm done. It really couldn't be simpler. If you've got more complex needs, Squarespace offers lots of powerful extensions. And when you want to see how your site is doing, you can enjoy the built-in suite of extensive analytics.
He's a beast!
To try out Squarespace for yourself, head to squarespace.com for a free trial. Then when you're ready to launch,
Can't
head to
touch his toes. He can't see his
squarespace.com/arlo to
toes.
save 10% off your first website
He
or
can't
domain.
see his penis.
And now for today's recommendation. This compilation of baby elephants playing. Look at this. Look at this one in the dirt. What a goofball. And this all comes from a channel called Elephant News. There's a news source you can trust. Thanks again to Squarespace. Now for another riddle. What's blue, fuzzy, and starting the video?
Rover.
It's me. Ooh, Splinter. Oh, I'm supposed to play something loud. Hey Google, play music. No, no. All right, I gotta get the Joy-Cons up. Dang, hold on. Hold on, let me get the switch. Hold on, let me put it back. What? I turned on HDR. What's the problem? Where's
Oh
the
my
remote?
God.
Oh yeah, mouse controls. Where's the strap?
This game asks an arm and leg out of you.
Oh, it's upside down. Oh, that's the blue one. Come on. Come. Oh, this is not working. I'm like a book or something.
Hey, big ups on Coggers getting the raise. Let's get some applause for Coggers' raise. What's funny is that the site keeps talking about us offline now. It's like Ralph talking about how he's like the editor and owner-in-chief of the Ralph Retort. No, the owner and editor-in-chief of the RalphRetort.com, and then the site doesn't exist anymore because he sold it to Indians, actual Indians, for $500.
Ah, book is too floppy. I picked the one book on the shelf with bumps on it. Oh, cool. Guess I gotta take the straps off. Mute the TV. Mute the. Where's the remote? I literally just had it. All right, I guess I need a table. Oh, nuts! This is a 4K TV. What are you talking about? Where's the remote? Straps back on. Straps back on. Where's the blue one? Where's the? I literally just. Oh,
Arlo, I think you got scammed.
Oh, come on! It is impossible to talk about Switch 2 Welcome Tour without addressing the price, without firmly establishing how ridiculous it is that Nintendo had the gall to charge any amount of money at all for a game that clearly should have come free with every Switch 2. This is the game's entire identity. This will forever be its legacy. The only thing it ever contributed to the greater Nintendo discussion. It will act as nothing but a monument to Nintendo's utter greed. And if you ask me,
Arlo's just mauling because people spammed his comments about the price.
Should Welcome Tour have been a pack-in game? I'd say, yeah, I mean, probably.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah. I think at least some small piece of pack-in software should be the standard. You're gonna make billions and billions of dollars.
The name doesn't help either. You call it a welcome tour, but you have to pay for it. In Japan, it has a different name that isn't welcome. Thank you, Alpha Elite TV. Big ups Alpha Elite TV, the Prime, for 35 months. You could have used it anywhere. Well, you're using it here right now in the middle of a fucking Arlo segment. Thank you. Arlo is defending the $10 tech demo. The tech demo that even I didn't buy. I didn't buy the tech demo over here, but Arlo did, and he's going to talk about how it's actually a pretty fun game, actually. Maybe it is, but I would have paid $10 for it. The intro segment didn't make it look too amusing. Thank you for the Prime. For 35 months. We appreciate it. But yeah, so it's called Welcome Tour in America. It has a different name in Japan that doesn't have the word welcome in it, or Japan's, you know, word for welcome and shit. I don't know why they changed the name. Why change the name to something that implies it's like, okay, if you're gonna welcome me to this console I spent $500 on, why do I need to pay? You should just use, I forgot what the Japanese name of it is, but they should just use, just don't change the name, keep the Japanese name, because the Japanese name was something different. That's not like implying that it should be free.
From this thing, why not give everyone across the board some tiny little thing to mess around with? Just some little tech demo to show off the hardware. It's a goodwill thing. Sony has been dropping the ball like crazy this generation, but they scored a lot of brownie points by shipping every PS5 with a copy of Astro's Playroom. Like,
pretty good game.
That really set a high bar for pack-in games in this modern age. Including a free game, it's just one of those things you do for the tour,
like every other tour in real life.
The illusion that money isn't literally everything. Sometimes it's just nice to do something nice for your customers. And with Welcome Tour, it's not just that I
do not like NTR. I like vanilla missionary mating press for the purposes of procreation.
Expected
Christian
to get
style.
something for free. I certainly never expected any kind of pack-in software with the Switch 2. The thing is that this is essentially just one big advertisement for the Switch 2 and its features. It's an interactive instruction manual. If there has ever been a piece of software that deserved to be pack-in for free,
Thank you for
Welcome
specifying.
Tour
You're
is
welcome.
it. So yeah, it's silly that the
All right, give me my
game
trophy.
isn't free, and it's a shame that Reggie wasn't around this time to kick some tukuses and take some names and make it free as.
Alright, so here's what I was talking about earlier. Reggie had to fight for Wii Sports as a pack-in, and Miyamoto wasn't happy. Dun dun dun! What? I feel like a lot of things pissed Miyamoto off.
He did with Wii Sports and Wii Play. But I've also got to be honest, Switch 2 Welcome Tour is still a great little piece of software. It's not going to appeal to everyone, but for the right person, those $10 are going to be a much easier spend. Welcome Tour is structured precisely like a museum. Every piece of the Switch 2 and all its controllers and accessories is like its own section of a museum, complete with info and attractions and guides to help you along. The style is a little plain, but it's also very sharp and simple and clean, you know, very much in the vein of an instruction manual. Despite the
It's okay, Alpha Lee. Miyamoto's senile. He doesn't even know where he is anymore.
visual simplicity, though, it is surprisingly packed with personality. Nintendo's ability to, like, hyper-focus on a real-life experience or concept and thoughtfully explore and recreate it shines through here. The way all this information is presented to you, the way the guides phrase things, even like the stuff the other guests say. It subtly yet very effectively emulates that museum experience. Like it's clearly been written and designed by people who genuinely love and appreciate museums and exhibits. And this works to give the impression that this really is a place that you're visiting. You're not just playing a video game, you're walking around a big giant Switch 2 exhibit. The game also makes all sorts of funny little observations about the Switch 2 and the technology behind it. There's a real sense of humanity to the whole thing. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense? Is that weird to say? I don't know, but like that's how it feels. Like it's simple and it appears a little sterile on the surface, but it's always aware of how actual people are going to process all of this. It's acutely aware of the subjective phenomenological experience that any one person may have. And it's this quality that I feel elevates it a bit higher than just an instruction manual filled with tech demos. It feels like the developers were genuinely excited to share all of this, to get people to zoom in on all these little details and really appreciate.
A lot of fucking words to say that the game is meaningful, despite the price tag. Nobody said it couldn't be a meaningful game. They're just upset that there's a $10 price tag attached to it.
them. And it's also a little refreshing seeing all this come from Nintendo, who has historically been rather secretive about their internal processes and mostly uninterested in cutting-edge tech. Here they gleefully show off every little way the Switch 2 works and improves upon the idea of the original Switch. They seem to have had a lot of fun shining a flashlight on even the finest details, just inviting you to marvel at what fancy tech can do for your game playing experience. Sure, if you want to look at it with a pinch of cynicism, you could argue that maybe they're only doing this because the Switch 2 is such a straightforward iteration that they're a little more desperate to sell us on how much better it is. But I don't know, it really does feel to me like they're just having a lot of fun with all this. And either way, I'm glad they eventually got to this point. It's a nice change of pace to see them focus not just on gameplay enabling gimmicks, but overall raw technical quality and the end user experience. Unlike an actual museum, there is a progressive structure to the whole thing. You explore each area one at a time, and you unlock the next area by finding all of the current area's hidden stamps.
That's the thing, right? So he's like, okay, the cynic in you can say that the game exists just because Nintendo is desperate to convince you that the Switch 2 is different from the Switch 1. But if you're playing this, you've already spent $500 on the system, and you've already spent $10 on a tech demo. You were already convinced on the Switch 2 being different from the original iteration, because you already bought it. You don't need convincing.
There's a stamp for pretty much...
If you bought this game, the only thing you need to be convinced of is sending yourself to the loony bin.
Every major feature, whether it's a button or a sensor or even like a rubber foot. These don't pop up until you get close enough to them, so it can be a little bit tricky to track down every single one, especially in bigger or more complex areas. There were maybe 1 or 2 times I started to get slightly annoyed by that one last stamp, but for the most part, it's not too bad, and I suppose I can appreciate that this kind of slows down the experience a bit, makes you take at least a brief glance at all the major points of interest so you don't just kind of sprint across the whole thing once and feel like you've already done it all. In every section, you'll also find these insights desks kind of scattered about. Each one will give you a bunch of info, then quiz you on what you learned. And, you know, these actually are pretty darn interesting. They give a lot of fun little insights into the system and its development. Some of the obviously wrong answers are also pretty funny. But honestly, there are a lot of...
Murray is trans! They made it woke! They made it political! No, he's in a Tokonoko, of course. Oh.
And it does feel a little bit like homework. So I've only completed a couple. I think it was probably wise to make these entirely optional. If you want to get to the real fun stuff, though, there are 2 main attractions.
Dude, you spend $10 and Nintendo gives you a homework assignment on the things that you learn in the museum?
Here. First, there are the tech demos. These aren't games per se, as the guides will never fail to remind you, but rather interactive toys that let you experience the Switch 2's tech and features firsthand. To me, this is where Welcome Tour shines. I actually am really interested in tech. I am often outspoken about my steadily growing disdain of gimmick-centered experiences.
He's an apple
baby. I really
baby.
do love playing around with novel new stuff, and these tech demos give you space to really zoom in on these features, you know, take your time playing around with them. Over the entire Switch 1 generation, the absolute best use of HD Rumble was found in like one single minigame in 1-2 Switch. And playing around with that required, you know, playing 1-2 Switch. So I am genuinely thankful that Welcome Tour lets me shake maracas filled with either a...
You can shake maracas for $10 versus rolling around an imaginary box and guessing how many balls are in said box for $60.
bunch of little balls or one big ball. No time limit, just some fun little options to mess around with, and that's it. I can just shake my Joy-Cons around and enjoy the novelty to my heart's content. And there are demos that similarly let you play with the strength and frequency of the rumble and the sounds that can be produced by the physical hardware. Those are really cool. This has always been really fascinating, but like this is the first time I've been able to really explore it all. Then there are demos for just about every major feature or aspect of the Switch 2. Frame rates, upscaling, 3D sound. There's one that shows how if you map the pixels together, the entire first level of the original Super Mario Brothers can fit within a 4K display, and it lets you like carve your way across your TV while you play. I just think that's too cool. The second major attraction here is the mini.
Hey Gondola, how many more Sly games are left? This is the last one. They didn't make one after this. All I have to do with this one is platinum it, and then I can move on to Jack and Daxter.
These are also essentially tech demos, but ones that have been turned into actual bite-sized games where you win or lose. These also show off all sorts of features and ideas, though there is a particular focus on mouse controls, seeing as that's the Switch 2's only real gameplay-enabling new feature. These games certainly ran the risk of being over way too quickly, so Nintendo made sure to throw in some genuinely tough challenges to add a little bit of longevity to the experience. In many cases, it is quite tricky to perform well enough to earn all 3 medals. There were some that I really struggled with. And then from there, you'll unlock 1 or 2 more difficult versions of each game. And yeah, these can be downright hard, really requiring a lot of repetition and a big skill investment. Fortunately, each game is rarely more than a few moments or even seconds long, and you can reset instantly. I'm not much of a score chaser, but if you're really into replaying and mastering micro games, you will have a lot of fun here. There are some genuinely clever ideas on display, very novel little experiences. And again, many of them scratch that same itch that the tech demos do. Trying to spot individual pixels or find the one tiny spot on the screen that makes the Joy-Con rumble the hardest. It is incredibly fun, despite being so simple. Yeah, like I said, it's just nice to have the ability to play with these ideas all by themselves. Clearing tech demos and getting good scores in minigames earns medals, and this is another way the game offers a sense of progression. Many experiences can't be unlocked until you've earned a certain number of medals. Usually only the higher difficulties are gated off by significant numbers, and this whole thing really won't feel like much of a limitation unless you're rushing through the whole game and skipping stuff. So again, it's just a little something to help slow you down a smidge, stop you from getting in over your head with super hard minigames. If you're giving each attraction your attention in turn, it's not going to seem like much of a limitation. Medals obviously act as a collectible, one of a handful of kinds you'll find in Welcome Tour. You've got medals for tech demos and mini games. Most of them are in the
You get a medal for spending $10 on the tech demo?
Quizzes, you've got the stamp rally, and you've even got dropped items to return to the Lost and Found desk. If you like filling out checklists, this
I do like doing that.
Your game. Sure,
Especially when I go shopping.
Technically can't earn everything yourself if you don't own all of the featured hardware.
Love the Sly. You love Sly games? I miss the PS2 era. This is the one that was on PS3. I already beaten it. I just got to get the platinum trophy. There's a lot of crazy tasks that I got to do for trophies, like beat this boss without getting hurt. I'm totally gonna mess this up right now. Ow, now. Is restarting at checkpoint help?
Instance, I do not yet have a Pro Controller or an official Switch 2 camera, so I haven't even been able to play the related demos and games. But the game does let you kind of cheat and bypass this and get all the medals and stuff for free if you want, so that's nice. The real issue here is that there really aren't any rewards for completing and collecting everything or anything. For the most part, the best you're gonna get, even for getting to the end of the game itself, is just like a little congratulations pop-up. Just like a wee, you did it. That's it. And I really thought the lost items were gonna do something, because that's not actually related to the Switch 2 or its features whatsoever. But no, even that just puts a little star on your map tab. Okay.
That is doing something. Completionism.
It's all really about the fun of simply having the experience. I suppose it's like a museum in that way as well. You're not in this to get something, you're in it to explore and have a good time. The intrinsic sense of accomplishment is supposed to be enough, I guess. Again, the value of Switch 2 Welcome Tour is going to depend entirely on the person. If you like twitchy little mini games to try over and over again until you perfect them, especially ones that utilize unique control styles, this is probably a game for you. If you like casually exploring and picking up collectibles and filling out checklists, you'll probably also have a good time. Personally, I am not super into those things, but if you're like me and just enjoy playing around with cool tech and learning about how it works, there's a good amount to enjoy here. Welcome Tour definitely isn't for everyone. It's not a system-defining,
for me.
must-have piece of software like Wii Sports. And yeah,
So is this
it
the best
probably
game
should have
ever?
been free,
No.
but as a standalone
Is this game gonna make you go,
outside
oh
of
my
the
god,
greater
this game
let's all
is
be
the
mad
go?
at Nintendo context,
No.
I'll say it. I think it's worth $10. I do. It's charming, it's refreshing coming from Nintendo, and
thinks it's
at
worth
its
$10.
absolute worst, it's a neat little toy
Not
to
even
mess
Phil
around
thinks
with.
this.
I feel like I've gotten $10 of enjoyment out of it at least. Hey, what's up?
Big ups, Robert's been playing Star Wars Fallen Order. Not played the two Star Wars games, Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor. I saw Shroom play Jedi Survivor, it looked okay. I saw Phil play it too. That was the one with the frog boss he was losing at, right?
Say it. I think it's worth $10.
Yeah, if you don't value $10, this game's for you.
Greater let's all be mad at Nintendo context, I'll say it. I think it's worth $10. I do. It's charming, it's refreshing coming from Nintendo, and at its absolute worst, it's a neat little toy to mess around with.
I wish it
feel
was
like
free
I've
though.
gotten
It should be a
$10 of
free
enjoyment
toy.
out of it at least.
If this was Reggie's
what's up?
Nintendo, he would have made it
what's up?
free.
I'm a little monster. I'm a little monster. This game should have been free. How many times do you have to say that before you recognize that hurting yourself with endless frustration won't change reality?
Whoa! Whoa, he said the quiet part out loud. Let's hear that one again. Doesn't this call back to his one video about the Nintendo negativity getting to him?
I'm a little monster. This game should have been free. How many times do you have to say that before you recognize that hurting yourself with endless frustration won't change reality?
What if I like being negative? Okay, look. Here's the thing, right? Here's the deal. I know people are like, yo, stop hating. Enjoy things. Why can't you let people enjoy things? There's a reason why Arlo was getting called, like, he was getting hit with the toxic positivity allegations last week. If you want to go around saying, why can't people enjoy things? Why can't I enjoy hating things? You know what I enjoy? I enjoy being a hater. So if you're going to say, why don't you just let people enjoy things? Why don't you just let me enjoy hating on things? What's wrong? What's so wrong with that? If you don't like it, don't see it. Click away. Walk away from the screen, as the creator Tyler once said. He finished this boss. I gotta do the hitless run. I think it counts if I restarted the checkpoint, which is what I did after I got hit by that fireball. And I do it for the trophy.
How do you like my cane style?
Very funny. Zing! Oh, okay, that was close. I forgot about this move. He got me with this move when I played the game for the first time. This was a couple weeks ago. Remember that? I remember. All right, give me trophy. Yeah, he's hiding behind the... Oh, there it is. So it did count if I restarted that checkpoint. Big ups. But yeah, he hides behind the veil of positivity, then gets mad at you for, like, voicing your frustrations and valid constructive criticisms of the company, because he wants his comment section to only be nice, positive, happy thoughts. You got the guy from Kung Fu Panda here. That guy that was a lady tiger. Unless you're thinking of like Tai Lung. But Tai Lung was a snow leopard, wasn't he? He wasn't no fucking. It's kind of cringe how Sly just allows all of his ancestors' canes to get stolen. Like, dude, it was just like one rat. You just why didn't you bop him with the cane?
Now you too are a part of me.
Thank you for the follow, Beat Rap. That's a rap? That's a beat rap. Appreciate it. Alright, that's one more trophy. Let me consult my checklist here. I still got a lot more trophies to go, but we're getting there, we're getting there. Now we got 2 more Arlo videos to go. These ones are about the free upgrades I was mentioning earlier for certain Switch 1 games. So it's just gonna be him talking about the upgrades and what his thoughts on the upgrades are. So the next 2 videos are gonna be super tough, is what I'm saying. Alright, back to the Wild West. I gotta do Bentley's trophy next, and then I think I've got another job-specific trophy here that I gotta do. First up, one of the trophies is messing around with secret weapons. This game has secret weapons, don't you know? Check this out. Once the cloud streaming loads. The only person on Twitch playing Sly Cooper, so I'm a fan. That's not true! Unless Ostrava went offline. I started replaying the entire series back in April. You know, I grew up with them. So I was like, you know what? This other guy online, on the internet, who I am aware of, he said this game, South of Midnight, plays exactly like Sly Cooper from the PS2 days. So I was like, wow, really? You're lying. I will prove it by streaming all the Sly Cooper games, 100%ing all of them, and that was my excuse for playing through all the games again. But I went through Sly 1, Sly 2, and Sly 3, all fully completed 100%. Now I'm on this one, which I had not played before. It was actually me playing this one for the very first time. I had seen gameplay of it, of course, but my opinion on it is it's not bad. But there are many things I would change, most importantly, and specifically in the writing department. It feels like good on paper, above average execution. There's a lot to work on. See me after class.
Clear skies, smooth sailing.
Thank you, Knock. The Prime. 30 months from Knock. 30 months. Get it? 30 with a TH and then 30 with a D. 30 months from Knock, and he says, this summer is so fucking hot, you guys. It was 95 degrees for me earlier today. Or was it 92? 92 or 95? Maybe both at various points. I was checking my phone a couple times. What's your favorite? This is the first one. You played the 4th one first? How and why? Oh, you missed a lot. You should have picked up the HD collection on PS3. I am playing this on PS5. I'm streaming it. I don't have a PS3, and I don't have my own copy. So I'm sure. Don't tell anybody. It's a secret. You can just get PS Plus, and they let you play PS3 games. This is illegal. They don't want you to know about this. But my favorite, I would say my overall favorite is Sly 2. But from a writing perspective, I really enjoy Sly 3. Sly 3 was them hitting their stride. Even if it felt like they were starting to lose their steam a teensy-weensy bit. You could tell they were ready to put a cap on the series and move on. Sucker Punch, I mean. And then years later, some other developers thought they would want to, shoot their shot and take a crack at it. But yeah, I would say Sly 2, favorite overall, but real big kudos to Sly 3 for its writing. The banter and shit, which there is banter present in Sly 2, but it really hits the stride in Sly 3. My gripes with Sly 3 are in the gameplay department because it was rushed a year out after Sly 2. So you have things like they got rid of the treasures that you got to collect in the hub worlds. They got rid of the clue bottles. Like, the game's good, but there's less to do compared to Slide 2. And it's shorter than Slide 2. Slide 2's got like 8 areas. It's got 8 hub worlds. I think the plot of Slide 3 is better than Slide 2. It's just the other things hold it back. But it's like almost carried hard by the plot, the characters, and the writing. The character relationships and their arcs and shit are at their strongest in Slide 3. And Slide 4, in a lot of ways, is kind of a retread of certain character arcs that were already defined and explored pretty sufficiently in 3, particularly when it comes to Murray and Bentley. I think that was a result of them just not knowing what to do with Bentley and Murray in this one. Because the game is about Sly and his ancestors. Murray kind of gets like no focus outside of episode 3. And Bentley's easy to write for, but to give him his arc, they do a retread of his cripple arc from Slide 3, and then try to tie it into everything with Penelope, which I like everybody else. I don't like what they did with Penelope. I was born kind of late, but I go back and play the others. You like 1 and 2. Okay. I guess I was just at the right age. So I played Slide 2 first. I saw it on the shelf at like a Target, and I was like, wow, that was like a fun game. You know, I was like, so I grew up with the PS1 and Crash and Spyro, but the Crash and Spyro games from that era were kind of, they were kind of okay. So I was like, well, let me look for some other funny animal game to play. So I saw that, it spoke to me. I wasn't even looking at the PS2 section in particular. I was looking at the promotional section, like I guess for like new releases, you know, like when you enter a GameStop or you go to the video game section, the promoted new releases are up front. So like I saw Slide 2 on the promotional section at the Target, and I was like, oh yeah, looks cool. Papa Dingus, let me have it, please. Nintendo tweeting Animal Crossing today. Are they hinting at something? Let me check what you're talking about, because I hadn't checked their Twitter. It's a video you recommend, Dingus? Okay. Let me load this up in Brave. I love the Brave browser. Dragon Ball Speedrun. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'll take a look. Oh, thank you for the direct link. Thank you, sir. I don't know, after revealing Splatoon, I don't know if I'd say Animal Crossing is the secret holiday game. I think it's just gonna be Splatoon Raiders. Splatoon Raiders was the one they held off on. Like, they didn't announce it at the Switch 2 event, but so that they could reveal it on the app, and then that's like an extra bonus game for the holiday season. The Wheelchair Jade game Drag Drive comes out August 14th. They revealed that today as well. Surviving, Animal Crossing New Horizons, 11,000 likes, and it's it's a bunch of blue Twitter checkmarks begging for a sequel or an update for New Horizons. I would take an update because I feel like the Splatoon and Animal Crossing share developers. They share the same development teams. So when they're not working on Splatoon, they're working on Animal Crossing, and vice versa. When they're not working on Animal Crossing, it's because they're working on Splatoon. So if they're working on the Splatoon spinoff, that kind of tells me they got their horses all behind that carriage, or behind that carriage. They got their horses tugging that carriage. So they might not be working on Animal Crossing, or it could be they just gave the engine and assets for the Splatoon shit to like another developer. Like maybe it's not by the main team, it's by like a B team, and the current team is working on the next Animal Crossing. Because Splatoon 3 is already out. Be probably a few years before Splatoon 4. Or maybe they just went ahead and split development teams. That's what they're saying about Donkey Kong Bonanza. So it had come out allegedly with DK Bonanza. It's by this is all rumors and hearsay. It's allegedly by a splinter from the original Mario Odyssey team is working on Bonanza with a bunch of younger developers that grew up with the Donkey Kong Country games in Japan. Meanwhile, the remnants of the Mario Odyssey team are the ones that are still working on the next 3D Mario, which I buy. I can believe this. I don't buy the logic that because Phil was saying this, I don't buy the logic that they're working on DK Bonanza, so we're not going to get 3D Mario. That's not how this shit works. They're always working on games, even if we don't know about them, even if we don't have them announced, even if we don't see them, we know they exist. So, you know, Animal Crossing is coming. They're probably working on it as we speak. Now, whether it's like a priority right now, depends on where it is and the hierarchy of game priorities. They're absolutely working on the next 3D Mario. It's all a matter of when. They don't really have crunch over there. Infamously with Mario Wonder, there was no crunch with Mario Wonder. They said, you release that shit whenever you want to. No fucking deadline whatsoever. Hey, praise that, son. Where's my open world Zelda game? You just got it. Want another one? Yeah, DSP wrong again. That's my final answer, Alpha Elite. I think they're working on Animal Crossing. Probably, likely, if the Bonanza thing is true, then it'll just be like it'll just be like the Bonanza situation, where they split the team up. Half is working on Animal Crossing, half is working on Splatoon stuff, and the half working on Animal Crossing stuff. I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see the fruits of their labor eventually. Wait, I said I was gonna show off the secret weapon, and then Mr. Beat distracted me. It's okay, don't worry, I'm not mad at you. I was gonna show off the secret weapons! I was talking about how long the game takes to load. This isn't a true port or remaster. So I'm streaming it. It's as though I am playing it on a PS3. I'm just controlling it with a PS5 controller. Look. Ratchet's wrench! A large wrench of unknown origin. Some even say it is not of this earth. While useful for ratcheting bolts, it's even better for smacking up enemies. Clank. What's the next Arlo video? Let me show off the fucking weapons yet. Weapons first. Oh, there it is. There's a ratchet guy. Look. It's his wrench. It's the weapon from other game. There it is. Apparently you get bolts with this. Let's see. Let's knock a dude out. Does he have bolts in his pocket? Oh! Oh, that's so cool. It even makes the noise. It's a reference to Ratchet & Clank. You never played Ratchet & Clank? It's the weapon from Ratchet & Clank. It's the wrench. It's Ratchet's wrench from Ratchet & Clank. You guys, you uncultured. This is why you need me. This is why you need a dingus in your life, in your rotation of streamers that you watch. Because you motherfuckers didn't grow up with these games. You grew up playing Fight Night or some shit. Grand Theft Auto Vice City. Fucking Saints Row before it became wacky. Okay, you were kidding. Sorry. I'm sorry. Look, sarcasm doesn't... I can't read sarcasm on the internet well. Nobody can. Yeah, Unc Dingus is spurging out again. Alright, there you go. Hero Tech. That was also a trophy. Okay, it gives you bolts, and the bolts are also doubled. So, like, coins are worth doubled with when you have the wrench active. Not that I need money right now. The other secret weapon is... Cole's Amp. A weapon so shocking, it might even be called... Infamous. Bust this out when you want to zap your enemies. Or, just make your fur stand on end. Been forever since I played Ratchet & Clank, though. That is on the Extra Life Dono Nostalgia games. It's like, you know, we did the Crash Trilogy. All the Sly games are done now. We do Jak and Daxter next. And then the next poll will be either Spyro or Ratchet. I see, I never played Infamous. I just know of it. But this is Cole's weapon from that game. It looks like the fork Entropy uses in Crash Bandicoot. The little tuning fork. Holy shit! That one-shot him! Mamma mia! I can see why they hide this from you until the end of the game. What is this pinned message? It's me calling you a speedrunning god. Happy birthday! Ba-ba-ba. It's the least I can do for you showing me off all the cool slide tech. The Arlo segment is not done.
Making some race.
What? Hassan would be proud. You see that trophy name? Hassan would be proud? What Hassan? What Hassan is being discussed here? Now, wait a minute. Ow, I'm stuck. But I'm not stuck with Carl. Carl is stuck with me. Thank you, Carl. 26 months. It's here too for 33 months. And he says, this is his re-up message. Everyone wish Astrava VT a happy birthday. Yes. Thank you, Carl. You're here at the most amazing, perfect time. Hassan would be proud. Snow, but the game is saying Hassan Piker would be proud of me stealing from the rich. I guess that's kind of in character. Yeah, if you want expert level, top tier, peak professional Sly Cooper strat speed runs, you gotta watch this guy. He was doing Sly 2 runs earlier. He makes these games. He fucking breaks these games apart. I don't know what I'm even looking at when I watch this dude. Look at him. What is he doing? What is that? How did he do that? What is he doing? Huh? I want to learn how to do that.
Let's go. I hit it perfectly.
Hassan is rich. He's not rich enough. I mean, if you think about it, wouldn't Hassan absolutely be for like divestment of the riches of the rich, the wealth of the rich divested amongst the poor? You think he would be like a Robin Hood style advocate? Just, you know, instead of like the green clothes and the tights, he instead has like the giant oversized coats and the clunky, ugly shoes, the frazzled hair, the tiny head. His head's tiny. All right, let me switch back to the wrench. I just like having the bolts, dude. I think it's cool. It changes the currency. They didn't have to do that. Alright, but that's battle with a secret weapon and pickpocket a full collection of every item in the game. I was only missing the belt buckle. Alright, Bentley's trophy is next. Now we can do the next Arlo video. If I can find it. And then I'll watch this Dragon Ball video that I was linked. You missed it, Carl. Arlo was defending the $10 tech demo on Switch 2. He said it was worth $10 and people are being too negative about the game. And you're allowing negativity to control your life if you're still talking about this game being $10 today, weeks after the release of the system. Say the Hassan that they refer to for the trophy is Trusty Hassan, the carpet store owner that's sleeping with two scams. I know, Hassan's Honest Hassan's carpets. I just wanted to make a silly joke. I remember. I'm not that forgetful. I do forget a lot of things though. I didn't forget that because I made the same Hassan joke when I went in there in that area for the first time.
Hello, my beauteous friends. It is finally time.
Okay, this video is titled New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe on Switch 2 looks pretty good. Pretty good. He did a whole video for the free upgrade for Mario Deluxe. That's it. That's the video. Used to use Aspen Gold channel as a gaming news feed, but it's turned into a political channel now, and I don't want to see that stuff, so I just unsubbed. That's why nobody watches the Quarter Pounder anymore. Remember that Quarter Pounder video? I think people would just go to Asmongold now for that shit. I feel like there's a significant overlap between the two audiences that those two people cater to. And the Quartering is just like fat and old, and it's he's old hat versus Asmongold, who's like not fat but also kind of greasy, and he has long hair, but he's not fat. This is like a point in his favor. So people would rather watch him, and he takes not as much time as Quarter Pounder does to get his milquetoast takes out there. And yeah, you're right. And Quarter Pounder had 10 employees that he paid versus Asmongold, who is like associated with the company, the same company that like employs Kirsch and all these other VTubers and shit, the Mythic company. So like they take, basically Asmongold is an employee for a company versus Quarter Pounder, who has employees for some reason. So he fired a bunch of them and then he fired and then hired. What was the idea there?
For me to do what I've been wanting to do since the Switch 2 launched. I want to take a look at all of the games, the Switch 1 games that have received free performance updates that I own. I do not own all of them, but of the ones that I do own, I want to just play them, take a look and see how they look and run on the Switch 2 and kind of just give you my impressions. And I want to start with my personal least favorite of the bunch. I know Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe has many, many fans. It's sold many, many copies, and it is a good game that I do not like. It is a largely well-designed.
I would say Mario U Deluxe is a great game, but it's held back from being a new Super Mario Bros. U game and having that same look as all the other ones. And it's the fourth one, so you know people had fatigue of the series at that point when it came out. It came out only a few months after New Super Mario Bros. 2 on 3DS, so the burnout was bigly. But that game does have a lot of unique tricks and shit in its levels. It does a lot of stuff that Mario Brothers Wonder also does, and that like the stuff that Mario Wonder does and gets praised for is stuff that Mario U was already doing. If you actually play through Mario U on Wii U or Switch or whatever, wherever you play it on, if you play through Mario U, you'll notice a lot of the things in that game are stuff that Mario Wonder like does and got praised for, except, you know, because it's Mario Wonder on the Switch and it doesn't look like New Super Mario Brothers, you know, it gets praised for it, whereas Mario U just gets overlooked and branded as, oh, just another New Super Mario Brothers game. Hey, Mr. Bun. Wii U bad? Wii U bad sales, Wii U not bad console.
And fun experience that irritates me to no end. I won't give you my entire spiel. You can go watch my review if you want to hear that. You know, it's old-fashioned in all the wrong ways. You know, like it's just got all these little annoying things about it, and it's just, yeah,
things.
Even at the time,
it's got
the whole
things
like
in it.
Throwback homage to the original games thing. It was already old, so like there's that problem I have with it. And then just it's all these little archaic elements. The map screen is super irritating, and how you can't even like say, you have to like reach a certain progression point before you can save again, like the old games. I don't know, just a lot of stuff about it. I don't like the way it controls.
It's too archaic for you, not modernized enough, Arlo?
This is me going on the spiel. I'm not gonna go on the spiel. I will say though, since playing it for the
oh shit, big alert, Knock is Switch 2 coming tomorrow. Gonna give Splatoon 3 another shot. There is a Splatoon 3 Splatfest on July the 12th, Knock. If you're not rusty, if you can clear all the rust off of your Inkling, you're more than welcome to squad up if you want. Maybe I'll bug Ann to join in.
First time, I have learned that you can disable the thing where like you're trying to jump but you're in midair and you hit the jump button again and it makes you spin, but you're trying to hit the button so that you can bounce off an enemy and it makes you miss the enemy you were trying to like the game is now dramatically better, you know, like
okay, I want to bring something up though, because this thing he just mentioned, this
I've learned that you can disable the thing where like you're trying to jump but you're in midair and you hit the jump button again and it makes you spin, but you're trying to hit the button so that you can bounce off an enemy and it makes you miss the enemy you were trying to like.
Basically, you jump on an enemy and you can bounce off them for the bounce, right? You played a Mario game before. You bounce off the enemy with the jump button when you land on them. In Mario U, the same button is mapped to spinning around, which can sometimes cause you to fuck your jumps, and instead of bouncing off the enemy, instead you do a spin jump if you do it too early. In the Switch version, you can disable that, and Arlo did not know until the Switch 2 upgrade. That disabling was not added with the Switch 2 upgrade. That was just always there when it came out on Switch 1. He just didn't know.
The game is now dramatically better. You know, like I still have problems with it, but since learning that you can disable that through a secret hidden option, I will admit it is dramatically better now. That one thing was enough to really bring down the experience, and I cannot understand how making the game much, much, much better is literally a hidden secret option you have to look up. I can't understand it. So anyway, yes, the game itself running on Switch 2, you know, frame rate was already fine before. So essentially this is just the resolution. It's just a clearer image, displays more smooth.
It is okay. I know you're hearing him say hidden, and then you're over here saying like, oh yeah, I don't believe you. It actually is hidden though. I will vouch for this. It is hidden. You have to put in like a code combination to disable it. The game doesn't tell you this code. The game does not tell you this code anywhere in the game. This was found out by data miners after the fact. So it is actually hidden. It is retarded of Nintendo the way that they did it. It is absolutely behind the times. It is, in fact, archaic. That should have been a regular ass setting. The thing is, it's known about now. It has been known about. It's been known about since the game came out. And Arlo just did it. Arlo was late. That's what I'm saying. Arlo was just late to the party.
On my 4K television screen.
You gotta like input the fucking Konami code to disable it.
Whereas an old game like this, it really reveals the best and the worst of the visuals. Do you know what I mean? The sharper resolution really reveals and highlights the best the game has to offer visually and the worst it has to offer.
Wow, basically on Switch 2, the game looks better, it's higher resolution. He's gonna do a video for every game that got an upgrade like this, and it's gonna be just like this one.
You know, some elements they just don't quite look as good. Nintendo admitted themselves that they had a really hard time transitioning into the HD era.
They're transitioning!
And this was a Wii U launch title, so this was essentially one of their very, very first forays into HD visuals. And it shows. I think the weakest elements of the game are probably in the 3D assets. Not every 3D asset, but like usually when I see something that still looks a little bit rough, like a 3D model, sometimes on like the map screen. Essentially, in a lot of ways, this game...
Basically what he's saying is the 3D models still have jaggies because they were still figuring out HD development with the release of the Wii U. So the 2D stuff, like the textures look great, but the actual 3D models are still kind of blocky because they hadn't figured out HD yet. There you go.
Game really does not look that much better than a Wii game. You know, like it was a higher resolution, so it looked better by
Go
default.
back and play Wii games for real,
when you crank the resolution all the way up like this, it kind of just
doesn't look
reveals
better than
like
a
the
Wii
core
game.
elements that you're looking at. And yeah, in a lot of ways, it's just like this is like Wii and a half. You know, a lot of the 3D assets just don't look.
The Wii U itself was a Wii and a half, to be honest. To be fair.
Very good. Polygon counts are surprisingly low considering what even the Wii U was capable of. It wasn't the strongest system in the world, but like you look...
Why did the Wii U fail, or why do you think people say it failed? Marketing was terrible. People thought it was just an accessory add-on to the Wii. I'm the one, I don't think I've ever admitted this on stream before. I'm one of the ones that thought it was just a tablet add-on accessory for the original Wii. I didn't understand until like months later that it was supposed to be the next system. They did a real terrible job with the marketing. That's why I think with the Switch 2, they didn't call it the Super Switch, they didn't call it the Pro Switch, they didn't want to risk it. They know how stupid Americans are, and how they get everything mixed up. They gotta have it drilled into them. And what better way to drill in that this is the new one than to just put a number at the end? These are motherfuckers who buy Apple iPhones. iPhone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, X, XR, X, Amber, ALR, XL, ALR, Amberlin Reed. They just took a page from Apple and Sony's book. PlayStation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Switch 2. Then from cultural osmosis, people will easily be able to understand that it's a new system. Versus you trying to be funny and calling it the Wii U. Wii U? Wii Re! Like, people don't get it. They thought it was an accessory. I thought it was an accessory. You should have called it the Wii 2. I don't know. They probably should have just called it the Wii 2. You're right. It was kind of just like the Wii, but again.
At other games on the Wii U, like it was capable of a heck of a lot more than this. This really did seem like an early generation kind of get it out the door trial run. Obviously, they were basing a lot of this game on New Super Mario Brothers Wii. Really just touching it up a little bit. So yeah, 3D models don't always look good.
Getting the last trophies in Slide 4 here.
Those are some of the weaker elements, and then there are some 2D elements as well that are slightly weak. And again, that's the funny thing. It highlights the best and the worst. And in this case, it really
about Mario.
highlights
I like Mario,
the
right?
trouble they were having with HD development. You can kind of see the inconsistency. Some 2D assets look terrific, but then some are just like very low resolution. And I guess I don't know, maybe they just hadn't become as cognizant of like how high the resolution of a texture or a model has to be. Like there was no like standard yet. Like it's all got to be at least this much, and then we can like downscale it to run in the game. It's a little bit all over the place. The whole thing is certainly colorful and it is fun, but there are times when it's just kind of like, yeah, like Nintendo really is they're capable of a heck of a lot more than this. And even on like older hardware, you know, they've always made games that look really good. It's not just about hardware power, it's about like the art style. And like the whole art style thing, it is there. I don't know, I guess it just looks more rough than most games from around that time. On the good side though, again, it reveals the worst and the best. And there indeed is a lot about this game, visually, that holds up quite well. Mostly the 2D assets, the ones that they, you know, just built into the game at a nice high resolution, whether those are models or textures or whatever, I never quite know. But the sharpest stuff is the 2D stuff, or the 3D stuff that is made to look like 2D stuff. I know Nintendo likes to do that a lot. I would say in particular the backgrounds still look very good, and that's really what made the game look good in the first place. You know, it's
probably the most standout level in Mario U. So he's talking about backgrounds. Most standout level in Mario U is the one in the haunted level. We'll call it the haunted level, where the background is like a Van Gogh painting. Van Gogh, right? Like Starry Night. It looks like Starry Night, and it's like the only level in the game with the background like that. And it was so good that they had like its own trailer for that level. They gave it its own trailer, and it's like it makes you want like the whole game to be just like that level. But no, it's just unique to that level. No other level in the game has a neat little visual trick like that.
It's the backgrounds. The whole thing is a little bit plain, and that's another problem I have with it creatively. It really is just like bog standard Mario, and it's just like, by this point it was already getting so old.
Bog standard Mario is still better than most games.
Anything going for it visually. It was the backgrounds, and like sure, you know, there's the whole Starry Night thing where like none of it really lived up to that one level, but there's
the Starry Night
good
thing
stuff going on in the backgrounds, even like in the first level, you know, with the big acorn tree and the cool like geometric mountains popping up. There is plenty of stuff that looks good. There's plenty of stuff that looks really nice rendered at 4K resolution, or however high it is, you know, on a 4K TV. It looks smooth. It looks good. And you know, it's funny, even though with this version of the game it is easier to see its flaws, I somehow still prefer it. I don't know what it is. I really do value a clear image over everything else. So even if you could argue that lowering the resolution a bit, just like
He's the
across
graphics
the board,
hog.
kind of fuzzing it a little bit, it all looks a lot more consistent. I somehow still prefer it this way. It's really weird. Artistically, it is now easier to see the game's visual flaws.
I don't watch enough Panic Man on GPN stream to make a comment on what he does or doesn't do.
Some of the stuff is like, yeah, that really just kind of looks like it's straight
happy
from
for
the
him,
Wii
though.
generation. I don't care. I love that clear image. I love seeing the whole thing stretched out across my TV.
We need Panic Man to react to Arlo. That's what we need.
I just don't like Jaggies. No, I mean, I don't know. I just don't like them. So even if
Jaggies
New
have
Super
soul.
Mario Brothers U Deluxe is not the
Jaggies have soul, though. I will vouch for Jaggies. Jaggy graphics, soul. Hey, Goon. It's because Panic Man doesn't have a laptop and barely knows how to use a console to record stream. He needs the dingus setup. So can we get a give, send, go? Because he's religious. Let's get a give, send, go for Panic Man.
the most technically.
Synthetic Man react to Arlo? I asked Synthetic Man what his thoughts on Arlo were, and he said he never watched an Arlo video and doesn't care. But he did call him a shill.
Impressive Mario game that there be in the world. It's still just a better experience on Switch 2.
Yeah, he's like a Nintendo show, right?
Game with zero compromises. We are now playing the third time's a charm, the third version of this game. You had the Wii U original, then the Switch one, and now the Switch 2 version of the Switch one. It is now, there it is. New Super Mario Bros. U has finally been perfected. It is done.
Perfected, but you still think it's a flawed game. I'll reiterate, I think it's the best new Super Mario Brothers game. Doesn't mean much, though. Alright, this is the last Arlo video. Link's Awakening is incredible on Switch 2! I'm sure it is.
Hello, hello! We have arrived at our second stop on this little Switch 1 free upgrade tour, and I tell you, Nintendo really did zero in on like just the right games. You know, the games that have these free updates. I'm sure we're gonna get more in the future, but the ones that they started with.
Yeah, this on Switch
really
1
did
had a lot of
focus
frame
on
drops for some reason.
Games that
Switch couldn't handle it.
The help. And also games that I just personally really wanted to see running better. And Link's Awakening fits into...
Yeah, the Pikmin drama ended last week. It had a pretty anticlimactic conclusion with Nintendo patching the game and Arlo and the Pikmin guy just kind of moving on from it.
Both categories. It is both a game.
It was kind of all for nothing.
Good, and I was really excited to see how it looked at a higher resolution, and also a game with problems. You know, not just a game that it has a little bit of a hard time. You know, high enough resolution or frame rate. Or no, but like a problem, like an actual like, oh, what is this kind of problem that Nintendo never did fix, which was slightly surprising, but whatever. Better late than never. So we may as well start with the problem. The Switch.
I would say, because you're saying it fits in Arlo W, I would say Arlo gets a W because the Pikmin guy apologized to Arlo, even though he really shouldn't have, and Arlo took that as a win, and then he didn't make another video afterwards, so I don't even know if he accepted the apology. But I don't think the Pikmin man should have apologized. Especially, you know, considering Arlo just ended up not giving him any further attention. And Arlo got to use that as a tangent to like do a little segment on how like Nintendo fans are so negative now and how that bums them out because the Switch 2 was supposed to be this great, awesome moment where we're all supposed to unite and unify as a unit and praise Nintendo and get on our hands and knees and laze them up. But now we can't because $80 games and $10 tech demos and games that are broken backwards compatibility wise. I don't think you should have apologized. Arlo caused the drama and won it by being more clouded, and the other guy knelt. I would say if he had not knelt to Arlo, he would at least have his integrity, because he would still be objectively in the right. Like, no matter how you view that situation, him being the whistleblower on the game not working well on Switch 2 would have been an objectively correct thing to do. So he would have gotten a W that way. He would still have his integrity intact. But because he kneeled, now you have like, well, now you can say, oh, well, you fucking went back on it. You fucking backstepped by apologizing to Arlo, because now you're saying By apologizing and kneeling, you're admitting that Arlo was right. Or at least you're implying that Arlo's perspective is the correct one. God damn it, Bentley. Yeah, Arlo said I'm the one.
Which one version of Link's Awakening, you know, it had this weird frame rate issue where pretty much every time you load into a new area, and that includes like walking across the, you know, because the overworld is seamless, but like you can always tell when the game is loading in a new piece of it because the frame rate would just dip. You would just get this weird.
Oh yeah, and it allowed Arlo. You're right. Ends of Win says you forgot to mention that Arlo was a hater, but now he's a mature adult now. True. It did give Arlo an opportunity to talk about how he used to be in the past, back when people liked him.
Choppy, temporary dip in the frame rate. And it's like it wasn't a big problem. It certainly was no Echoes of Wisdom, which we'll talk about in a bit. I have not yet played that one, so I don't know how it did. But here, like, yeah, it wasn't a massive problem.
He was one of the biggest proponents behind Zelda getting her own game, and then he didn't play Echoes of Wisdom? This is the Nintendo guy, by the way.
But it was disappointing. It did kind of get in the way because it's like it wasn't constant, but it was regular. You know, it's not something that kind of plagued every moment of the gameplay, but it did happen quite a lot, and the game looked really good in its own way.
He played Thousand Year Door Remake. He genuinely believes he's one of the reasons that game got remade. Because back when he was a hater, he was like begging Nintendo for a remake. Then the remake comes out, and he doesn't finish it.
But the problem is when you have a game that looks really good, but has like frame rate issues, it's a little harder to enjoy the nice visuals because it's like, okay, well, like, is this the cost then? Like, this is the cost of these nice visuals with all these shiny effects, is we gotta have the frame rate tank every once in a while. So yeah, it was a bit of an issue, and now it has simply been fixed. It has, yeah. I really wish Nintendo could have figured it out back around when the game released. It's a shame it's been in this state for so long, but at the very least now, you play the game on your Switch 2, and that frame rate is, as far as I've seen, completely consistent. Buttery smooth, you could even call it. Doesn't matter how many times you load in or out of areas, you know, go in or out of buildings and caves. Doesn't really matter. It just runs well. So that's nice.
Thanks for the update, Arlo.
That is certainly a relief. I mean, you know, if there was a big problem with the game, that was it. And now it's just not a problem anymore. So the game now gets to be the game that it always had the potential to be.
He's been doing videos since 2015, 2016, I think. About around a decade, I'd say.
You know, and that's what's so nice about all these.
Around the time of Paper Mario on the Wii U.
Like, we were always aware of the relatively weak hardware power of the original Switch. We always were, and we could always just like, we could see the artistic vision behind these games, but they were always just held back a bit, and it was frustrating. Obviously, for what it was, the Switch did put out some.
Yeah, I'll never get how people like Arlo and Phil are graphics whores. I've always been performance over resolution. If a game looks good, it looks good, but I need it running. I don't like frame dips, but if I gotta sacrifice resolution to get like the game running consistent, I will.
Really amazing visuals, but there were always compromises. I mean, I guess in this case, the weird frame rate thing. I don't even know if you could call it a compromise.
Like Paper Mario Thousand Year Door Remake. That looks beautiful.
Knows what's
but
wrong kind of problem. You know, it just
not
beautiful,
like beautiful enough that I would accept the game being 30 FPS.
About the engine or something. I don't know. Whatever the case, though, it looks good. But then if you want to talk about the artistic vision and the game living up to what it can be, let's just talk about the visuals overall. And yeah, like I said, I was really excited to see this game.
It's at 4K, guys. Yeah, I know you won't see it at 4K, but it's at 4K for me.
I'm running at a higher resolution because my own annoying, contrarian quibbles about the art style aside, it is a very good looking game. It's almost like too good looking of a game, you know, like lots of really fine detail, all these very like shiny elements, very nice textures. The whole entire world kind of looks like a bit of a plastic toy kind of thing. The style is overall a lot more simplistic versus, you know, a big 3D game, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. But, you know, it's kind of like zeroed in on these much smaller models and thus has given it all a little bit of an extra level of detail. Every asset has been crafted with just a little bit more care. There's a little bit more like post-processing going on. And again, I do think that did
Yeah, they should.
contribute
It's in the
to
data mine. Like,
to
it's
the
there.
overall
You just gotta
performance
flick a switch to
issues.
enable
So
it.
now it is just lovely to see this game running at a sharp, crystal clear resolution. It really does look phenomenal. Like it looks everything as good as I was hoping it would look, or I guess rather it looks as good as I expected. I suppose I did expect this because you can see the detail. You can see how good the game looks. You're just looking at it through a, you know, a slightly fuzzy screen. You're seeing that the Switch can only give you so many pixels, but now the Switch 2 is pumping out all the pixels you could possibly want, so you get this really, really fine level of detail spread across.
It should run at 60 because the original Thousand Year Door ran at 60. So I agree, Knock. I don't see why it can't run at 60. It just, maybe the Switch just genuinely can't run it at 60 for some reason because of the visuals.
The big old TV. And it really just looks fantastic. During my time with the game, I would say there are maybe 1 or 2 textures where it's like, okay, yeah, it's a little bit low res. You know, you can tell like that one from the beginning wasn't displaying like at a super high resolution or whatever. But for the most part, all the other textures, they look really, really good. I don't know if they necessarily up-resed any of these textures. I imagine that with any of these free upgrades, probably not. They really are probably just using the textures as they were programmed into the game.
I think Digital Foundry actually said they did redo the menu assets, so Arlo might be wrong about that. I'm just gonna go with Digital Foundry knowing more about this than Arlo does.
But if that is the case, then yeah, this is even more impressive that now you're rendering at a much higher resolution. And it still looks great. The texture work still looks really, really nice and sharp. Then poly counts are already pretty good. All the character models, you know, they already looked very smooth and nice, but now it's been just smoothed over that much more. Everything is just so like vibrant and sharp and clear now. All the lighting effects just look that much better. And I would say one of the absolute best changes here is what this all does for the depth of field effect, where like the edges of the screen are kind of blurred. I know this has always been very divisive. A lot of people really, really hate the effect. I've always been fine with it. I think my thing is that I don't so much mind that a part of the screen gets blurred a little bit. I think it looks okay. Mostly the problem is a technical one. It was obvious that in the original, I wouldn't be surprised if they did the depth of field effect not so much just as an artistic choice, but as a way to kind of ease the strain on the system a little bit. I mean, I guess the whole thing is going for like a small diorama toy kind of style, so it does make sense if they did it kind of for that reason as well. But I think it had the added benefit of, well, you know, if you take a chunk of the screen, like if at any given time a chunk of the screen can be blurred out, that means that they can render that chunk at a lower resolution, thus, you know, saving some of that juice for the rest of the image. And so it was always kind of obvious that the blurry parts, they got kind of chunky. You know, like you could kind of tell that underneath the blur, things got a little bit jaggy. But now that there's so much extra juice to go around, now the entire image can render at a higher resolution, including the stuff that's being blurred out.
Everyone's got enough juice for themselves, including me with my cantaloupe juice. It's okay. Not really a fan of cantaloupe, but it's what I got. It's just what I got.
And I think that makes the depth of field effect just so much more subtle. It makes it so much softer. Again, I didn't really like mind it before, but
there's a visual aid for my lovely, somewhat okay, not necessarily tangy, flavorful, and robust cantaloupe juice.
this is definitely a huge improvement, and I hope that it makes it better for people for whom it was a problem, people who really didn't like the effect. I
guess
feel
the juice
like
is pretty bitter.
Probably
Kinda, yeah.
should help. I guess I won't know until I actually talk to some people. But
Thank you.
It just looks a lot better. It's not as much of an eyesore. You know, it doesn't pop up in your I don't know, in your field of vision quite as much. I think it was always supposed to be subtle, but now it is actually quite subtle. So I think really that's one of the best things about this. It's just the depth of field effect is that much better. And you know what? If there is still one, I don't want to say problem, but if there's still one visual element of the game that still feels a little bit, I don't know,
He's
old,
not satisfied.
just kind of on the lower tech side, kind of reveals that this is an older game, it's the shadows. Something about the way that the shadows are
have
rendered here,
jackies.
they're just a little tiny bit choppy. You know, like
Ugh,
most
so
of the
choppy.
game is much sharper, much clearer, but the shadows themselves are still just a little bit rough. They're a little, I mean, they shimmer, that's not really, they just kind of like a little sort of a jaggy, wiggly quality to them. And this is really anywhere you see shadows. So, you know, the bigger, clearer, more obvious ones on like characters and whatnot. But then like some just elements of the world will just have like very, very slight shadowing around them. And it's a real shame. Not because I think it's a big deal, not because I think it looks bad. I think it's because if it weren't for the shadows, this game now looks like perfect. You know, like you could give me a game on Switch 2 that looks like this and runs this well, and I'd be like, all right, cool, beautiful new game. I would be basically satisfied. I mean, sure, there's probably other things you could touch up here and there. Again, maybe like some of the textures or whatever, but like this is most of the way to like a perfect game. It already looks so good. It's hard to tell that it ever was a
You guys think Phil gives you free
Switch
streams,
1
huh?
game. And so really it is just the shadows that are kind of revealing that this game was developed for kind of antiquated hardware. It's just like, it's so close to perfection. You know, it got a resolution upgrade, so as I'm playing, I'm on the lookout for jaggies. I'm looking for them wherever, but like every time I see them, every time there's something that kind of catches my eye, and I go, oh, that looks a little rough. I look, it's the shadows. Every time, it's just like, oh yeah, there's just like a really tiny bit of shadowing along these like tiles, and it just creates the very slightest bit of jaggy wiggliness. Yeah, again, it's not a problem at all. It's just, it's so close to like almost absolute perfection. But even considering that, yeah, the game, it still looks so good. It still looks really, really phenomenal. It's just lovely to see that artistic vision fully realized, to see the game just unfettered and being the best game that it can possibly be, because it's a really great game. Link's Awakening is still a really just phenomenal experience. And now we get to play it with no compromises. Looks as good as it possibly can. And that is a lovely thing. So yeah, thank you for watching. I just recorded the Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe one, and then I just recorded this one. And then of course I did Splatoon 3 because they gave us the update kind of as a surprise, so I did that one. So those are done. Let me know in the comments which Switch 1 game with a free performance upgrade I should look at next among the ones that I have.
How about the one people care about the most?
I still
Pokemon?
haven't touched Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. I still haven't touched Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. We got Echoes of Wisdom, of course. We've got Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury, Super Mario Odyssey. Very excited to do that one. And Captain Toad. Yeah, so out of those.
You do a video on Captain Toad?
Maybe I'll do a poll somewhere. I don't know. Whatever. Just let me know.
Okay, I know. I was linked the Dragon Ball video, but that video is longer than the last one I want to watch on the list. So I do want to put on this one first, and then I'll get to the Dragon Ball video. I promise. This one is by Synthetic Man's brother, Devin, and it's called. Yeah, it's kind of fitting because I just mentioned Pokemon. Game Freak hates Pokemon, and they hate you for liking it. Yeah. You don't watch his podcast, Carl? His brother's a co-host in the podcast. Devin is his brother and Thomas is his friend. I get them mixed up all the time.
You know, I used to think it was just incompetence. That the games are bad because they just don't have the talent. That they could make mobile games, handheld games, but they just don't have the skills to make a good console game. But with the announcement of Beast of Reincarnation, Game Freak's new game, it is clear to me now that this is malice. They don't make bad Pokemon games because they lack the skill. They do it because they hate Pokemon and they don't want to make it anymore. And they hate you for making them make Pokemon games.
I think that game is benefiting from being on Unreal Engine, and that's just why it looks the way it looks. But yes, Game Freak could try harder if they wanted to. But you already knew that. Let's talk about it for 20 minutes.
The announcement of a new game that is higher quality than their flagship franchise, that is worth more than every other IP on the planet, it can no longer be denied that something is functionally wrong with Game Freak. Sure, they've made other games before. They've made smaller titles, Little Town Hero, Giga Wrecker, Pocket Card Jockey Ride On, small
Sam
titles
said
of
Pocket
similar
Card Jockey was
quality,
okay.
or even worse than the Pokemon games. But this is different. Now they're making a real AAA game of AAA quality. Just look at it. The game's gorgeous. And then look at Scarlet and Violet. I love these games. They're fun, but it looks like shit. It looks like they made it on a budget of $12. And I'm not saying the new Pokemon games should look like Beast of Reincarnation, that they should look like a high-budget Unreal game, but they could maybe shoot for, I don't know, Breath of the Wild. If you can make something that looks like this, you can make something that looks like Breath of the Wild. But no, we get shit. Look at how bad this looks. Just
art style over realism, especially when it comes to Nintendo. I do like that he understands that. It's not so dense in an argument that he's begging for Pokemon to be made in Unreal Engine for everything to be hyper realistic. I do appreciate we're getting that misconception out of the way.
Side by side, look at Scarlet and Violet and Breath of the Wild, and you cannot tell me those are the same thing. And graphical quality is just the tip of the iceberg. Pokemon is rotten to the core, down to every last detail is laziness. It is not ignorance, it's not lack of skill, it is laziness. Just look at the new designs. They don't even look like Pokemon anymore. And this isn't Gen 5 doesn't look like Gen 1. It's that Pokemon within the same generation don't even look similar to each other. They look like they don't fit in with Pokemon. They look like they fit in a different series. Look at Sojourner, the fucking Stonehenge with a smiley face on it. This
That's from
fits
Gen 8,
better in a
Sword and Shield.
cartoon than it does Pokemon.
That's Scarlet
and you
and Violet.
cannot tell me they put effort into this. That it took years for them to hone their craft. Thousands of designs under their belt, all culminating into a couple of rectangles with a smiley face drawn on. It is clearly drawn on. This is not a mouth. It is someone taking a pencil and writing on a rock. And don't bring up Geodude. Geodude has actual details. It has eyebrows and a chin, fucking hands. The eyes are sunken in. It's not a flat texture. And this probably isn't even the worst one. Bramblin? Is this even a...
Okay, so the Geodude thing is a good point. A Geodude, despite you could make the same conceptual argument, like, oh, they both share the same concept, they're both just like a rock with a living rock. But I would say Geodude has more effort put into it. It's not just like a soul or nostalgia thing here. Geodude is a stronger design because it actually is everything it is. It's got a sunken-in face. It has actual definition to its facial features, whereas Stonejourner is just a little smiley on a Stonehenge. Hey, Gabazar Authority.
On a rock. And don't bring up Geodude. Geodude has actual details. It has eyebrows and a chin, fucking hands. The eyes are sunken in. It's not a flat texture. And this probably isn't even the worst one. Bramblin? Is this even alive? Are those supposed to be eyes? It definitely doesn't have a mouth of any kind. What? Pokemon are supposed to be your friends. How do you befriend the fucking potted plant? There is a clear difference between Oddish with a face and a mouth, or Roselia with a face and a mouth, and a literal fucking ball that maybe has eyes. Maybe.
I'm surprised. So he actually knows the names of these later gen Pokemon. I thought it would be like a Phil kind of level surface analysis without naming, but he's naming specifics here. So, all right, you've convinced me. He could be a fan.
And Gimmighoul, yeah, maybe the design is better than the last two, but it's not a Pokemon, it's a mimic from any other game. You know, Pokemon already had mimics. It was called Electrode, and it was Pokemon themed, and they did it again with Amoonguss, and it's Pokemon themed, because it's pretending to be a Pokeballs, because that's what Pokemon's version of chests are, they're Pokeballs. No, now it's just a chest, even though chests aren't in Pokemon. You can't fucking find chests in Pokemon. This design should be for a different game. I do still think it looks like shit, by the way, but I'm just saying that that's not the point. It gets worse, by the way. Gimmighoul's evolution, this is a Fortnite skin. If this appeared in Fortnite tomorrow, no one would question it. In Impidimp, look at this guy. You can't tell me this isn't a Dragon Claw.
I do love how a lot of these designs he's calling out are not Scarlet and Violet designs, they're Sword and Shield designs. Impidimp is another Sword and Shield design, along with Stonejourner.
Best character. I know Gen 1 copied off Dragon.
I will say Gen 8, like by and large, Gen 8 has my least favorite designs. And I think that's almost universal across the fan base. I am not a fan of a lot of Gen 8 designs. I will sweep for Sobble. I think the Sobble line is cool. And I know people don't really like Inteleon. I think Inteleon's all right. I've seen this image too, where like Pokemon Gen 1 copying off of Dragon Quest. I don't know how true it is. I mean, I kind of see it, but it's like... It's more like they're inspired by the same creatures than like just like, because the implication is that they directly copied from Dragon Quest, where it's more like it's their own take on the same origin monster.
Quest, but this is just blatant. The strange thing about these designs that clearly don't fit in is they're eerily similar to the beta designs leaked previously. You know, before they said it'd take months to make one single Pokemon, and now I believe it, to go over it many times to make sure it fits with everything else and it looks good. Because if you look at the beta designs, they are shitty in the exact same ways as the modern designs. That is, except for Scarlet and Violet. Because Scarlet and Violet has adopted a new problem. Pokemon are clearly designed to be easy to 3D model. I think originally one of Pokemon...
I've noticed this. He's not the first person to bring this up, but he makes a great point. Because Game Freak themselves have admitted this in interviews. Before, the Pokemon did not need to be... there was no concern about 3D modeling. It was just, you sprite the Pokemon and that's it. But now, when you create a Pokemon, you have to take that consideration that they're going to be existing in a 3D space. That did not start until Gen 6. I think a lot of the reason why if you feel off about certain new Pokemon designs, a lot of it could be contributed just to that. Is that now they have to be designed with a 3D space in mind, when before that wasn't necessary.
Pokemon's greatest strengths is that they were easy to draw. Now, the designs are easy to 3D model. Just look at Spidops. It's just a bunch of cylinders. Look at Dunsparce, a bunch of spheres stuck together. Fido.
Yes, that's true, dude. He's kind of he's kind of cooking. They're just a bunch of easy to model shapes that it doesn't tank the Switch 1 and make it run like a toaster. But because they're easy to model, it doesn't mean they're easy to draw. So a kid is gonna have a harder time drawing all these fucking cylinders trying to draw a Spidops versus drawing like a fucking Pikachu.
Another Pokemon that's just a bunch of spheres. I could 3D model this in 15 seconds. It's ridiculous. Just look at the Pokédex of Scarlet and Violet. Nearly every Pokemon is made up entirely of spheres and cylinders. The easiest things to do in a 3D modeling program. And it has clearly affected the quality. Scarlet and Violet might be the first games that I could not find a team of 6 of just new Pokemon. They look so fucking bad. I've always thought it was just a lack of time, that they want to make as much money as possible, release as many games.
I try to do that when I play, well, when I used to play the newer gens. I would try to have my team be exclusively of new Pokemon only. I probably could do that with Scarlet and Violet, but it'd be tough. I don't know if I could even do it with Sword and Shield.
as possible, and they don't have enough time to have high quality designs, but it's just not true. If you have time to make a AAA
Everyone does that. Phil didn't do that.
That has nothing to do with Pokemon, the most valuable IP on the planet, and it won't be worth it. None of these shitty one-off games have been worth the opportunity cost of working on Pokemon. And the worst part is, the bad designs barely matter when the game looks like shit. I think everyone's brought up the tree before. It's just so descriptive with a single image, because a tree, everyone's seen a tree before. It's in literally every game, and this is the worst one I think I've ever seen, including Nintendo 64 games. And this whole time they had the skill. They could make a tree that looks perfect. They just choose not to. And that's just the graphics. The gameplay hasn't fared much better. Sword and Shield was the first Pokemon game I could not complete. I ended up going back to it just for the DLC, but God, it's incredible how boring that game is. Pokemon used to be an adventure. Sword and Shield is a series of hallways. You literally could not...
It was intended for the 3DS. When Nintendo had the Giga Leak, it came out that it was intended to be a 3DS game. Just moved over to Switch 1.
Get lost if you tried. You walk straight from point A, the start of the game, to point B, the very end of the game, and you never have to turn. It is horrible, except for the few open areas that basically don't matter at all and you can completely ignore. And I think they realized just how bad it was, that maybe this was just a little too lazy, because in the next games, they ignore level design entirely. And it's the better for it. They're much better games, despite having no level design at all. It's just one
because they can't do level design because they're Game Freak.
This time, you make the adventure for yourself, because they couldn't be bothered to make the adventure for you. And again, the game is better for it. I like Scarlet and Violet. God, that is pathetic. Those games are certainly more fun than Sword and Shield, but they're not more stable. God, they're the buggiest Pokemon game ever released. They're some of the buggiest games released that are AAA. The only one who could probably beat them is Bethesda, games known specifically for being buggy, and it couldn't have been a lack of time. We know that. Couldn't have been a lack of talent. We know that. So it's intentional. It's malice, because they hate the player and they hate the game they're making.
They don't hate their money, though.
Half of the things that make these games bad, they do on purpose just to fuck the player over. Just look at
and fix them later,
in which they intentionally left out a bunch of Pokemon, in which they made the excuse that they just couldn't do it because it's too many designs, and we're making updated animations that all look like dog shit. They look worse than a Nintendo 64 game. And what people don't realize, who are like, I don't get it, who cares about Dexit? Because I'm one of...
Now, Pokemon Stadium had the benefit of being made directly by Nintendo, with Iwata behind the code. Iwata was working his black magic in order to code Gen 1. How Gen 1 did the battle code, like he ported it over to the N64 in like a week. Iwata was like a god, dude.
Of those people, I only use the new Pokemon in each game. I don't like using the old ones anyway, but if you think about it from what Pokemon stands for, Pokemon are supposed to be your friends. So what you're sacrificing when you keep these Pokemon out is you're getting rid of your friends that you've made. And is it really worth it to sacrifice a friends for animations that look like dog shit, to play a game that looks like dog shit? We know you're fucking lying to us. And to be honest, in Sword and Shield, Dexit didn't really matter. Those games were dog shit. You shouldn't have been playing them anyway.
But they sold.
Open world games have a very common problem with a lack of enemy variety, because you need a lot of enemies to fill a giant open world. Pokemon already has so many. It has thousands of designs. You wouldn't have to make any new ones, and you could fill the entire world. Yet somehow, Scarlet and Violet has a huge Pokemon variety problem. Every area feels the same because they are reusing the same Pokemon, which is psychotic. When they didn't update the animations, they still look like dog shit. They didn't update the models, they still look like dog shit. So why not just flood the whole fucking game with Pokemon? Well, it's so they could sell it to you, again, for DLC. Wow, thank you, Game Freak. You really care about these games. Oh, but what about the good games? You're not talking about the good game. You know, the one that everyone likes. Legends Arceus. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't like it that much. Didn't even finish it. Don't really care, because I think it misses the point. The point of Pokemon is that Pokemon are your friends. They are pets. It's like your dog. Look, it even looks like a fucking dog. It's your friend. I don't want to catch 900 of the same guy. I can't make friends with the...
Picture this, you complete a tutorial in the new Game Freak game and it just teleports you to a random Pokemon game. Hopefully they teleport me to a Gen 5 game.
1,000 guys. You aren't making friends with 1,000 guys. What you do is you catch them and then you completely ignore them forever. Pokemon Go fucking destroyed Pokemon as a concept. Because now Pokemon aren't your friends. They're not your pet. It's a tool or a collectible. You literally grind your excess friends into candy, which is obviously soulless. And do I even have to talk about the story? Can we just ignore story? I'm gonna be honest, Pokemon story has never been good, so I don't really care that it's gotten worse. People say Black and White story is the best one. I believe you. Maybe it's true. I don't really remember. Speaking of Black and White, I think that's the last time Pokemon tried. I think Black and White is the reason why we have shit games now. Because they were probably the highest effort Pokemon games by a mile. People say it's the best story. It had the most new Pokemon. It had the best graphics, which is hilarious because they're 2D games. But it was the worst selling Pokemon games. The games with the most effort were the worst selling. And you know, I'm not even saying they're the best. I still think Gen 3 are the best games, but Black and White definitely have the most effort.
Love Gen 5 as well. The reason why it sold bad is because Gen 4 was already out and the 3DS was already on the way. So, you know, DS was out the door, pretty much. I had like a foot out the door at least. And it forced you to only use new Pokemon. Old Pokemon were not available until post-game. So kiddies didn't buy it because I couldn't use my heckin' Charizard. My heckin' Charizard. I can't use Pikachu until the post game. Fuck you, Nintendo.
Put into them, and it didn't contribute to sales. So no wonder they don't try anymore. No wonder they fucking hate you. Because when they try, they don't succeed. That's why they do things, not just out of laziness, but to actively piss the player off. They want to make you mad. Just look at the Diamond and Pearl remakes. They're the worst by far.
Now, those were not by Game Freak. They were outsourced.
Mainline Pokemon games to be outsourced. They didn't even add the extra features from Platinum. It's not even the definitive version of the game. It's objectively the worst way to play Diamond and Pearl. This is obviously intentional sabotage. They could have just copied off of Platinum instead of Pearl. And let's just talk about all the other things.
Well, their excuse was that it was a Diamond and Pearl remake, not a Platinum remake.
Removed. I'm talking about features like Mega Evolutions.
It's coming back in Legends CA.
Pokemon, the Battle Frontier, something they removed from the remakes because people play on their phones too much, which is an obviously absurd statement meant to piss you off intentionally.
That is something that Masuda actually said. They removed the Battle Frontier from Ruby and Sapphire and the Ruby and Sapphire remakes on 3DS. They removed the Battle Frontier because kids play on their smartphones now.
They actively take away player choice for literally no reason. You can't turn the EXP share off. Why? Just because fuck you, player. If you want the game to be harder, too bad. This is going to be the easiest Pokemon game you've ever played with the most EXP. And I love the absurdity of people saying, why would you want to grind? The fuck are you talking about? What games have you been playing? If you've had to grind in a single Pokemon game ever, you are brain dead. These games are made for babies. It's not that I don't want to grind, it's that I don't want to be over-leveled in the easiest game ever made. That's my favorite part of all this, by the way, is people defending this shit. Defending one of the most beloved IPs of all time.
They never fixed that. There's still Pokemon you gotta trade to evolve.
They say it's because they love Pokemon. Well, I just really love Pokemon. That's why I'm defending it. No, the people who love Pokemon hate that it's being killed, that it's being shit on, that it can't have good games anymore. Fuck, man, I miss spin-offs. Even if the main games weren't that good, the spin-offs were great. But we can't have those anymore. They might
I never
compete with
played
the
them.
shitty mobile games.
And when they put them on
Because you
GameCube
used to be able
NSO.
to play Pokemon games with good animations. The spin-offs had great animations. Game Freak has been consistently outdone in almost every aspect by the spin-offs. Better animation in the GameCube games, in the N64 games, and oh, don't even talk about Battle Revolution. The game, not so great, but the animation, literally perfect. Why didn't they just hire these guys to do the animations for every other Pokemon game? Because fuck you,
They're
that's
busy
why.
doing mobile
You want better
spin-offs.
gameplay? Look at Pokemon Coliseum, XD. These are what console Pokemon games are supposed to be. They feel like real video games, not dog shit where it looks like everything was made on Fiverr. They actually recognized how good double battles are and use them to their fullest potential. Double Battles is the competitive format of Pokemon. It is official, and it is barely used in the mainline games. If you want a Pokemon game with a good story, just look at the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games. I can genuinely say I think these are the perfect children's stories. They can still be enjoyed by adults, but they are literally perfect for children. I don't think it could be done better. These are the only games I've seen do death well in a way that children can understand and not just be edgy for no reason.
Really
We're talking
enjoyed
about
Super Mystery
fan
Dungeon.
hate with all of these Game Freak games. The spin-offs had fan service in spades. Super Mystery Dungeon has every single Pokemon at the time in the game, and
It is
every
based.
single one that appeared in a previous game is referenced. The Alakazam in Super Mystery Dungeon isn't just any Alakazam. It is literally the
I gotta do this montage thing perfectly for a trophy, Carl. I'm a fat raccoon working out. Shut up. Enjoy the Pokemon.
Alakazam.
Don't ask what I'm
from the
doing.
First
Don't think
game,
about it.
And that is true about every single Pokemon in that game. It is incredible. Game Freak would never do anything like that because they hate you and they hate all of their previous games. The Pokemon spin-offs were consistently better than the mainline games, and they were sacrificed for what? For shitty mobile games. You have a Pokemon MOBA that literally would have died if not for China. You have Pokemon Go, which is literal government spyware that's fun for maybe a couple hours if you don't live in a city full of bug people, that completely destroyed the idea of Pokemon, where people now don't even think of Pokemon as living creatures that are supposed to be your friends. They're shitty objects you're supposed to collect 900,000 of to grind into candy. You have literal gotcha slop. I don't even think this is a game. Has anyone played this? This doesn't feel like a real video game. In fact, the only good mobile game is a copy of the Pokemon card game. And it is good. Don't get me wrong. It is good. I like
Never
it,
played
but
it.
it's definitely dog shit. Yeah, that's totally
You
worth
like it, but it's
All
dog
of the
shit.
best Pokemon games ever made.
It's like you
had
like
to
something,
die
but you know
so
it's
that we
slop
get
deep down.
shitty gotcha slop meant to extract every dollar from you, and maybe you get one good game. This is not a black pill video. This is a white pill video because fan games have been doing it better than Game Freak for years now. If you want Pokemon to be harder, games like Radical Red bring competitive Pokemon to the mainline games. Or, if you think that shit is for nerds, like me, you can get the good shit with Emerald Redux, which gives every Pokemon 4 abilities at the same time, with completely new move pools in the entire game balanced around this idea, with hundreds of new forms, creating one of the best autism RPGs I have ever played.
Why are we doing Getting Stronger again? Perfect montage trophy.
I did hear they're going to ruin it in the new updates, though. So that recommendation kind of up in the air. But if you don't care about all that difficulty shit and you just want new Pokemon content with love and care put into it, there is not only a fan game for you, there are probably tens of games for you to try that you will love. There are true open world Pokemon games, ones with entirely new regions.
It's always the
or
Target
just
one,
the
too.
Pokemon world you already know and love, except stitched together as an open world.
Yeah, episode by
There's
episode.
roguelike Pokemon games. There are roguelike
Mushu Penguin game
that
wins
play
after
like
this.
normal Pokemon. There are roguelikes where it's only the battles. There's a Pokemon game where you can play as a gym leader. You can play as the Pokemon. It's Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, except with regular Pokemon mechanics. And that's ignoring the hundreds of Pokemon fan games that's just a regular Pokemon experience, like Red and Blue, except made today by fans for fans. If you want a game with new Pokemon, fan-made Pokemon, they have that. If you hate fan-made Pokemon, they have games that are a completely new region, but with no new Pokemon. Maybe you want something in between. There are games that are only new forms. Remember Alolan forms? The only good idea Pokemon has had in like 10 years? Well, the fan game developers recognize that too. So you have games with literally hundreds of new Pokemon forms and evolutions because old Pokemon designs were so good and so iconic. You only have to change a little bit to get a completely new design that looks incredible. I
tried to do the Dragon Tower one last stream. I couldn't do it.
Very rarely see new Pokemon forms for new Pokemon in mainline games or in fan games. It's because they look like shit. But that's besides the point. Look, Game Freak hates you, they hate Pokemon, they hate making Pokemon games, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, if you do a playthrough of Pokemon Clover and you're like a big YouTuber, you get canceled for it. From what I'm to understand. You know, because it's a Pokemon hacked by 4chan, so it has a bunch of things in it that aren't necessarily what we would call kosher.
Because Pokemon will live on forever through fan games. My favorite Pokemon game isn't even made by Game Freak. It's made by Spike Chunsoft, but that's besides the point, because my second favorite would be made by fans. So I'm gonna end this video by just saying, go play some fan games. If you care about Pokemon, Game Freak can go fuck themselves. Play some fan games, maybe even make some fan games. I promise you, there's something for you. Oh yeah, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Bye.
A lot of embellishing in that video, a lot of playing issues up, but most of his issues I share with. There's a reason why I put down mainline Pokemon after Ultra Sun. Really, to get me back, all they gotta do is put the national dex in. Put in the code. I bring it up every time I complain about mainline Pokemon. It's not new. You guys have heard this fucking argument, fucking whiny crybaby dingus segment. You've heard it before. Just put all the Pokemon in. Put the code, the data, program all the Pokemon in. You don't have to make them all catchable. Just have the data in there like you used to do, and then I can trade them in from another game. You know, if I can't catch them in that game, I'll just trade them in from another game where I caught them. That's all I want, and they won't do it. Because they're beggars. Yeah, the issues go beyond Game Freak. I understand that. It's Nintendo, Pokemon Company. It's that 30-30. It's that three-way split, 33-33-33. And a lot of the reason why Pokemon is like this in the now is something that I think it was D-Sci was the one who said it earlier. Apologies if I got it wrong. But they got the anime. They got the trading cards. They got all this marketing and promotional shit. They got all the merch. The games have to be in line with the merchandise and the marketing. And these cycles for the generations are only 3 years long. Every gen is 3 years long, 4 years long if there's a delay. Like this year. They're delaying it to line up with the I think it's the 30th anniversary coming up. It should be 30th. Okay. Big ups, who's popping? We got Dragon Ball speedrunning. I have never played any of these DBZ games. This will be an adventure for me, you guys.
Remember all the sick Dragon Ball games for the PS2?
My cousin
there were
does.
So many of them. I specifically.
Okay, well, I just lied when I said I didn't play any of these games. I had Ultimate Battle 23? It was one on PS1 that came out in like 2003. I had that one. Or rather, Brother Dingus had that one, and it wasn't dubbed, and I didn't understand the Japanese language, and the language they were speaking scared me, so I didn't play it. I didn't play much of it. Is it Ricky's VOD? I'm not familiar with this channel.
Specifically remember spending hundreds of hours playing the original Budokai trilogy. The board game style in Budokai 2 was fire, and the open world exploration in Budokai 3 blew my mind as a kid. I was obsessed with these games, and it came to me as no surprise that people are still playing them actively today, either through competitive play, or as I would find out, through speedrunning. I know fighting games aren't usually what come to mind in regards to speedrunning, but these games have great
I did as a kid, Mr. Pun. You would boot up Ultimate Battle 23, and yeah, there's a trophy. You would boot up Ultimate Battle 23, and the announcer guy from Dragon Ball would be speaking. It would just pop up like hard cut to the opening cutscene of the Japanese announcer guy yelling at you, and it was I felt like he was yelling at me specifically, and Little Dingus did not like that.
Story mode.
I remember you gave me a lot of shit when I said that a while ago. I'm sorry, I looked up the GigaLeak information shit afterwards. It makes sense, development timelines, and it's like, I'm sorry you guys, I was wrong. I don't know everything. I'm not omniscient.
Of course people are going to run them. A dedicated few runners have taken on the task of trying to optimize the original Budokai games, with one game and category reaching heights never seen before, and that is Budokai 1 Any Percent. A fairly straightforward run on paper, but throughout this video, you will learn how much this brutal speedrun will test your patience, and perhaps even drive you mad.
Like the title cards there. It's like I'm watching the show.
The year is 2002, and Dragon Ball Z Budokai is released for the PlayStation 2, and then for the GameCube a year later in 2003. An HD collection featuring Budokai 1 and 3 would also come out for PS3 and Xbox 360 a decade later in 2012. The game is centered around the story of the anime and is separated in
And the Rick series, a pretty popular Jack speedrunner from Denmark. He makes pretty cool speedrunning documentaries. Oh, okay, big ups. He did one on Sly 2 Episode 1 a couple years ago. I imagine that's how you find out about him.
to 3 sagas, Saiyan, Namek, and Android Saga. Dragon Ball Z Budokai is a 2.5D fighting game, and has you play as a multitude of characters throughout the main story, where your objective is to deplete each opponent's life bar down to 0 to progress through the game. There are a total of 22 fights you need to get through to complete the main story, and for the Any Percent speedrun, the objective is to complete all of them as fast as possible. The first ever speedrun for Budokai 1 Any Percent would come from a runner named Kakarot, who posted a run of 34:58 to the forums of Speed Demos Archive.
Hey, if Kakarot did actual speedrunning, wouldn't he just be the best speedrunner ever because he has instant transmission? Ba-bum-ba.
In February of 2014. In the post, he outlined some strategies he used in his run, and a desire for someone to compete or collaborate with. He claims the run is beatable by a full minute, maybe even 2, and links his run. The first thing to take notice of is his goddamn horny-ass split background, bro. Holy shit! I've looked at a lot of anime split backgrounds in my time, but I don't even know if I can show this one. So
He's a gooner!
Yeah, let's just talk about the speedrun. Kakarot's first opponent in the run is Raditz, and his general strategy for taking him down involves a trick mentioned in his post on the SDA forums that would later be universally coined guard canceling, or just
Not that
canceling
there's anything
for
wrong
short.
with that.
Certain moves in the Budokai trilogy have this glowing slow motion attack that can be charged depending on how long you hold down the button for. If you press guard during one of these charging attacks, your character will reset back to its neutral position, and you can do a new string of combos while your opponent is still in hit stun. Kakarot opens the Raditz fight with a basic 4-kick combo into a guard cancel sidestep to get behind him while he's still in hit stun, where he does a 4-punch combo into a Kamehameha for nearly a full bar of damage. Hitting enemies
didn't
from
happen
behind
in the
does
show.
25% more damage as opposed to hitting them in the front, and Kakarot tries to repeat this combo a few more times but fails his cancel, and so he has to wait for Raditz to get back up. After defeating him, it's time for the minigame. Yeah, this section is infamous for being stupidly hard for no reason.
What
I
the?
distinctly remember breaking my first controller.
Oh, are you
as a
trying to
kid
get?
from
Okay, you're
rotating
trying to
the
get him in
sticks
front of
too
Piccolo.
aggressively. Kakarot scrapes by on his first try and moves on to fight Nappa and Vegeta, using the exact same strategies that was used on Raditz. These fights against the Saiyans belong in the D tier. Nothing to worry about when you're speedrunning the game, just your typical early game crooks. Kakarot had one death at the very end of the run, so he had to redo an entire fight, which is why he thinks his run was beatable by a minute or two. And he was completely right. His run would get beaten by nearly 2 minutes. In July of 2014, Rubber Ducky Assassin and Boohead86 would begin racing Dragon Ball Z Budokai on Speedruns Live, culminating in a 33:03 set by Rubber Ducky Assassin on the 16th. Strategy-wise, his run was definitely inferior to Kakarot, as he didn't use guard cancelling and mostly spammed the basic punch combo into an occasional Kamehameha. His run was only so much faster because it was deathless, and because he was—
You're saying that part's actually easy? What about it? Is there a reason why other people that aren't you would be calling it hard? Is it just because you gotta— I saw a spinning stick animation. You gotta spin the stick. Maybe it gave people blisters like in Mario Party.
Playing on GameCube, which had faster loads over Kakarot's PS2 version. Still, both of these first showings were merely a sign of things to come. The game had still yet to see some real optimization, just a couple of races and fast casual playthroughs. But this would change in 2015, with Lil Duke Duke.
He's black!
Having experience in multiple different Budokai games and also Smash Bros, Lil Duke Duke was a certified fighting game player, and it showed in its run of 3257 that he would set on March 21st, 2015. His Goku combos were far more advanced than anyone before him. He starts out with 4 kicks into a guard cancel sidestep, where he does forward punch kick kick from the back into another cancel, back kick to keep him stunned,
this dude was in FGC, you think Phil ever fought him?
Into cancel, and finally a 4-punch string into a Kamehameha, draining Raditz's health bar down to nearly 50% after just 1 string. He even does a bit of juggling later on for extra damage. It was clear Duke knew how to play Budokai, but wasn't satisfied with his time, so he decided to push for lower. 4 days later, he would be on a run with a sloppy early game, being 13 seconds behind after the 10-minute mark, and the difficulty was about to step up a notch as Duke arrives on Namek. These are the C-tier fights. Nothing absurdly challenging, but certainly a pain in your heel. The first fight is against Raccoon, and it goes pretty smoothly for Duke. He does his usual combo strings and takes him down without much of an issue. On Ginyu, Duke also gets a fairly clean fight. He does a pretty cool strat of keeping him in the air by transforming into Kaioken ×5 to extend his juggle. Transformations in this game will net your character a 10% damage increase depending on your form. In the case of Goku, Kaioken ×2 gives you an extra 10%. Kaioken ×5 gives another 10%. ×10 is another 10%. And finally Super Saiyan, where Goku will deal 40% extra damage over his base form. You unlock these transformations as you go through the game. So for now, all Duke had to work with was Kaioken ×5. After the fight is over, Ginyu uses his body change technique to swap bodies with Goku. And you now have to fight Goku as Ginyu. And it's here where you learn the 3 main ways you—
A lot of fun shit. The way they adapt the shit from the show to work in the game. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Imagine you're like fucking Billy Coggers. You fucking play. It's like, oh my god, I just like in the show. Oh my god, I'm captaining you. Oh my god, they actually put it in the game.
You can lose time in
It works
Dragon
exactly
Ball Z
the way
Budokai.
you think it would work,
The first
is what I'm
of
saying.
course your opponent
That's
fighting
cool.
back. The time they spend dealing damage to you is time not spent dealing damage to them. The second is your opponent not waking up after a knockdown. If you find your opponent just lying there, the best thing to do is either to shoot a ki blast at them or to do forward PKK. It's not guaranteed to work every time, so you occasionally have to spam this move 3 or more times to get them back on their feet. And the last one, blocking. This is the biggest time loss you can suffer in this game.
You can tell a lot of those games were made by legit super fans. By the fans, for the fans. It's about the attention to detail, dude.
The AI will sometimes randomly block for an extended period of time, and there's nothing you can do to get past it. You just gotta keep attacking and
Nothing
hope
I
they
can do
eventually let
by
you through.
blocking.
Duke loses a bit of time when fighting Goku because of the blocking, but this is nothing compared to what you'll see later. He continues his run while being in the red the entire time until the very end.
Are you fucking serious? What the fuck, man? That
What?
is dumb as fuck, and I'm mad.
He's mad!
What the fuck is this game?
He's angry at a kid's game.
What is this game? It's a good question, Duke. I'd like to think that reaction came from a very genuine place within himself. The feeling of being behind the entire time, then you magically PB anyway? I'll give you an answer, Duke. This game is RNG hell. What you see...
And it's like every game that gets speedrun. I couldn't be a speedrunner. I can't. I got all the respect, dude, for the achievements and whatnot, the PBs and the WRs, but it can't be me. I need to play a variety. I need to be a variety gamer or I'll go crazy. I'll go mad.
Is what you get. The game is nothing more than executing combos correctly and praying the opponent cooperates. With such a simple game, you would think it would be like stealing candy from a child to get a good run. Yet, it's anything but. Duke had the skills to take the time lower, but called it quits there. And so, a different player would have to come along and tame the beast.
Like, I had my fill with Crash time trials.
Meet Runic Blade, a speedrunner of many classic 90s and 2000s video games, such as Sly Cooper.
You call him a blade, but I see a traffic cone. He said Sly Cooper! Whoa, there he is playing the game.
Shrek 2, and Crash Bandicoot 2.
Crash.
In 2015, Runic decided to run Dragon Ball Z Budokai after seeing Kakarot's run, and quickly got within range of Duke's record.
Only like 5 spawn on the map at a time and don't respawn to restart checkpoints to refresh the map spawns. That's what I figured after I was running around. I couldn't find any anymore. That's why I went back to the hideout. Okay.
Damn it, so close to world record. Literally 1 second off.
Runic was the first person who seemed determined to put some proper attempts into Budokai 1 80%, and so he snagged the record with an unrecorded 31:37, while running on the slower console, the PS2. He would lower his time to 31:19, barely surviving the final fight with a slither of health. Seeing more potential to go lower, Runic had his sights on a time in the 30-minute range, and he would get a chance the very next day, having defeated Goku 6 seconds ahead. But Runic was about to hit a wall, a tough opponent that challenges you with 3 fights in a row. Frieza.
You little monkeys!
This guy can be a menace to your runs. For starters, Frieza has a smaller profile, or rather, he's what we like to call a short king. So if you don't time your attacks correctly, you can easily whiff. He also loves to fight back, and his sidestep is an instant transmission, so he can be an unpredictable opponent. One strategy Runic used at the start of Frieza 1 was to immediately transform into Kaioken times 10, to stun him for a free opening. This would become the strategy for any...
I mean, I've seen games done quick. People speedrun games where you play as a piece of toast. Nothing is off the table.
Fight where a transformation is possible. This is, however, not possible on Frieza 2 and 3 as you begin the fight in Super Saiyan, which is the highest level of transformation Goku can go to. If RNG goes your way, you can absolutely burn through these fights with Goku's 40% damage buff, but of course that's fairly rare. Frieza 3 in particular went really poorly for Runic, as he refused to stand up when knocked down and blocked the final Kamehameha. Another challenging fight in the B tier is Android 19, the first fight of the Android saga right after Frieza 3. Your main concern here is the fact that you're doing this fight with viral heart disease, so your health is constantly lowering itself as time ticks. Runic's fight goes essentially perfect here, but if 19 decides to fight back, you could potentially risk dying. At +1 on his splits, he starts
Imagine
clawing
losing
the
to
run back
Android
to the
19,
endgame,
the
and
fat
at last,
one.
he
Nobody
achieves
even
his
likes
goal.
him.
Nice.
Runic was happy to leave Budokai alone for a while and moved on to speedrun different games. With only a couple of poor fights throughout, the record would stand for a good while. Around this time, the HD version, which was its own separate leaderboard, would see some competition from Saiyans and Toasterman 95, with its record falling all the way down to 21 minutes. The HD version is quite a bit different in that it has nearly instant loads, and it's not really possible to combo opponents from behind as they will just turn around. While HD had its own separate leaderboard, PS2 and GameCube were still combined, and Runic's run could easily be beaten if anyone near his skill level did a run on GameCube, and that's exactly what Back would do in November of 2016, scoring at 29:04 and 28:59, with the second run being 6 seconds better than Runic's run execution-wise if we remove the load times. Runic had taught Back how to play Budokai, and there was no way that he would let the pupil surpass the master. So Runic would come back to Budokai, still on PS2. His basic Goku combo in his 30-48 started out with forward PKK into a guard cancel sidestep, then a 4-kick combo from the back, But if we look closely, you can see that one of these attacks misses quite often. To avoid this, Runic now does his combo order in reverse to ensure the guaranteed damage every time, adding consistency all throughout the game, at least when controlling Goku. Goku is the only character I've really talked about so far, with the exception of the one Ginyu fight, but you play as a few different characters in a Budokai 1 speedrun, and they are all total dog shit.
No! Well, there's a reason why these Dragon Ball games, the rosters are like 90% Goku. The other 10% is
Let's talk about
Vegeta.
the 2 fights in the A tier, where you play as Gohan. 5 minutes into the speedrun,
What's
Kid
wrong with
Gohan has
Gohan?
to face off against Vegeta, and as a character, he sucks. Runners have tried for years to find something optimal for this fight.
Perpetual
but what you're
damage
seeing
outline?
right now has been the meta.
Yeah, I noticed that. Is that because I restarted the checkpoint while I had the outline? Big ups, big up Sanzaru. There's a penguin here? This is just the red Carmelita skin.
Since the start, just mash square and hope Vegeta doesn't block.
Well, look at me! I
Despite
got
there
that
being
shit
some
without even
obvious
trying.
mistakes in the fight, Runic gets through with a small time save and would keep building up the lead throughout Namek. After Android 19, Runic is bordering on 29 pace with a massive 40-second lead. But one fight is about to ruin everything, and that is the third to last fight against the Cell Juniors. Once again, the strategy is literally just to spam punches, but there are 7 of these guys with very aggressive AI. They can fall over, block, dash attack, backstep. It's by far the longest split in the run, and if it doesn't go well, you will bleed time. Runic closes the run
Oh
with
no,
a 30-24,
my outline!
but he surprised
No!
himself with how much time saved.
My outline money! Called Brian, I lost my outlines!
There still was. Sub 30 had to be possible, and Runic was determined to get it.
Yes! Fuck yeah! 3019.
Oh, there it is. Fucking trophy for shooting 40 penguins. What were they thinking? And there's only 5 spawn at a time?
Yes!
Actual busy work.
That's it. That's a sub. Yes!
For the one that requires the compass 500 times, do I have to be actually in a mission? Or will that just work like outside in the hub world like regularly? I think I can leave this area now. Yeah, there's enough to kill in a single playthrough. It just, you have to reload the area after you kill 5, which I didn't know. So, if he didn't tell me that, I would have been running around trying to look for new penguin spawns. They give you these silly little errand boy fucking trophies. Again, as I said, you know, I don't hunt for trophies, usually, unless the game actually counts them towards its in-game completion, which this game does. So I'm not used to running around doing random little haha busy work shopping list tasks. I am kind of coping a little bit. I never finished Bentley's Pocket one though.
Let's go. Let's go. That's me done. PS2 sub 30. I think that's me done with this game.
Ending in style with a Super Kamehameha, Runic achieved a sub 30 on PS2. It might have not been the world record, but it was the best executed run of the game by far. And that's all he cared about. Runic Blade did a ton for Dragon Ball Z Budokai speedrunning. He would leave the game behind, but wrote a detailed guide in Google Docs, and created a tutorial for guard canceling, in hopes of inspiring others to go above and beyond.
Pisats Chichten Bato.
Runic Blade achieved his sub 30 in January of 2017, and for the next while, the activity for the game would die out a bit. Saiyans would improve the HD record to a 20-minute time in that same year, and Thomas XV would lower it to 2039 2 years later in 2019. A friend of Thomas had expressed interest in speedrunning Budokai 1, and offered to race him as the game was fairly straightforward to get into. Little did Thomas know that his friend would go on to be the greatest player this game would ever lay its eyes on. This is glitched.
Sounds like you just need to use a compass on a map where objectives are. You mean... oh... I hope I'm not reading that the way that I don't want to be reading it. Are you telling me the side areas have their own maps that I gotta check? Don't say that. 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 He's typing right now. Don't say that. You better not say... don't say that. Don't say... no, no, no. Okay, that's not the case. Okay. It's probably some hub worlds I gotta go around then. Okay, just for the compass one. You need to just use a compass on a map where objectives are. So start a mission then. Because I also need to do... I need to do check a map. Check every map. For some reason, I didn't start checking the map till like the Wild West. So apparently there are some maps that I've not checked yet. Hey, Rebsy. And that's my worry if like side areas have their own maps, because then that means I gotta go back to every side area and check the maps for those areas. I got a feeling that might be the case, because I think I checked all the maps already.
What the fuck? Drop red now, you fuck.
Are you serious?
Big ups, Rebsy. I hope you enjoyed your vacation. You went to like a gamer con or something? How'd it go?
Wow, I love Kingdom Hearts. My favorite video game ever. Rated E for everyone on the PlayStation 2. And we're out here talking about some... dude, I like fucking...
Alright, I'll do that.
Plot.
Prologue for Compass. Oh, big ups Kingdom Hearts.
Glitched is like that friend you had as a kid. If you're stuck trying to beat a boss, he'll just come over and get you through it easily. You're playing a party game or something, and he'll just
imagine
be
needing your friends help to beat a game.
In the underground of PlayStation speedrunning, Glitched
I'd
is
always
a
ask my
certified
brother.
legend. He has world records in the original Kingdom Hearts on PS2, Dark Cloud.
Actually, no, there is an exception. I rented Looney Tunes Racing for PS1 as a kid, and I could not for the life of me beat Porky Pig, that fucker. That fat pig fuck. So I requested my cousin's assistance in this endeavor. And with the power of actually knowing how to drift, he was able to beat Porky. There's no boosting of any kind in that game when you drift. So all you can do is just turn good. You can drift, but you can't boost out of a drift like you can in Mario Kart. So you just gotta drift at the right time. Bentley died.
Several Silent Hill 3 categories on console, a full main category sweep of Dragon Ball Z Budokai 2, and the list goes on. His Speedrun.com profile is a Hall of Famer, and to make it even better,
Budokai
1 was his next target to collect more trophies. Glitch was playing the game with a PS2 disc on his backwards compatible PS3 to try and even out the loads versus GameCube. But after the mods decided to split all the consoles into their own separate subcategory, he swapped his focus to PS2 to improve on the foundations that Runic Blade left behind. Glitched thoroughly read through Runic's guide and noticed a section that talked about combo resetting, that Runic only really used on Raditz. Budokai 1 has insanely rough combo scaling. The more you increase that combo counter in the top left, the less damage you end up dealing after each consecutive hit. The combo counter caps out at 13 or more hits, whereafter every subsequent hit will deal 0 damage. What combo resetting does is essentially waiting for each string of your combo to wear out before attacking again, meaning that your next set of moves are unscaled and deal more damage. Glitched saw huge potential in combo resetting and started using it all throughout the game to save massive time. In September of 2021, Glitched had already achieved the record by 1 second with an unrecorded 29.42.
Oh, there it is.
But he knew he
Alright.
could demolish that time. He would get gold after gold. Having defeated Frieza, he's 28 seconds ahead, and after the Cell Juniors, he's sitting at minus 45. This was his chance to make history.
Fuck, bro. We still got this up 29, but fuck, he didn't die. Still not that bad. GG's. Let's fucking go.
Glitched had smashed the next minute barrier with a huge PB, all thanks to combo resetting and some solid luck throughout. He decided that he was going to go lower, but from here on out, the record would enter its most optimized stage yet. No more big 45-second improvements, you had to squeeze out everything you could. And it's all because of the Deadly 7.
The Sonic characters? Oh no, those are the Deadly 6. I hate those guys.
These 7 fights are by far and away
Knockoff
the most
Koopalings.
run-killing fights in the game, with the main culprit being Cell, 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 and Cell. You do not fuck with Cell in this run. You have to fight him 5 times, 3 of the times being with Team Gohan, where the best strategy is to knock him up into the air and juggle him with regular punch combos. You would think the hardest of them all is the final Cell fight, but you couldn't be more wrong. Cell 1 and Android 17 are some of the worst fights in this game, and it's all thanks to Piccolo. Piccolo is fucking terrible in this game. The only way to stun these guys and get behind
I thought
them
I was
is
just
to
gonna
connect
shit on
with this
Piccolo in general.
stupid non-true kick combo that has this super long delay between the second and third hit that the opponent blocks all the time. You will get messed up by these guys. They will grab
You will get
block
knocked
for
up
1,000
by
years,
Piccolo.
backstep at the start of fights, and do everything possible
Keep his
to
spiked
not
green dick
let
away
you
from
win.
me.
Glitched wasn't gonna let that deter him, and after getting through the awful Vegeta fight with Kid Gohan, he was heading in to the 2 fights that caused the most resets when running this game, and that is Training 1 and Training 2. Yes, the fucking training missions when Goku is heading to Namek is the hardest part of the run.
Okay, Rebsy talking about his vacation. Rebsy, the one and only. Counter-Strike Majors, the grand finals were hype as fuck. Austin is hot and humid. Yeah, welcome to Texas. The hotel was a complete mess. Dun, dun, dun. What was that fucking show Gordon Ramsay did? It was Hotel Hell. When Ann joins the VC, I'll explain it in detail. Overall, a good vacation. Well, I think Ann is still live right now too. Hopefully I'm there when you give us the spicy deeds. I need the hot goss. Go fucking put a bet. Give him a bet. What's the website? TripAdvisor? You fuck him up on TripAdvisor.
And I'll tell you why.
Make him suffer.
Training 1 is as simple as reflecting 15 ki blasts, and really it never used to be that complicated.
Hotel Hell is Kino. I always liked, what was the one with Anthony Malchiori? Hotel Impossible. I like this attitude.
Earlier runs would just back up to a far distance.
I would always
and
make
reflect the
Chalupa
blasts
watch
away
episodes
one
of that
by
show.
one. But Thomas XV had figured out that it was possible to reflect the blasts back and forth between Goku and Vegeta, but he wasn't sure how to do it consistently. He forwarded the information to Glitched, who would find a debug menu for Budokai 1 that was posted on the Cutting Room Floor wiki page, and when using its tools, he discovered that the Training 1 reflection was consistent if you spaced yourself just right, so that the units between yourself and Vegeta would be somewhere between 83 and 87. Doable in runs, but very precise. To make things harder, Vegeta does these
Phase loss
annoying
was
mini ki
demoralizing for that
charges
crowd.
move him
Suffer
back a handful of
Phase!
pixels every time. So it's extremely hard to get in the right position because he's always moving a little bit.
Well, that's cool to hear that you had fun with that. Unfortunately, I've never been to one of those big cons. I had an opportunity to pretty recently, but I let it slip by. Unless you count the state fair. The state fair is a different story. We don't. The state fair is not a convention in the anime video game TV show sense.
Glitched does not find the magic spot for a long time and loses 8 seconds, where he's now contemplating a reset if Training 2 doesn't go favorably. This is where players are taught about the clash mechanic, where 2 charging attacks will put you into this combat sequence, and you have to rotate the sticks yet again with every fiber in your body. And I'm not gonna lie, this shit looks sus as hell, bro. Like, what are you doing?
Like, almost 8 minutes.
What the hell? He sounds like the Sarah when he tries to mash.
Control's up here. Controller's up here.
Glitched only rotates for the first 2 clashes, as Vegeta gets harder and harder to beat with each clash, and by the end, it's just faster to let him win. The most irritating thing about this fight is this dumb uppercut that Vegeta will just spam over and over again. That doesn't clash with any of your attacks. He does it a few times to Glitched, but he escapes with a solid time save and decides to keep the run going. It started looking a bit grim at Namek, but after a gold on Android 17 and Cell 5, he had gotten himself a new record by 2 seconds. And if you're confused by the splits, it's because Glitched achieved this time during a 100% attempt, which starts out by completing a regular any percent run first. The potential with this run was obvious, and Glitched knew he could still push the time down. Runic had bested Budokai with his calm demeanor and consistent strategies, but with the game now relying on RNG more than ever, it would become harder to stay composed. But Glitched is
doing
no
this with the
ordinary
right stick?
speedrunner, and he was ready for that challenge.
What am I doing?
That is a fat PB, boys. Let's go. 28:31. That's a really good time. I think I PB'd by 3 seconds.
28:29, an amazing time achieved by the game's greatest runner. On Christmas Eve 2, as the cherry on top, Glitched was happy to put the game down for a few weeks to run other games, but soon, a rival would begin to creep up on his time, and together, they would embark on the journey towards the fabled 27-minute time, a grind that would make them both lose their mind.
戦士苦しくなる
Alright, time for the speedrunning one.
Long ago, Kakarot would kick off the adventure that is speedrunning Dragon Ball. Lil Duke Duke and Runic Blade would revolutionize the game and turn the speedrun
Now
into
I
something
get to
greater.
speedrun. Everyone gets to speedrun tonight.
Glitched, with his incredible gaming skills, would raise the bar of Budokai to a new pinnacle. But now in 2023, a new challenger was about to enter the ring. And his name? McNuggets.
Put it right there. Put it right there. Put it right there. Go ahead. No. That looks... What is that?
McNuggets, or just Nugs, is a one-of-a-kind character. But don't get me wrong here. When it comes to Budokai, the dude is undeniably skilled. He and Glitched had been battling it out as rivals in Budokai 2 for years, where they would trade the world record back and forth. And after
Game just
McNuggets
reminds me
landed
of
on a
McJuggernuggets.
47.05 and had the Budokai 3 record as well, he was looking to snatch Budokai 1 for a trilogy sweep. Nugs would lower his time to 29:21 and then to 29:10. Only 40 seconds off the record, he kept pushing, and he would get trolled a lot.
Oh, it's like that now. Dude, okay. I am.
He rage quit.
This is how I lose my run. Yahoo! Yahoo!
After losing his marbles at Burger King, Goku is now serving a life sentence. He figured out they have foot fungus on his burger, and he launched a Kamehameha towards the manager.
Aside from getting terrible RNG, McNuggets...
Like Dingus if he was a DBZ main. The timeline where I didn't get into One Piece. Even though now I'm behind on One Piece.
was also struggling to close the gap because he was playing on English, also known as the NTSC-U version. Glitched had purchased a Japanese NTSC-J copy of Budokai simply for the cooler voice lines, but as a side effect, it turned out to be 20 seconds faster. So when Nugs got a hold of the Japanese version, he would enter the 28-minute range very quickly with 28:47. With him now so close, Glitched would get back on the horse to defend his record, and scramble together an unbelievable 28:10, a run that was 30 seconds ahead after Cell 2. But McNuggets kept grinding and was now 9 seconds away with a 28:19, with a 23-second time loss to Cell 4 at the end. The rivalry was at its peak. Nugs wanted the sweep, but Glitched wanted the 27. Both of their goals had one thing in common: lowering the world record. And if they wanted to do that, they had to work together against the game. They had to combine their minds and get in the lab. For Goku's combo, McNuggets suggested adding forward KPP as an additional combo before the finisher to Glitched, which then got added to most fights with a lower level of transformation. If the whole sequence is done right, you can drain your opponent down to exactly half health, meaning that 2 in a row comes out to a perfect kill. Glitched would optimize the Teen Gohan combo on Cell 3, 4, and 5 by adding in 2 empty punches after the knockup, then doing the full 5-punch string to finish the juggle.
How far behind am I? I never got out of Wano.
Additionally, Back Punch was incorporated as a possible backup launcher if Cell blocks the forward PKK. All of the Cell fights are still ludicrously random, but now you would have to win fewer neutral game openings to take him down. The two would work together on optimizing the Ginyu fight as well. The strat formerly used to copy what runners would do on the HD version, knocking the opponent up with a kick combo and getting a few hits in on the way down. Now, a proper combo had been created with some clever back punches for the most amount of damage. And finally, Light Grenade would start seeing some use on Android 17 as a viable finisher for Piccolo.
Your mom made you try pickle Dr. Pepper? The fuck? Is that a thing Phil was talking about where Sonic's doing like a pickle thing? I thought Popeye was doing the pickle thing.
While these strategies would prove to be faster, it still didn't matter if the RNG wasn't on your side, and the game was not playing nice.
Dude, what do you mean, dude?
Oh, okay, just at the fair. Pickle juice and soda garnished with pickle slices? Gross! Could it be me?
11 hits.
I fucking love Piccolo, dude. Such a good character. Fucking done with that shit. Fuck that.
What's with the pickle fascination? It's like he's the opposite of Christian. I like fried pickles.
Dude. Fuck my balls.
Oh my.
He does have the dingus phenotype.
Fuck Piccolo. Seriously, worst fucking character.
Hey, he is a One Piece fan.
Worst of all during this grind had to be the Great Wall of Cell. You just never see all 5 fights go right in the same run. No matter the pace, no matter the comeback potential, Cell was there to take away any hope.
That darn dirty pickle man.
Oh my gosh, I can't hit him. Great, runs dead again.
This game is gonna give me fucking brain cancer. Oh my fucking god.
fucking.
I know what's going on. It's not like I don't know what goes on past Wano. I'm aware of where they are and what they're doing.
This is the closest I'm going.
I just haven't read or watched it. I saw like one episode in Egghead because Ann played it.
Goodbye, run.
What am I doing? What am I doing?
No way, dude! That did not connect. You're smoking crack.
What kind of line is that?
Oh my. Ah, dude! Why? There's no way, man. Oh my gosh, dude! I'm so mad.
This was just maddening. Everything that could go wrong was going
is
wrong.
much better.
Run
Yeah,
after
I know.
run would die to something
I do hear the
completely new
anime's
they
trying
hadn't seen
harder
before.
now.
Despite their best efforts, there was no PB in sight. But they both kept pushing, knowing that the victory would be all the more sweet in the end.
Wow, I thought the time limit would be a bit more strict on me. That was really under 90 seconds. And that's another one. I've seen some complaints on Twitter, though, about the One Piece anime now. They're saying it's over-animated. Okay, I got 3 more to get. Let's fucking go, bro.
Glitched would finally break his own record with a 28:05 that he unfortunately forgot to highlight. McNuggets, after hearing the news, had some mixed feelings. He was of course happy for Glitched, but why wasn't it him? Why couldn't he break through? He just wanted to get the world record once, so he could hold a trilogy sweep at one point in his life. Why couldn't he clutch when it mattered most? His next stream would be a pity party. Black and white webcam, text on screen saying he'll never catch up to world record, and his girlfriend had broken up with him that same day and is non-stop—
What? The girlfriend broke up with him because he couldn't get the WR?
texting him mid-run, "I'm not making this up." All the while, there's depressing music playing in the background.
DBC ruined my life! Ah!
I don't know why he decided that Budokai Attempts was the move today, but he would start to build up a lead on Namek. Cell 2 would put him to 13 seconds ahead, and while Cell 3 would crush his
This is the inspiration he needed.
Because he had time to gain on the last 2 fights, so he locked in.
Imagine he gets the world record and she wants to come back. So she comes crawling back. It's like a plot straight out of a movie.
It's any percent. Budokai 1, 2, and 3. It's all 3, man. It's all. Dude, I have been having just the absolute worst time lately, man. I have been having the worst time lately.
It may have been by 1 second, but McNuggets was the king of Budokai, baby. And despite the turmoil he faced, he decided...
Alright, now when do we get the Carl Jobs video exposing him for being a cheater?
That he was going to continue his grind and join Glitched in the quest for 27. He had come this far. Surely, the last 5 seconds couldn't be that bad. Right?
Right.
What? Oh! In what universe does that not connect? In what universe does that not connect? In what
What? Dude. Why is that shit happening? Fucking backstepping mid-combo and falling over. There it goes again. Backstep mid-combo. Stop doing that! It's like fucking 3 fights in a row, man. There's... Okay, this is fucking obnoxious, dude. Literally every fight since Frieza. Fuck this.
Okay. No. Nope. That punch tilted me.
Oh, fuck. It's just what I feared.
Dude, I hate Piccolo. Fucking useless character. Useless character hours. Dead run hours.
What more do you want from me?
This is my villain arc. Someone comes in, first time chatter. Oh, I love Budokai. How's the speed run? Shut up.
Wow.
Boy, you don't get your...
Alright, we'll take that. Fuck yeah. That's what I needed.
The beats are bad. So are his speed ups, as in his fights.
Damn it, I fucked up the
He's
last
getting
one.
beat.
It's still fine. I'm still really far ahead. I still have time save on these last two splits. Fuck yes! Fuck yes! Fuck this shit.
The 27 was real. Glitched had finally done it. The dedication these two guys have for Budokai 1 is seriously impressive. Compared to runners prior who had very few attempts, both of these guys combined have thousands of hours doing runs and labbing in training mode. Compared to other speed games with similar run counts, it's hard to find two runners that are just that much more committed than the rest of the field. Nugs would try for months to get his own 27, and that attempt counter would just keep climbing, with nothing but crash outs to follow.
Oh my gosh, please. What? Wait, does that win or does that lose? What?
Hey, Red check.
No fucking
I'm alive.
way you got the IQ for
I'm
that
just trying to get some
shit.
trophies.
Wow, what a great...
I'm not muted. Hello? I'm coming. I'm being gaslit.
What the...
Finally, he would land himself a 2802. Not enough for 27, but one step closer to his goal. In the background,
You weren't active, so
Glitch
we
was
assumed
going
the
through
worst.
his own
Thank you.
struggle. The madman that had gotten the first 27 in Budokai still wanted to go lower. His skill was undeniable, and he wasn't going to let any of these fuckers stand in his way. And during a one-off 100% run, Glitched would get this run.
I'm focusing. I'm in gamer mode.
Nice. The run is in Cell's hands now. Words cannot describe the level of sketchy that fucking fight was. The tiniest PB is possible.
Always suspect actual death.
Could be real.
Now, I did say when I started streaming that if I go a week without appearing in someone's chat or doing a stream, it means I actually fucking died. That's still true. That is still true to this day, you guys.
I need a perfect Cell 4 and 5 if I want a game out. Oh shit. Could be real. Could be real, boys. It's all up to Cell the 5th. Be nice to me.
Yes!
Fuck yes, dude! Finally a fucking PV! Holy shit! Let's go! Let's fucking go! Finally!
And that, my friends, is where the world
Can I
record
just switch to if that
stands
happens?
for now.
I think Carl has
Dragon
priority.
Ball Z Budokai has had a rather interesting history. Early runs of the game were quite wholesome, rediscovering a childhood classic and racing it with your friends. But over time, as the game got more optimized, it would begin to show its teeth. To speedrun Budokai at the highest level, you need to keep your head cool and have an ungodly amount of determination. Because if you don't, you will go insane. The leaderboard on speedrun.com only consists of 8 runners for the PS2 version, so my buddy Rebel and I decided to pick up some copies and bump it up to 10. But still, the guys who did the most work are the 2 at the top. My hat's off to Glitched and Nugs for putting in an incredible effort to optimize the game. Unless a new sequence break is found, the only way to lower the time is getting cleaner fights. And we'll see if 26 ever happens playing the game this way. A task was created by L5 that clocks in at 25:38 when adjusted for load times, so Glitched and Nugs still have over 2 minutes to reach theoretical perfection. The 2 actually met up for the first time not too long ago for an anime speedrunning focused event in Florida, which was pretty cool to see.
collab of the century.
Guys are very close and support each other's grinds.
We grilling it up here. We got the food. We got the freaking boys. Look at this man. Look at this man cooking out here. Shit.
Nugs recently, as of writing this video, has gotten down to 28:01. So tantalizingly close to
He's
a
getting there, he's
27.
getting there, he's kissing
I
it,
highly
he's kissing
recommend
it.
you go follow these guys to see what they do next, and consider checking out speedruns for other Budokai games on speedrun.com. If you want to see someone who does the nastiest cancels in Budokai 3, check out this guy Adrian
Elite Raid! Just in time for the wrap.
Roshka. He's
Give me a
sick with
second,
it.
we're watching
And of course,
DBZ
if you
Chill.
want to see more speedrunning documentaries like this, I recommend checking out my Conquering Jack 3 series. It took me over 2.5 years to make, and will likely
Well, the video's pretty much over as is. Thank you, Ann Leet, for the raid with a party of 63. Big up Sizzy Mac, Aqua,
Spandong. How you
Ann
doing,
Leet,
dude?
Senza Kroy. Good news! You guys are past the Arlo segment. We are caught up on Arlo. It was the first segment. Congratulations. You played yourselves. Big ups to Shanios. Big ups to Loop One. We're doing the platinum for Sly Cooper, Thieves in Time. I'm going to finally 100% it tonight. I just got 2 trophies left. Well, 2 if I can do this thing that I'm doing right now correctly. Thing is, I got beat up by a guy using his massive swollen dong. How? Did he just swing it around? Did he disconnect it and use it as a... He used it as like a battering ram? Did he use it as a projectile? Like, did he toss it at you? How did he do that exactly? Swing it at you like a bat? Big ups for the raid again. We were watching this gentleman explain Dragon Ball Z Budokai speedrunning, which I have... I didn't even play those games growing up. I had Dragon Ball Z Ultimate Battle 23 on PS1, and I didn't understand it. The announcer yelling Japanese at me spooked me something fierce, so I never went back to DBZ games. I don't know, DBZ was always more of a cousin thing. The cousins were into it more than me. Like wrestling! We were the same way with wrestling. It was in fact him getting hard and then hitting me with it. Oh, so you turned him on then. You turned them on. Okay, that's what you're telling me. And Synthetic Man's brother put out a really good video, in my opinion, about the absolute state of Pokemon in the modern era. The game has a status effect of anal bleeding. What are these fucking games these guys are making you play? What? What are you supposed to do? Bend over and just take it. That's what you're supposed to do. I hope you enjoyed the game nonetheless. Big ups and everybody coming in. Like I said, we're finishing Sly Cooper so I can start on Jack and Daxter. Can add Sly Cooper to the list of funny animal cartoon mascot platforming games. Will I've streamed the entirety of on stream, along with Crash. All right. No, I'm just doing this mission right now. We can do the wrap. Liza P concludes, Wendy's is messed up. Mario Kart fun. Daily Wrap, June 24th, 2025. I don't even know how Mario Kart went. I guess it must have went swell because nobody came in here like, Dave is begging! Mario Kart is over, party! That was the 6th stream of Mario Kart World, so if he does one more Mario Kart stream and then drops the game, I will have won the bet.
Good evening, everyone. Phil here. Welcome to the Daily Wrap.
You lost the bet then? Yeah, because Sarah's got the count. Last week's stream, he told me it was the 5th stream, so that means this week's stream is a 6th. So next week should be the 7th stream, if he keeps it up.
For what was Tuesday, the 24th of June, 2025, a good variety streaming day, a day where we wrapped up some very difficult gameplay, and a first of 2 playthroughs we'll be completing this week. A day of hilarity and online fun. A day of DSP tries it, destroy my guts. Let's talk all about it.
I'm glad he's at least found a niche for Mario Kart, I guess.
I did not do a podcast because, number one, I didn't feel like I had anything to
Otherwise,
talk about.
it would have been gone
and
yesterday.
Number two, we wanted to be sure that I was going to beat the Lies of P
It has
Overture
a purpose.
DLC. I didn't even
I'm only
realize
just touching
I
one
was
mode.
only like 10 minutes away from the final boss of said DLC. But I'm glad that I gave myself as much time as I did to beat it. We'll talk about that in a moment. So
Yeah, I'm just spending the whole stream on it.
And
then
today, people were
maybe he
wondering
did Q&A?
why, because
No,
I
he
had a
did the
really
food.
bad start to my day. Basically, number one, as my wife was getting ready for work, Jasper Kitty got all hyper and started trying to wake me up at like 7 in the morning. I usually don't have to get up
wake you up at a normal time?
8:39. So here he is. Come on, Dad. Come on, Dad. Come on, Dad. Like, oh, I'm so
What the
tired.
fuck?
So I had
Okay.
to get up, and I had a bunch of stuff I had to do.
All right, cat
I
dad.
needed to get a refill on some anti-inflammatory ointment for my hand because I have eczema.
His hands are
And
oozing.
I go to get it, and they
I
change the whole
like
process.
my
You
eczema.
can't just talk to someone anymore. You now have to have a video conference with a doctor for an anti-inflammatory cream. It's not like I'm trying to get like, opium or something like that. But so I had to do that. So basically today I had
I don't
so
know,
much to
maybe
do
people
in the
get high
morning.
off the cream.
And then on top of that, Jasper Kitty had
They don't
come
want
in
the
here and made
glue
a big
chuggers
mess.
getting to the
I
cream,
talked about this a
Phil.
little bit to the audience early on, but then we got started with Lies of P's Overture. And to be frank with everyone, I was already tired and not in a good mood from the stuff that had happened earlier. Me trying to beat the hardest boss in Lies of P and arguably
Man,
one
hey,
of the
Turkey.
hardest bosses in Soulsborne so far wasn't great timing. Let's put it that way. The final boss has
Hardest
2
bosses
phases.
in
The
Soulsborne
final boss,
history
when going into
in a
phase
game
2,
not made by FromSoft.
and getting a full-on second health bar, has an attack incredibly similar to Melania's insane transformation from Elden Ring. In fact, I would go as far to say they
Hey, got the
blatantly
trophy.
copied Melania. Like they actually
I watched him do a little bit of that boss fight. I like the character's voice. He sounded like a dingus.
wanted to make a boss that was exactly the same, but in Lies of P. And to be honest, I just didn't like it that much because I wish it would have been better if it was more original. But instead, they bit off of their competition. Now, I tried for over 2.5 hours to beat this boss fight legit. I got pretty close. There was once or twice when in the second phase, I got him down to maybe around half health, roughly. But I never really got to the end where it looked like I was going to win. But we were out of time. And the thing was, today I owed you guys DSP Tries It, the Takis menu from Wendy's. So I had to finish this thing. So I said, well, guys, we can either do an entire other stream. How many people are going to show up for an entire other stream of Lies of P just to see me keep fighting this boss?
He's going to rage quit. No, really? Is that what happened?
The way out. How's the way out? Well, guess what? The legendary hunter is part of the story and is sitting right there, and you can help her up, and then she helps you as a co-op partner in the fight. This completely changes the fight. Yes, it definitely makes the fight easier. It still took me about 15 minutes to beat him trying constantly with the co-op partner.
He's learning
and it was
cheese.
an epic nail-biting finale when I actually did beat him. So then I ordered the food, and because we had time to spare, I went and did the post-game stuff. Like there was this girl puppet who you'd help throughout the DLC, and you could go see her and see her finale of her story. And there was a final like send-off for some of the characters. So we did that, and then the food arrived. So Lies of P Overture is done. My overall opinion, I'll probably talk more about it tomorrow on the podcast. Overall, it was pretty good. I would argue it was on par with the base game. What I really liked about it were the weapons. The weapons were all feeling kind of unique and interesting, and all had some nice, awesome attributes that made it feel different. Every time you got a new weapon, you level it up, you use it, made the game feel fresh. It never really got tired because of that. I think the last boss's boss design was great. I just didn't like that they copied Melania with the way that they executed it. I'm okay with the boss being tough. I'm not okay with them actually copying directly from Elden Ring, which is exactly what it was. So, you know, a lot of people, well, I don't want to say a lot of people, a few people were upset
A lot of
that I did the
people.
co-op to beat him. I don't care. Here's why.
Don't care. Here's why I
Because
don't care.
win a prize. I don't get a trophy. I don't get a title belt.
Get
People
satisfaction.
Don't shower me in
Why do you need a
adornment
material
and
reward?
praise if I beat him legit. If I beat
Sometimes people like to say, "Oh, if you do this in the game, I'll like donate and give you more money." So potentially, you could have gotten a reward if you did it.
without the summon, it probably would have taken a whole other stream.
I disavow this argument.
I beat Melania legit. I beat all these bosses legit.
I beat
could have
him
done
legit.
it, right? But
I beat these other bosses legit, so that means I have skill, even though I couldn't beat this boss legit.
who would have cared? Did you really want to see me do
Appeal
another
to
stream of this
legacy.
game? People were outright
Hey,
telling
there's
me,
a
"Get to
compass
the next
trophy."
game." So I
One more
wrapped
trophy
it
to
up,
go.
Okay, so there you have it. And by the way, in the future, I may do more of that as well, so that way we don't have lingering playthroughs going on for 17 extra streams because I'm being stubborn and stupid about it. Okay? DSP Tries It Taki's menu is live over on DSP Reacts right now. All I'm going to say is this. I did like some of the stuff. I didn't like some of the stuff. They screwed the order up. It wasn't officially a fair review because the order was wrong.
I'm gonna prize for doing it legit, but he definitely hit us with a legit line for beating Elden Ring, but no, someone's doing it the right way. Okay, man, sure, whatever, stub your toe, whatever. Yeah, he's so insistent when it comes to summons, but this one time, he used what is essentially a summon. He used a AI co-op character to help you out, and then it's like, oh, well, it doesn't count. So, I mean, like, fuck you. Like, I beat all these other games on my own, so who cares?
When you leave out components of what you're supposed to be getting in a new food item, then it's not an accurate representation of said food item, and there was a critical, important component completely missing. So if you want to see what I mean, you can check it out on at DSP Reacts right now on YouTube. I hope you enjoyed the episode, but I was pretty disappointed because, man, they left out that thing that might have made it good. By the way, it was also the first time I ever tried Taki's chips at all, so if you want to see me review them, I do that as well because there's a bag of Takis that come with this combo. Okay? All right. Tonight on the lead stream, it was Mario Kart World, more Knockout Tour online multiplayer, more great fun where I made it so that people who contributed could pick the racers. So we had a good variety tonight. We started with Rosalina, we had Bowser Jr., then we had Daddy Bowser, or Bowser Sr., I guess you.
What? Bro, he is so out of it. He is so...
Could pick the racers. So we had a good variety tonight. We started with Rosalina, we had Bowser Jr., then we had Daddy Bowser.
I guess because he started by saying Bowser Jr. and then, then defaulting to Bowser after that. It's like, well, he's obviously, Daddy Bowser is not going to be Bowser Jr., but Bowser Jr. has that little extra title. So, of course, Daddy Bowser would need a title, even though Gamer Phil should know that, like, Bowser is just Bowser.
I made it so that people who contributed could pick the racers. So we had a good variety tonight. We started with Rosalina, we had Bowser Jr., then we had Daddy Bowser, or Bowser Sr., I guess you could say. Let's see.
I guess
We
you could
had
say
Baby Mario, Yoshi,
Daddy
and
Bowser.
Dry Bones. So right there was a good 6+ characters that we played tonight.
I know nobody
Great
says Daddy
variety.
Bowser. I'm just saying, I'm
I
giving you
switched
the
parts
rationale
up
for why
as
he
well.
said that.
Did I do well? I did. I can tell you right now, multiple top 8 finishes, but that's all I'm going to say because I don't want to spoil if I actually got a win tonight or not. I will say this. There were some times distinctly tonight I was in the lead for a long time during the races. Like, I was in first place. But the problem with this game is you just can't maintain first place. It's impossible. Everyone's going to get either the blue shell or the lightning or the bullet bill or whatever, and they just catch up anyway. It doesn't matter how well you drive. It doesn't matter if you never make a mistake. You will still have to get lucky to win. It's frustrating.
It's Mario Kart.
There was one race I was in first place.
It's just kind of annoying when it comes to like him like explaining why he plays the truck sim games, and it's like, I don't care about like competitive racing. If I want competitive racing, I'll play Mario Kart. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, but previously you said you don't give a fuck about Mario Kart because it's not competitive, it's just for fun. But then when you want to not play the fucking Sims competitively. Bring up Mario Kart as a card, the get out of jail free card. And when you actually play Mario Kart, you're upset that you can't be competitive because of all the RNG. But that's just the thing. That's just the name of the game, brother.
I'm about to qualify for the next part of the race. Blue shell. Everyone drives by me, eliminated instantly.
Don't go for first.
But I was in first.
Don't go for first.
Anyway, it was a good time.
That's the logic behind Knockout Tour. You don't have to be first until the very end.
People are agreeing.
Be middle of the road. That's the key for Knockout Tour.
Right now is some of
unless you're trying to go with 3 stars, like me.
Because it's zany fun. I rage. I do a variety of gameplay. They're loving it. All right. So I will keep this in the rotation every week as long as people show up, engage, and support with it. Well-supported day. Hit and exceeded goals on both streams. We're now at 32 out of 40. We did determine the new DSP Tries It will be the, I think it was like Grillo or Gino's Dill Pickles. There's a collaboration with this pickle company and Sonic restaurants. So that meal is all pickle oriented. There's a burger, fries or tots, and a drink, and it all comes out on the 30th. So this will be perfect. You figure it'll probably take us the week, right? If we do well, if I'm hitting goals every day, that means we could do it on the day of release, right? Which would be great to finally do on the day of release, then holding it up, which I believe would be next Monday. So let's see what happens, but people seem excited for it, okay? So overall today, a great day. Great gameplay, great progress, a DSP Tries It, great support, everything excellent. Tomorrow, let's have another one, right? Tomorrow there will be a podcast. I'll be talking about my final thoughts about Lies of P's DLC. And whatever topics you guys have, if there's game news to discuss, we'll talk about that. And then it's going to be the conclusion of Onimusha 2 Remastered on the first stream.
Damn, he's already done with it?
I've definitely noticed that the attention for Onimusha 2 is way less than Onimusha 1. I don't know why.
Chat.
People told me that they'd like 2 better than 1.
Yeah, Pickles, that's I was going to say Sega and Subway. Pickles, that's Sonic.
It'll be a great conclusion, and we'll keep that momentum going. Tomorrow night, Taxi Life, a driving simulator in Barcelona, Spain, continues. My second stream ever of it. You guys liked it last week. Hopefully people will show up, engage, and support with that. So we'll keep that in the rotation too. All right, everyone. So thank you so very much. Have a good night. See you tomorrow for the start of the second half of the week. Peace out and so long.
Thank you, Mr. Burnell. Mr. Burnell? Okay, I'm on my last trophy to get the plat and the secret ending. However, there are a lot of things I have to check before I can get this trophy. Namely, every map in the game. And I did not know this, but every side area in the game, like even areas within like a mission, those have their own maps. And I just never checked the maps till like a good ways into the game. Yeah, there is a secret ending. The racing wheel is wasted on him. He doesn't even drive manual. He doesn't even drive a stick shift. He's a phony. Okay, yeah, that's that. Say, we're about caught up then. I don't got no more puppet videos to indulge you with. I just gotta check all these maps, and then I can go home. And the Arlo videos today were him sweeping for the $10 tech demo and saying it was worth the money. And then he made a whole video talking about Mario Brothers for like 10 minutes. He said, yeah, the game looks better. And went in a very roundabout way for 10 minutes talking about, yeah, it looks better. You know, the textures look better. Models are kind of blocky, but it still looks good. Just simple gameplay, your favorite. It's not. I'm gonna be like skipping cutscenes and running around the map, and just skipping, checking maps and skipping cutscenes and running and all this stuff I've already said. Okay. Now, this part is real bullshit. Like, how would you know this? The hideouts have maps, too. Every hideout in every episode has its own map, and you need to check it for the platinum. How would you know to do that? Why does a menu have its own map? No wonder I never got the trophy. What were they thinking? Any of that include Arlo? Except... No, none of that includes Arlo. Alright, well, let me hop on it. The stuff I do to platinum games. Yep. We got a map here, too.
The finest jewels are now missing from the city walls. Have you guards cut down on all this theft? For goodness sake, that's why you're called guards, isn't it? Oh, fine.
Trying to bring you guys outside as I remember to take out the trash before sleep. I love taking out the trash before sleep. It's usually on a Thursday. Which isn't today. It's tomorrow, because it's now Wednesday and no longer Tuesday. Because all the dingus streams always have to go past midnight, because I lost control of my life. Wrong way. What am I doing? Salim, do not redeem. Oops. You know what really felted me with this trophy? It's just because of my mentality of not... I just think Sly Cooper games don't need maps. That's why I didn't check the map. If I knew checking maps was associated with a trophy, surely I would have checked the maps. I even disabled the mini-map with how much I hate maps. Wrong button. Should be the only map for that mission. Who puts maps in a platformer? Well, it was 2013. This was the beginning of Sony going through their transition into becoming the cinematic masters of cinema that they are today. I think he loves Sly Floor too much, he's willing to destroy his sleep schedule. I say Sly Floor? Sly Floor? No, I said Sly Floor, I think. I've been awake for too long. I love this game so much. I started cloud streaming for the first time. I've never done that before. Ah! Now this does mean that I gotta do the dance minigame again. Anne's gonna see some shaky fox ass. I can't skip. Why would I want to? Okay, no map for this part. I wouldn't even be surprised if they decided to put a map here. I love these developers, guys. Yeah. Anne's a furry. He always talks about his furry scale. You watch Anna enough times, he'll talk about the scale of furriness. The teens version of God of War minigames. No, this was after God of War, you're right.
Thank goodness Interpol will never know about this.
DSP's triggered and disgusted by this segment. Go back and watch This Is How You Don't Play Turkey. He fucking loved this. Oh my god, you're shaking your fox titties, dude. He didn't like the Murray dance segment, though. I might have to do that one again. You'll see that one either way if you missed it when I first played this. We need Anne's opinion. What is Carmelita on the scale? Anne gives off furry vibes. That's not vibes, it's the ick. He gives off the ick.
Someday I will get Bentley back for this.
Look, guys, I can try all I want. I can't change his mindset on what he enjoys. I am as sick and disgusted as you. Dingus playing non-Nintendo. Yeah. I mean, I played the original PS2 games on PS2. I didn't have no Nintendo shit besides GBA until I was a teenager. We were rocking the PS1 with the Genesis. Brother Dingus got the PS2 the same Christmas that I got my GBA. And then when he grew out of games, he just fucking handed me down, gave me the PS2. But you know, this was like Kid Dingus. So all the PlayStation games I had were fucking cartoon games and movie games and licensed games. The Simpsons, Hit and Run, SpongeBob, oh my little Spyro, Pac-Man, and then Sly. The Sonic Mega Collection thing. The Family Guy. I had the fucking Family Guy video game. That game's a fever dream. The Crash, Spyro, Jack and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank.
Sly, I am thinking I should go.
Oh, of course, Kingdom Hearts.
I have passed my greatest wisdom on to you. The last of my friends are now retired, and I have had enough snakes and scorpions and climbing for 3 lifetimes. Besides, I was thinking someone should watch over Carmelita to make sure she is safe.
All right, Salim. We couldn't have made it this far without you, but I think we can handle it from here. You've definitely earned your retirement.
I thought this was a sweet moment, but then they ruin it because Salim gets knocked out 10 seconds later.
Go enjoy it.
There was no reason for him to lose his cane, because you get the finale where you recover all the canes right after. He should have been the one to keep his cane, so that when you recover the other ancestor canes that were stolen earlier, you start as Salim first, because he got to keep his cane. Because he didn't go with Sly to the fucking boss here. Don't think Anna's an actual furry, but he'll definitely sweep for girls on furs. That's what I'm saying. I don't think he's a full on, but I think if it's a certain percentage on the scale, he'll sweep for it. He'll try to argue that it's more woman than an animal.
What's our next move, Bentley?
Can't skip this.
First, we need something to distract those guards, so I can get to that control room. I whipped up a surprise for Miss Decibel with the leftover material from Carmelita's outfit, but I think it might work better here.
Finally! Just point me in the direction of the changing room and what the?
I wish we got to use the mouse on Miss Decibel. Okay. This is the map that I had to check.
Security cameras to go.
Stealing peanut butter, really? You
Yeah, me and my cousins were too dumb for Silent Hill as well. Now, we did beat a couple of them, but some of those games stumped us. I remember a lot of the puzzles we had to look up and then print out the solutions for. This was the look up sheets and then print them out era.
As the tiger is being held inside that taxi shop. My data shows the interior is small, but well reinforced. Also, there don't appear to be any guards inside at the moment. I think this one is pretty straightforward. You and Sly go in through the front door. After that, your muscles should be enough to handle the situation.
No problem, Bentley. My mighty biceps are itching to go to work.
I could speedrun RE2 at the time, but couldn't get past the school in Silent Hill 1. The school mogged me too, particularly the infamous piano puzzle. You know the one. The FAQs, yeah. Yeah, man, I went to GameFAQs. I said facts! Okay, map for here. In a jiffy yellow cab. Majora's Mask was the game that stumped you? Don't say that, I still have to play that game. I think before I touch that in Ocarina, I'll probably do Link to the Past. You know, I never played Link to the Past. Alright, there should be a couple of maps in this one. It's like split into multiple areas. And after that, I think I should be good to go to England. What? Why would you spawn a guard right there? It's so mean. Reading comprehension wasn't good as a kid, that's why though. I sometimes read online, you know, people who don't speak English as their first language end up learning English because they play, you know, they play old video games, and not all of them were always translated into their language.
Then I press the R2 button to climb up or down like lightning.
Ah yes, Honest Hassan's carpets. But yeah, old video games teaching people English. Pretty cool. I'll never get over his carpet paraglider. It's just fucking cool. Get it? Remember Indiana Jones? Alright, map right here. Should be one more after this.
Wow, those are some giant Diablo scorpions. Nasty.
Oh no, I just stuck my hand in. Shall I bring you back some scorpions, Bentley? They taste just like chicken.
No thanks. I'm trying to cut back.
So, Bentley would eat the scorpions if he wasn't on a diet?
Of course, climbing, my favorite.
I don't see an access point, but that lever looks... looks worth investigating.
Alright, that should be the last one. Should be good to teleport now. Lady really likes her singing. Oh my god, OMG, it's Sweet Bean 96! Hi, Bean. Bean, I'm trying to platinum a game. I don't do this often. Did we tower climb in Rugrats? I just needed to check the map. But yeah, I got the 3 maps from that mission. The last trophy is checking all the maps, and every sub-area in each mission does have its own map that I have to check. Literally only got the map trophy left. Oh, speaking of maps. Ostrava, can we talk about why does the hideout have its own map? Why would you ever think to check the map in the menu? The hideout menu? What are we doing, Senzaru? I can't for the life of me accept that someone got the map trophy like on their own on the first time without having to backtrack at all. I don't buy that. Sorry. Just Senzaru things. Yeah. Dingus, I love you. Mwah. Thank you. Let's get a bean shout out. Or like another shout out. Flip shout out.
Alright.
What's she doing? What's she playing? Crash 4? I don't want to touch this game,
So
Bean.
we jump first. Right.
This game don't
Then we
exist to me,
pass
Bean.
through here. Okay.
It's the Bean strat.
Jump.
Bean speedrun.
Oh, so there
Slowing down time.
Okay, I get it.
Crash stole that from Sly.
Okay. Stop this. Cool, we got it. We perfected it. Big. Holy shit.
Press the L2 button to change into the outfit now.
We didn't lose a I mean, it obviously wasn't like perfect first try or anything, but not a single life lost in that whole array.
By standing next to it and pressing the circle button.
Is this all there is?
Vortex is such a cuck now, man. He used to be an actual threat. What happened, man? Was this a Bean on day 1? Did you play that day 1? I don't remember Bean playing that game.
Try to hit that target across the gap. Press and hold the R1 button to draw the bow.
Nah, I saw Phil play through it. I haven't played it myself. I've seen enough people play through the game that it's like me watching people play Sly 4 before I played Sly 4 for myself. I've already developed an idea of the game, and for Crash 4, I'm getting the feeling I wouldn't be too over it. No, completionist side dingus would not like Crash 4. And that game has time trials that make you want to stab your ear. So you guys definitely wouldn't like those streams.
Somehow this place...
Life 4 casually pukes. It's not that bad, but it's like... Come on. The ideas are there on paper, but the execution is just mamma mia. Look, it's been discussed to death. They didn't do enough with Bentley. They just retreaded Murray's arc, but worse. And they actually did not that much with Sly and his ancestors. And you do a time travel game in a Sly Cooper... You do a Sly Cooper time travel game and you don't go meet Sly's dad or mom or Clockwork outside of the cameos, which I also have to show off. I didn't forget about the cameos. Dude, I was just doing this mission too. I was just doing this mission. Alright, well, we'll start it one more time. Now Sly's forgotten. Sony has forgotten about Sly Cooper.
As I told you,
Remember the first time I played this without plugging in the Ethernet cord and the game didn't even work? Like how you can't skip this cutscene because they really want you to see Sly and Carmelita interact.
What are you doing?
Relax.
Look at Ratchet's wrench just floating in the air there.
Tabs on the Dragon Slayer.
I don't recall you watching my back on any jobs.
He's
Only
seething!
when I'm trying to catch you. But I find Galeth charming. He has a good
Just so out of character. Sly wouldn't act this way.
Then you better get going before Sir Goof gets himself captured again.
Like, why does he treat his ancestors like he was like all over Ryoichi's Tanuki cock? Why does he treat Galef like this? Like, Galef is a goof, but what happened to the reverence? He was revering his ancestors all throughout the rest of the franchise. Alright, Belly of the Beast. He's a cuck. I mean, he still got Carmelita in the end. Carmelita and Galef don't really do anything together past this mission. I think there was a map in Mousetrap. Bentley has been known to retreat into his shell for long periods when depressed. What? No, he's not. He's not known for that. That only happens in this game. Where in the fucking first 3 games does Bentley go into his shell because he's sad? Oh, look, I brought this up earlier in the stream. Murray's swimming. Murray can swim only in this part of the series. Nowhere else. Okay, this part of the map should have its own map. Oh wow, it does. Why would you need the map here? He enters his shell during a double jump and when he gets hit and slide too. Oh yeah, when Murray needs to toss him and then when he gets it. But okay, but the hint specifically says when he's depressed. You're telling me every time Murray needs to toss him, he just gets an immediate bout of depression? A shell-shocked heart had the map for the Black Knight. And Short Supply has the 3 shops. God damn it.
Looks like the Black Knight is on the move, Sly.
You're about to be tossed? Are you telling me you're happy to have that happening? He's in his shell. Be okay.
It looks like the production facilities in town are down. We'll have to look into that. I have a feeling Cooper has something to do with this.
Oh, I hate that Cooper. Bentley's always the first. No, he's not. What are these writers thinking? This isn't my Bentley. My Bentley always says, take us a jump and press the circle button.
Dealing with Cooper's really giving me a headache. He makes me so mad. I need to squash him once and for all. Then I can get things back on track.
A lot of hot air from a bitch who was slobbering all over him last game. Anyway, let's continue following her.
After I crush the Cooper gang, I'll put them all in the circus. Maybe even shrink that van of theirs down and turn it into a clown car. How fun.
This whole plot point just reminds me of Fire Emblem Three Houses. Even the fact that it takes place in the medieval area.
Huh. My balloon surveillance system is
Remember Edelgard?
It's probably those darn birds again. I need to invent a scarecrow with a rocket launcher.
That's not funny!
Bentley, he's going into the blacksmith shop. Should I follow him inside?
Now, I'll take it from here, Sly. I should be able to get inside through that hatch on the roof. Time to get some answers.
Wait, what's going on there? What? You see that? You see that? What was up with Ratchet's wrench floating in midair? That escort segment could have been longer. I don't really... I just followed her like across one street corner and then she went into the shop. Just felt like a redo of the cane swipe mission.
Rats, I can't hear anything from up here. I better...
Alright, of course there's a map here.
Stay up here in the rap.
I've just cutting all of Bentley's dialogue off. It's okay, Bentley, I don't mean it. There's nothing personal, Bentley. I just need a platinum. You ask why Bentley understands. That doesn't make Bentley sad. He knows what this is all about. He knows the operation. He knows why I'm going through the motions.
Okay, you heard Bentley. Together, we can bring this whole operation down.
Yeah! Let's go kick some butts!
Is it close as you'll get to me playing a Splinter Cell game right here?
To get to the tavern. I think for this one you could go right through the front door.
You mean like punch through the door?
I meant walk, actually.
Well, I like to have options.
He is fat. Alright, so I actually gotta do the mission, because all three of these shops have their own maps.
Murray, you need to shut... Murray, try throwing... the guards into the vats!
Where are the guards at? Spawn them in! Ah. The porcupines came out of nowhere.
Keep going, Murray! Outstanding, Murray! 2 more to go!
The Murray is a terrifying cyclone of devastation!
Nice shot, Murray!
Murray would never say that. I mean, he wouldn't say it in that way. Oops. I aimed wrong.
Yeah, just one more, Murray! Why not try it?
One more? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? swear they spawn in like off camera or something. I turn around, like turn one corner and they just appear. Alright, Sly's next, and I think it's Gallup's turn. Yeah.
Sly, you need to return to the shoemakers. Whatever's being manufactured in there can't be good. Let's shut it down.
Consider it done.
The local tavern is named the Slippery Toad. Remember Star Fox?
Sly, I'm getting some unusually strong readings from the upper levels of the shop. Just get to that control box across the room, and I'll shut this operation down for good.
Oops. Oh, wait, no, it worked. Thought that didn't connect. It didn't look like it connected. No! Soft on me. Is it do it? Is it do it?
I'll take over from here, Sly.
Kinda whack how the costumes don't have the rope sprint. I remember you doing this exact stage too, and I was like, what the fuck did he do to speed this up? I'm too traumatized from like the final one of these, from the arcade machines. I'm not used to these easy ones. I am used to it, but it's like been a while since I've done them.
Way to go, Bentley. This place is
Yeah, Bentley's the boss.
definitely closed for business.
Why didn't they just blow it up? Ropes can be easily cut by lasers. Is that gonna be on the test? Alright, Gallops, let's get on it.
Okay, Gallus, you need to get inside the bakery. If we shut it down, we can bring the Black Knight's operations to a halt.
Fear not! I will.
Gallus, you need to get to the floor.
Does this count for the upper floor or no?
Above, but
I guess I'll figure it out.
access point. Look around. There must be a way up there.
Leave it to me, Bentley.
Where was the thing again? I'll find it. Oh wait, there it is. Aha! It does have its own map. Alright, this is the end of the mission. Let's get out of here. Okay, that's it for medieval England. Why would that have a map? I guess the first map was only for the first floor. Alright, back to Unga Bunga. Alright, check the hideout map. Again, why? Why does it have its own menu? It's a menu within a menu. What were they thinking? They weren't. Hey, Higher God. We're thinking, why not? They were trolling, adding 1 hour to my stream tonight, forcing me to backtrack. They're laughing at me. I can hear them right now. This is the thanks I get for beating these games with the map turned off. Been a Sly Cooper grind for so long, man. For the whole series? Yeah, it's been about 2 months.
Cool. Maybe
For this game, it only seems long because I put it on break for a bit because of the Switch 2.
And I'm guessing it's not a swap meet. I'm on it, Bentley.
But this should be it. This should be the final Thieves in Time stream. And then I will have done all the Sly Cooper content ever. That's ever out there. I'm hard at work right now.
Still no.
That's ultimately a lie, though. I could like download a PDF of the comic and then show you guys the comic, both issues.
Word from Carmelite.
All 2 issues? Yes, it was very popular. I was just in this mission too, but getting stronger, I didn't check the map. Actually bought copies of each comic for the collection? Oh, big ups. That should be it for this one. How much did that set you back? Did those go for a pretty penny? Yeah, Jack and Daxter's next. It's next. It's next. I keep setting it back. Blame the Switch too. But now that I've pretty much done, you know, all the pressing stuff in Mario Kart, you know, I still got time trials and free roam, but that's just like auxiliary shit. I will do it, but it's not immediate, you know, immediate priority. Go back to focusing on nostalgia stuff.
Okay.
250 total for both included. Damn. I presume in that case they were in pristine condition. They better be. Alright, time for Murray to get depressed again. We want to talk about characters with depression. Yeah, then Murray got sad, I guess. Murray couldn't climb a wall.
Okay, Bob. I know Murray got you ready. Have to navigate around obstacles or break through them. Press the square button to pound the wall.
That nefarious fucking hellion, Bentley, sent Murray on the mission on purpose, knowing he would fail, and that Murray wasn't the right fit for the job. Bentley allowed him to volunteer, thus leading to his depression. Yep. Basically, I'm saying, it's Bentley's fault.
Okay, big guy, try putting on that, but
Alright, there's a side area. It's gotta have a map. Ah, yes! Still can't I can't get over that flickering bar at the top whenever you open a menu. How do you just not catch that during QA? Yeah, whenever I pause, it's like a bar flickering at the top. Can you fix that? Can you looking at that? I guess not. Alright, for sure the ice mission. Yep, with Bentley.
Beta systems, check. Guard ammo, check. Tire pressure, check.
Bentley, how many equipment checks are you going to do?
Just being prepared, Sly. A field operative can never be too careful.
Or watch too many spy movies, apparently.
They're good reference. Those ice caves are a textbook example of a villain's hidden operation.
Relax, pal. It's simple. Use the thermovision to find grids.
Wouldn't the villain be hiding out in a lava world? I played too much Mario.
Avoiding any lethal obstacles or bloodthirsty guards along the way, of course.
Right. Simple. I'll see you back at the hideout.
No, I say I will have, like, completed all the Sly games after this. Technically, there's Bentley's Hack Pack. And that's such a, yeah, it exists kind of game that not even Ostrava will speedrun it. You can speedrun those, remember the old Sly 1 website and all the mini games that it had? You could speedrun that. I like playing the one where, you play as Murray from the top down, in Raleigh's little pirate ship. Nah, this is a PS3 download-only game. You haven't played Hack Pack? I can't imagine why. Do you like Sly 4 hacking? Well, here's the whole game of it. You're paywalling it. I understand. It's like, I have nothing against Sly 4 hacking per se, but 2/3 of the hacks are not hacks that I'm particularly fond of. So to have a whole game of that is telling me, do you want to play a game where 66% of the game is, like, stuff that you don't like? What am I doing? I've got to go up.
Okay, this is our ticket inside. Carmelita, you'll be riding with Murray. Sly, you're with Bob and myself.
Carmelita, are you sure you'll be all right?
Of course. Why wouldn't I be?
Well, I wouldn't want you to catch cold or something, sitting in that other car.
Don't worry, Ringtail. I have my shock pistol to keep me warm.
And Murray. She's got Murray. I don't know, hippos are probably warm. Okay, what would the map here be? I mean, for sure the main area. Oh fuck, does Grizz's Arena count too? Yeah, Penelope's Arena counted. The Grizz's Arena probably has its own map. God damn it.
This is my stop. I need to... If I open those piston valve covers, they should function less.
No! Bentley, why?
I need to get on that egg lift.
Did that require a line of dialogue to tell the player they needed to get up there? Is that... That implies to me that one of the QA testers had trouble at that part. Imagine getting hit by a slingshot.
I bet if I disable that egg vat, this maintenance grid will run. Looks like those vats are wind powered. Need to knock out the blades to shut it down.
Alright, what am I doing? I just gotta bomb everything.
This looks like a job for my explosive darts. That's one that down.
Hey Perez. I'm running through the game, director's cut style, because one of the trophies I need, the last trophy I need, requires me to look at every map in the game. Including maps within side areas. Side areas!
Source code. Password. Danger.
No!
Come on, Bentley, stay
Oops.
on target.
I'm getting kind of lazy.
Loading source code. Password. Danger. Complete.
Yeah. Whoops.
Great! I just need to make it to that ledge. I just can't let these mallets turn me into a turtle pancake. Time for some more explosive darts. Now that's what I call an extreme malfunction. There's the tower, Bob. You'll need to find the valve covers and pry them loose to disrupt the power output.
Yo, I'm spinning the right stick. I'm getting my thumb is getting blisters.
You're doing it! The pressure is falling fast! Almost there! Just one more valve!
Murray, you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I'll find you guys after I figure out how to get off this crazy thing.
Why didn't Murray just casually jump down to the rest of the gang?
We don't have a lot of time here,
Okay, this is the same area.
Fly. Use your pounce to reach that platform and take out the guard.
Swinging out the wrench looks so stupid. I love it. Whoa, buddy. Perfect glide. Kinda.
I knew I should have made that left turn. Oh,
This is its own map. Why? They gotta do the whole mission. These devs are silly. A good thing I didn't exit early. Alright, we're getting close, chat. I remember checking the map for
Looks like it's
the
up to me to
the mine
recon the
mission
area.
with
Need to
Tennessee.
get some shots of that prison, but
So I
I
might be
better
okay
keep
for
a
that
low
one.
profile. I don't want to alert the guards.
And good going, Bentley. You did just that.
I and Tennessee Kid Cooper are in that high tower.
What am I doing?
That's an interesting side. Let me get a shot. Unless I'm mistaken, that is definitely a munitions dump. Very handy. Aha! There is clearly some structural weakness along the rear wall.
The game even tells you right here to stick bombs on guards, you know, put bombs in their pockets. I barely did that the whole playthrough. Alright, do the map for the jail.
Slide, press the square button to swing that ball.
Oh, we press select to bring up the map so I can get out of here. Or which one was it? Was it? Yeah, I looked at the mine map. Need to pull up the map for the saloon. I just did that mission earlier earlier in the stream.
Fix office is.
Watch your back, pal. This place looks pretty rough.
Will do. See you inside.
You'll be fine, just bring some sarsaparilla.
these guys look thirsty. Let's see, I can move left and right simply by using the left stick. When a patron steps up to the bar, I can slide him a drink by pressing the X button. These guys don't look like patient types, so I'd better make it fast. I'd better keep an eye on the
I'm not a patient type either.
It's going to take my whole supply to quiet this bunch. The meter should indicate how much sarsaparilla I have left. Something tells me it's gonna take every drop. Let's hope the supply outlasts the demand. It's like they just called it out of the desert. That was a good match, but not this good. These guys are soaking up like sponges. These big guys look like they're gonna need more than one drink. It is my break.
So-called big guys didn't seem any bigger than the other ones. Okay, does this... It does count for the casino.
I need to be careful. I just need to stay off the floor.
Does it count the section where you're in the car? Whoops.
Whoa, some of these guards are still awake. I need to be careful. I just need to stay off the floor.
Looking good, Sly. Nice, Sly. You're on a roll. Great, Sly. You just need to reach.
It's pretty unrealistic. Casino with no old people in it. Where's all the cougar granny slapping the buttons at?
You can probably move that container if you hit it hard enough, Sly.
Just a little further to that vent.
No! Just my luck. Don't you turn around. He's gonna turn around because you asked him to. He can't hear me. He's a fictional character being silly. Now, if he could hear me, I mean, he could make a good plot for a scary movie. Hey, MTC dude. So many people are streaming? I think Sarah and Stream are live doing Death Stranding 2. You know what I say? It's a buyer's market for people to fall asleep to. No map. What the fuck? Every other car segment had its own map. What a waste of my time, man. I guess because that area is kind of like a maze? I don't have any other explanation. Chose to watch the slide content, big ups. Well, I'm trying to get the Platinum Trophy, MTC, dude. I'm on the last trophy I gotta do. Every mission in the game that has like a sub-area has a map that I have to check. It's a trophy for checking all the maps. Surprise, surprise, I think maps help. Yeah, maps are too helpful, so I didn't check most of the maps in the game. Sounds like a skill issue. Yeah, it is. I had too much skill. I had so much skill that I thought I no longer needed to check the map. So it is my fault. I should have been a dent. I should have been a dent who needed to rely on maps. I should have been Phil. Wendy's 5 minutes away from Phil's house and you door dashed it. Yeah, the fuck? What did people think he was gonna do? Spend 15 minutes driving over there while playing clips for 15 minutes? We can't do that. Gotta. People bring food to the king.
Rescuing pretty ladies is a hobby of mine anyway.
Yeah, Jasper can go get it. Agent of Claude is gonna poison it. That's why he doesn't send Jasper to go get it, because Jasper will compromise the food. They got a very tenuous relationship, those two. They just LARP as father and son. Alright, this does have its own map, because of course it does. Next one. Yeah, Jailbreak had the canyon. That is its own map. And then, of course, the operation had the train.
This river is dangerous, but it leads back to the prison. Way I figure it, they won't be expecting us to come this way. You sure you're up to this, Miss Fox?
How do they commandeer this, mobile again?
Thanks for the rescue, by the way.
My pleasure. Inspector? You some kind of sheriff? How'd you get mixed up with Sly?
It's a
Yeah,
long,
Daddy
complicated
Bowser, he
story.
says.
Right now, I need to rescue that ringtail, so I can wring his neck.
Ooh-wee, you are feisty. You remind me of this one little gal who...
So, what's this prison like, anyway?
Well, plenty of fire, for starters.
Terrific. Let's get going.
It's like I get why he called him Daddy Bowser, and you can tell in real time he caught himself. Now people are gonna clip that because it's him saying Daddy, and they're gonna make fun of him. As they should.
Not a chance.
Okay, so it's just like an extension of the jail? Trying to remember. You had the river segment with Carmelita. And then you play as Tennessee. You don't switch maps at all afterward, I don't think. We should be good.
Press the R1.
Yeah, you're just coming down for the money buff. He was delirious after a whole day of streaming, like me. I'm pressing the R1. How do they even know what the buttons are? They just say the buttons? The buttons aren't diegetic. They don't exist within their world. How are they aware of what button does what? Doesn't make any sense, you guys. Shroom Dukem says, I think DSP will like Death Stranding 2.
Okay.
Saru says, Dingus, I'm 18 hours in the Death Stranding 2. You fucking weirdo. There are 24 hours in a day, and 18 of those hours, day 1, you have spent on Death Stranding 2. DSP is gonna hate this game. I will bet a Dingus sub. I will bet a Dingus sub right now under the condition that he rage quits the game. I'll take you up on that offer. Hi, Saru. Hi, Shroom. I'm trying to get the final trophy in this game, which requires me to look at every map in the game, which I have not done, which requires a lot of backtracking. Is that 2 Picks Arena? I think it is, so that counts for the boss. Rage or Wage Quit? I will leave Saru to specify. Saru must ordain the clauses. He's gonna conveyor belt it and love it. It's a 70-hour story, I'm told. Okay, is that all the Old West stuff? It is. Japan's the last one. Okay, that's the map for Last Hideout. I did it in the overworld already. Alright, which ones had a sub area? This one for sure. Yeah, if he can't handle Kingdom Come, like, what makes you think he's gonna handle Death Stranding 2? It's pretty much a foregone conclusion. This is the easiest bet ever. Dingus sub, here we come.
Okay, Sly.
If I get to the terms of the bounty, I would have it at like a dozen Dingus subs.
Dismissed.
You rage quit Kingdom Kong during the intro. Don't call it Kingdom Kong. Alright, we got a map here, of course. But yeah, he did rage quit it during the bounty. Synthetic Man was able to beat it and he couldn't. What the hell, man? I can't remember if I looked at the map for the jail or not. May as well make sure. Barely clothed women at the beginning of Death Shedding 2. I don't remember any nude women. Zeru can debunk me on this. Alchemy tutorial. Alright, I guess I'm not playing this slow ass game. What is this, Atelier? But we'll be happy about half naked Norman Reedus. That he will enjoy.
Good job, Sly. You got the helmet. That's the chest plate. Now you just need the leggings.
How many streams do you worry is off dozing during cutscenes? Third stream. Final answer. Oh yeah, Coggers is right too. It depends on when it goes to night stream. The thing with a game like that is that people are already playing the game now, so you know people who would be interested in watching that, because like that's a story-focused game. I think we can all agree that you don't play a game like Death Stranding for. Well, Sarah would probably say that like the gameplay experience is unique enough on its own that that'd be the reason why you would play it. But it like Kojima, Kojima game, you play Kojima game for the story, like primarily, I think is a fair assessment. So people are gonna watch the people who bought it early, and you're gonna watch them play it early, and because that is like Phil's putting himself at a disadvantage by not playing it early. People will experience the story vicariously through the streamers who got the deluxe edition.
You got the complete suit of armor.
Death Stranding 2 after that. Turkey Tacos is just asking for nap time.
Blend in with the guards.
He's sleepy.
As long as you're wearing it, they'll think you're one of them. Press the L2 button to change into the armor. Press the L2 button again to take it off. And don't forget, you won't be able to use your normal moves while in disguise.
Thanks, Bentley. Time to try this out on the guard at the prison door. You there! Open the door!
A little short to be a commander, aren't you? Who are you?
Ding dong die.
Why, I am Major Mugshot.
That's not a Japanese name.
Mugshot? I've never heard of you.
Ha! You dare question me? Son, I've been a guard since you were just a squealing piglet. Wait until I tell the general about this. I hear he loves pork chops.
Wait, I'm very sorry, sir. I didn't recognize you. Please, go right in.
Sly, you might want to put on that armor.
Hey, Goki. Okay, I feel like I did check the prison map when I originally played the game, but I recognize the layout of that map, but it doesn't hurt to be safe. Better safe than sorry. Okay, the caverns should be next. Oh wait, the geisha house too. Oh no, it's time to do the geisha house, you guys. Again.
Okay, Ryuichi, the plan... simple.
Dingus a geisha enjoyer. One of the characters in this game is. Oh wait, no, I don't have to do the geisha segment because that's toward the end of the job. Okay, I don't have to dance again. You won't get to see that segment actually.
I do not see how Mori-san will fit into that outfit. Perhaps he is very flexible.
Yeah, sorry, NTC dude. You will not get to see the dance segment in which Murray dances in the geisha outfit. It was a different time. You wouldn't be able to get away with that today. Alright. Yeah, we gotta do the caverns. Well, that was quick. Boss areas next. 'Cause I was doing that job earlier in the stream too. Then I think that's it. I don't want to jinx it though. But that should be every map in the game.
All right, we have...
I have you now.
I wanted to see what would happen. That's one tough board. You fucking tanked my dive kick.
Okay, Ty. Use those doors to open the dragon mouth. You'll find the switches somewhere inside. And don't forget your armor. Something tells me those things have very bad breath.
It's probably gonna be 2 maps. For the area before the boss arena, and then the boss arena itself. And then we'll see if that gets me the trophy. I hope it does, because I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry otherwise. Tears and rain. I'm gonna be crying real something big. Big tears. I'm gonna be like, what map? What map am I missing? What map am I missing, chat? Alright, yeah. That's the first map. Boss Arena is its own map again. Why would you check the map during the boss battle? Hey, I made that jump without the technique. Alright, here it comes, last map. Turkey tacos sound good right about now. Have I had turkey tacos before? I've had chicken tacos for sure.
Ha! Looks like a real pigeon magnet.
Ah, I hope you can fly like a pigeon, Cooper. Otherwise, you'll never catch me.
We'll see about that.
That's why Sly should have a gun. You could have just shot him right there. Instead, he has to very casually meander after him. Okay, final map. Final map. There it is. Trophy. Trophy. Oh, there it is. There. Whoa. The platinum. The platinum. The platinum. It's mine. It's mine. It's mine. It's all mine. It's mine. Ah. Finally. Now, can I just... Okay. Why do people platinum games... Every time I say Platinum Games, I want to think of the developer. If you're the type of person to go out of your way to platinum a video game and get like every why? Unless it's a very easy platinum. Or I guess the equivalent would be like on Xbox, you get all the achievements and get the diamond achievement. Why would you do it? Why? Well, that was like the worst trophy ever. Check every map in the game? Who would think to do that? There is no one. There is no one. No one, not a single soul who got that trophy organically without having to look it up, without having to backtrack to levels that they are already completed. Number go up, make gamer cred, yes. As a Nintendo fan, you guys, I'll never understand it. Now, there is one thing I want to show off before I show the secret ending. Let me see, what mission can I do this in? I think this would be the easiest and quickest way to show it off. There are a lot of cameos in this game for Clockwork, the antagonist of the franchise, up till well, let's say the end of Sly 2. The most memorable villain. And I had not really paid attention to these. I knew these were in the game, but I didn't know specifically where. Various points in the game, you'll see his silhouette.
Okay, Ryuichi.
And this mission is one of them. He's in a lot of missions spread throughout the game, but I'll just show off one of them. Oh, he's actually plainly visible too. Right there. Let me get a better view. There he is, right there. That's Clockwork, right there. It's a small little baby Clockwork. So he is technically in the game just as a cameo. Many missions, he'll just be hiding around, perched on a rooftop, looking at you from afar, all mean and evil-like. He has no effect on the plot whatsoever. He is just here to hang out. He really should have been the main bad in this, or a big part. At least they didn't forget about him. Here's my theory. The reason why he's a robot, you know, he's not from the past, he came from the future. Think about it. I don't know, this day as a gamer, my 100% is very much a big accomplishment for me. Granted, it was like 637 achievements, but alas, is it Binding of Isaac? Ah, see, how did I know it'd be Binding of Isaac? That just seems, it just feels like a game that would have over 600 achievements, you know? Yeah, his voice actor did pass away. I think he's the same voice actor who did Mugshot. Alright, but there's the Clockwork cameos. All we have left is let's save the game here. Oh, the PS3 era beep. And then oh, where is Sly? Or no, is it credits? I think it's credits. Can I skip? There it is. Oh, this is it. The secret ending, guys. To see what happened to Sly, guys. Look, he made it. He survived. He's trapped in Egypt.
I'm to sleep.
An alien raid. Wow, okay. I have many things to say. Thank you for the raid, with the party of 68. Thank you for the follow, Nia. You guys came here at, like, the worst possible moment, because it's 3 in the morning, and I was just getting ready to end myself. But, hello, Alien. Thank you for the raid again. Thank you for the follow as well. And, thank you, Nia, for the follow. And, thank you, everybody. Stream forever? No, thank you. No, thank you. But thank you. I do appreciate it. I appreciate the sentiment. Show them the secret ending? I just did! Well, they were too distracted from actually activating the raid and segueing into the raid. What was I gonna say? I was distracted. I was distracted from the raid. I had like a whole thing set up. Let's get a shout out. Ostrava sent me to these folks yesterday, and they seem pretty chill. And they seem to be returning the favor today. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you. If I'm gonna end myself, do a flip. Is this really the kind of dialogue we share after the raid? Oh man. Damn, where was I? Secret endings. They were gonna do the DLC. Yeah, they were gonna do DLC for Sly 4, and then it didn't happen. Either because of the sales, or they were also doing a Vita version, and then the Vita version, size limitations. Because of size limitations, they couldn't do DLC. Because of the DLC never came out, Sly is forever trapped in Egypt. It's just because they never came out with a Sly game after that one. Let's do a stylish front flip. I'd rather do a cartwheel. But dude, that's it. That's literally the game. That's the game. The game is over. It's fucking done. Done. It's done. It's done. It's over. That's every Sly game complete. It's in the history books. It's another chapter of my existence here. Sly 1, 2, 3, 4, 100% completed with the platinum. And we did it for charity, guys. It's for charity. I need charity after this. Alright, but thank you again. I'm sorry I got distracted by the game. Thank you, Nia. Thank you, Sarah. Bok Choi. Arcturus. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Let's get a clip. We need a clip shout out. We can't just do the Twitch shout out. We need the clip shout out. What funny haha clip are we gonna get from you? Let's find out.
That really hurt.
Alright, this is one of those FromSoft things. I know. What's going on? Bug?
He's teabagging me! He's fucking teabagging me! Hold on, I got it.
He kinda is teabagging you, isn't he?
Just teabagging! Hey, bud. You want this? Eat some of this.
That was pretty good. Is that old Elden Ring or the new hotness that came out? I'm not a FromSoft dude, but I can recognize the games. I got trouble with this clip because Night Rain is just an asset flip of Elden Ring. That doesn't mean it's bad, though. Majora's Mask is an asset flip of Ocarina of Time, but everybody loves that game. Oh, the one we were playing the new one tonight. I saw that kind of. I saw you had switched from Mario to Elden Ring. I was there for the Mario part. I have my Switch too. It's resting over here. I did Mario Kart. I no-lifed it. I no-lifed it for weeks after the Switch 2 came out. But I did Grand Prix on all difficulties, including Mirror Mode. And then I did the Knockout Tour mode on the same thing, all difficulties. So now I gotta do time trials against the developer ghosts. And the free roaming stuff, because they're like little missions you can do and shit. I'm a completionist. I fucking waste away playing these games to complete just for nothing. I get nothing out of it. Just for satisfaction. Night Rain is so much fun. That's cool to hear. Yeah, not too much into the Soulsborne stuff myself. Literally everybody else here is but me. The dingus regulars, they're all like, oh my god, Elden Ring, it's the best game ever. They don't actually say that. They say that in my head, my visual idea of what they're like in my head. That's what they say. They talk up Elden Ring. This man has 100% Kingdom Hearts games. Do not test him. I do. I've 100%ed Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep and Dream Drop Distance on stream. I torture these people. My regulars get tortured by streams of me playing the same games. I don't even speedrun. I don't do anything. I just play the game and I do everything that I can in the game. This is how things work around here. The operation might be a bit different from what you're accommodated to, typically. Is gaslighting us? Yeah. I gotta. This is a semi. Like this is like a new audience. I gotta like. I gotta explain what goes over here in a way that makes sense. These are people outside of the sector. Love Kingdom Hearts? What do you mean? Yeah, but you're like one of two people. You and Goki. You're two people that love Kingdom Hearts. Everybody else hates Kingdom Hearts. Including me. I'm not one of those two. I don't hate Kingdom Hearts. Alright. Alright. That's it. That's it. I don't know what else to say. The Sly games are beat. They're never gonna make another one. I'm depressed. This one was okay. It was good even. I would even go as far as to say it's good. They missed the mark pretty much everywhere in the writing department. But the gameplay, it's basically Sly, more of Sly 2 and 3, but in HD. Some subtle gameplay nuances though. The little touches they made, little tinkerings they made here and there. I'm not sure I'm for those. You wouldn't get it unless you played Sly 2 and 3 to death like I have. The story sucked in my opinion. Yeah, the story sucked because I kept skipping all the cutscenes. No, I know what you mean. You were here for the other streams. Think this is gonna 100% Xenoblade Chronicles? I am. Xenoblade Chronicles, we gotta go back to Xenoblade Chronicles. And then Mario Kart. But now that all the Sly games are done, the Crash trilogy is done, it's time for Jak and Daxter. But I gotta get an overlay set up. Okay. What do I do to stall for time? Keem is pissed at his mistress Becky. What else is new? I haven't watched Locale Live in a minute. Alright. I'm expanded. What do you guys want to talk about? The game's done, but I would feel like a dick if I just went away right away. I do know... Okay, so Becky left Locale Queens, right? She's doing her own shit. Started the Becky Boop Show, and it's doing much better than Locale Queens. And now there's a schism between the two programs, right? Guys, at the streamer chat with any question. Yeah, it's fucking Q&A time, buddy. 100% Legend of Zelda games win. Don't give me a... Don't make me put a, like... Don't, stop! Don't make me promise game. I'm in a good mood right now. Don't make me promise games. Because then I'm gonna, later on, when I'm not in a good mood, I'm gonna feel obligated to deliver on the things that I promise. If I ever climbed a tree, yes. I've also fallen off a tree. Show to the eyes, Dingus. Let's see. There. There you go. This is very buggy. I think... Okay, go back. Okay. I don't want to break anything. No pressure, just putting it out there. Zelda will definitely be high priority, along with Metroid. I've only done Metroid Prime and Metroid Dread. Tell you guys, I want to be the Nintendo fella, but I scam all the Nintendo games. Like, I'm actually a fake fan, if you want to know the truth about it. I said thighs, not the ups. You got both! What do you mean? He still has FE6 to play. That's primarily why I'm against it. I promised Goon I would do Fire Emblem 6, Binding Blade, the one starring Roy, aka our boy, that guy. I promised it perhaps over a year ago at this point, but due to new releases, we're gonna blame new releases, I've not gotten around to it. I've started it, but I've not gotten back to it. Will I get back to Fire Emblem 6 in the immediate and far-flung future? Yes. The guy from Smash. Yes, the guy from Smash. Every forgotten character is known more for being in Smash than in their own origin game. I ever jumped on a trampoline? Yes. Only one time. I only jumped on it once and then I got off. So yes, I have jumped. I have jumped on a trampoline. Once. Only once. Yeah, that's how you frame the question. Have you ever jumped on a trampoline? Yeah, it means jumped means it's past tense. One jump. Yes, I have had one jump on a trampoline. And then after that one jump, I got off the trampoline and I never got on a trampoline ever again after that. I was traumatized by the experience. Alright, well. Tomorrow's Wiggler Wednesday, so probably be some free roaming Wiggler. At some point, I have to set up, we're gonna quote Arlo, I gotta set up a thing, and we're gonna have fun with this thing, but the thing has to be set up. So I don't wanna overhype it and underdeliver. So I will only talk about specifically what it is when it is set up and ready to be scheduled. However, it is not on my call to schedule the thing, it's on the other person to schedule it. And if it just so happens to be this week, then I might shuffle the stream schedules around. Trampolines were the best for sunbathing because of black fabric. Throw a towel down and get your tan on. Now I'm just imagining Bean. Okay, Bean on a trampoline, lying on the trampoline, and just sunbathing. Then Cameron comes out. Cameron comes out to the backyard like, what the fuck are you doing, Bean? And Bean's like, shut up! I'm being me! This is who I am! She yells at Cameron, this is who I am! From the trampoline, sun-tanning bed. This is me now! This was when I was young. I tan on a floaty in the pool now. What's the floaty? Is it just like a ducky or something? Yeah, you just got the little ducky floaty. A giant ducky. A giant slice of pizza? Do I even have to do it? Do I even have to do... Okay, who's gonna do it? Come on, we're mentioning pizza. Who's gonna do it? Or maybe it's on cooldown. Where the hell is it? Did I turn it off? There it is.
Pizza day, motherfuckers!
Burner. It was on clearance? It's okay, Bean. I won't begrudge you for spending like $50 on a pizza floaty. You don't have to... Bean, you don't have to pretend that the pizza floaty was on clearance so I don't start thinking, oh, she spent $40 on a pizza floaty. It's okay, Bean. It's like Phil, when Phil brought up buying the Pac-Man Ghost. When he brought up buying the Pac-Man Ghost, Phil was like, oh, guys, by the way, I got it on clearance, guys. Because obviously the implication was if he brags about buying a Pac-Man Ghost, the viewers will then chide him for spending so much money on the Pac-Man Ghost. So his immediate inclination after telling us that he bought it was to say that he got it on clearance. Thusly so, Bean tells us she sunbathes on a giant pizza. So she has to tell us that she bought it on clearance. So that we don't think that she spent an arm and a leg on it. I save money on floaties so I can spend it on Overwatch cosmetics. Can we get a Bean Overwatch clip? Come on. This is not a Bean Overwatch clip. This is actually scary. What is this? What the fuck? Okay, Bean needs to do a clip audit stream. Like, what the fuck was that? What the fuck? We can do better than that. Oh my god, it's Overwatch!
You're lucky!
Taping you up! Nano boost administered.
Yes! I did it! It's
Play of the game.
yes.
That has to be the happiest Bean Overwatch clip I have ever seen. It was all downhill from there. Red Check says, all the way up here. Do you think the time ending was going to be Sly pretending to be his own ancestor and starting to devious Raccoonus to ensure his legacy? No, I thought he would have actually meant Slide in Common, but you saying it that way is so stupid that it seems like it's something Sanzara would have went for if the DLC came out. Sly repairs the time loop by becoming his own ancestor, thus beginning the Cooper lineage, but not really because Bob predates Slide in Common, which it kind of felts that logic. It was indeed, as always. Big ups on the Overwatch. I got this whole slab of turkey here I didn't even touch tonight. Okay. Is that it? Are we done? Sly's done. Sly's gone. Sly's dead. He's lost in Egypt, and everybody, nobody remembers him. Everybody remembers him, but they think he'll get back. He'll get back home eventually, someday. They released a MHA-inspired collab, but can't call it that? I remember reading something about that. That they just don't have the rights? They gotta pay money to say My Hero Academia? Boku no Academia? All the collabs gave something to the other party, even if it's just a cut. Okay. Alright, well we gotta... I'll show this secret one more time. The raid did come in out of nowhere. It's just like, this kind of sucks. Like, Sly is just gone forever. Oh yeah, I'm still big. He's just lost in time. This game came out in 2013. There's been no continuation ever since. That's it. He's just stuck there. Oh well. He'll get out one day. Maybe. They'll let him out of jail. It's gonna be the final PS5 exclusive. The reason you get a PS5 in 2026. Sly 5. He's stalling? Yeah, I am kind of stalling. Nah, I should be responsible. I should do the responsible thing, go to bed, can wake up in the morning, do it all over again while malding. Or roosting. Thank you very much, everybody. Thanks for roughing it out, toughing it out with me for the platinum. I don't try to platinum games. I really don't. But in particular, this game demanded that I do it for 10 seconds of Sly's ultimate fate. And so I went for it. But now we can look ahead. We can look on the greener pastures. Jak and Daxter is next. And I have promised Jak 1, Jak 2, Jak 3, Jak X Racing, and specifically because Podert asked very nicely, Daxter, the PSP game. So we're gonna spend a minute when Jak and Daxter. The games are fun though. And the first game isn't even that long. If I start at the right time, I could even felt that in an evening, I think. All right, we roosting? We roosting.
It's nice to
Thanks for stopping by. I feel bad though, cause like, I don't know, it's like, I feel like you get the rating that you just end the stream. I'm reminded of when Phil got hit with the 1,000 viewer raid and then he just ended at the regular scheduled time. I don't have nothing else. I want to go to bed. I'll run it back tomorrow. Big ups to the dinguses, the dingers, the dongers, and the swollen. Double_1 who made it to the end of the stream. Whether you were awake the whole time or asleep all the way through. Boot up FE6. Shut up, Jesse. Jesse, you weren't even here. Yeah, you were. Because you're here right now. Let's scroll back. Thank you to Jarelio, follow behind the scenes. Usanagi, thank you for the follow. Alien, thank you for the follow. UNFW1, resub 35 months at tier 1 for 36 months. Alpha Elite TV with the Prime, 35 months. Beat Rap with the follow. Organic category viewer. They just wanted to see Sly gameplay, and we gave it to him. Knock with the Prime, 30 months, and he says, this summer is so fucking hot. I couldn't agree more. Carl with a tier 2, 33 months. They say, everyone wish Ostrava a happy birthday. That's right, that's right. He's probably asleep by now. Everyone hit Ostrava with the birthday wishes, which are now irrelevant because his birthday is now over. Happy birthday. Thank you for the Sly speedrunning chill. It was much appreciated. That guy's taught me a lot of strats, none of which I put to good use on this stream. I got a short-term memory when it comes to speedrunning tech. Anne, thank you for the raid with the party of 63. Alien, thank you for the raid with the party of 68. And Nia with the follow. Who's still live? Why are people live right now? You know how late it is, right? This isn't healthy. Okay, we got an amount of people. Saru is enjoying, it will be day 2. Death Stranding, day 2. I don't get many opportunities to raid Saru. So we will be going over there. Bye-bye, adios, and meet me time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day, hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, bro, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. The raid message is... I feel like I've used this before, but shut up. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Sean. No one's keeping score. Hey, we made it to 6 hours. I thought this would be a shorter stream. All because of that last trophy. That last trophy was the last hour. The last hour of the stream was that last trophy. You realize that, right? Fuck that trophy. That's the worst trophy in gaming history. All the trophies that exist in PlayStation games, that one is the worst. And suck a dingus. Alright, let's go to Canada. Let's go talk to a Canadian. Hey, bud? Wiggler Wednesday tomorrow in Mario Kart World. Bye-bye.